Chapter 1296. The scene of the sky and earth spinning was imprinted into Sylvia's eyes. When her body was also spinning in the air, Sylvia's screams also resounded through the sky. It was clearly a young pterosaur that hadn't even grown its wings yet and couldn't fly. However, Sylvia's voluptuous body was thrown high into the sky by the other party's fling, and she flew out fiercely like trash. In such a position, if she were to land on the ground uncontrollably, then Sylvia's slender body would definitely be severely injured from the impact of the landing. It might even endanger her life. Understanding this, the draconic guards were all shocked. They also let out sharp screams that echoed through the sky along with Sylvia's screams. Just as Sylvia was about to fall to the ground and become the victim of this accident, a figure suddenly charged down from the sky, leaving behind afterimages as it streaked across the sky. It was extremely fast and arrived at a certain location in the blink of an eye. Sylvia's body also flew towards the figure and was picked up by the waist. Then, the figure lightly landed on the ground as if it was weightless. Sylvia, who had closed her eyes and was about to endure the pain of landing, slowly opened her eyes with lingering fear. A face close to her entered her field of vision. Her expression froze in place. Humph. Seeing Sylvia open her eyes, Wu Yan coldly snorted and put her on the ground. "I'll teach you a lesson later." After saying that, Wu Yan stomped on the ground and flew in front of the pterosaur. He then jumped high into the air and landed heavily with a sharp explosion. Below him was the berserk pterosaur. Boom! Whoa! A muffled sound rang out. The berserk pterosaur felt as if a heavy mountain had smashed down on its back. It almost hit the pterosaur. The pterosaur thought that someone had overestimated themselves and rode on its back. It was about to explode when a cold voice seemed to freeze the air and entered its heart. "Don't mess around. Don't blame me for being merciless." As these cold words were spoken, a wave of pressure from a higher existence pressed down on the pterosaur from above. This caused the pterosaur's body to tremble, and the madness in its heart instantly collapsed. Woo! The pterosaur, which was as crazy as a beast a second ago, let out a soft moan as if it was begging for mercy. At this moment, he suddenly became like a puppy. He opened his teary eyes and laid on the ground, not daring to act rashly anymore. For it, who was still young and had yet to grow, Wu Yan's pressure was really a burden. Therefore it had no choice but to be obedient. Stop! It stopped. The group of draconians who witnessed this scene stared blankly at Wu Yan, who was standing on the back of the pterosaur. Then, as if they had thought of something, they exclaimed in surprise. He's Luoang? Is it Randall? Really? That young rider of the Protoss. No wonder he could subdue the pterosaur so easily. Too powerful. The excited cheers of the dragon's subordinates were all heard by Sylvia, making Sylvia feel a little uncomfortable. Why can't I do it? With that thought, Sylvia's eyes welled up with tears. She turned around and wanted to leave the scene. However, as soon as Sylvia turned around, a hand grabbed her and pulled her back. Then, slap! A crisp sound echoed in the air. Sylvia was stunned. It wasn't just Sylvia. The draconians Lebecca and Yashur, who were standing by the window of the student council office, as well as the scattered staff who heard the alarm and rushed over, were all stunned. Sylvia stared blankly at Wu Yan, who was standing in front of her with his hand in the air. She reflexively touched her cheek with her hand. The next moment, a strange stinging sensation spread to her nerves. She finally realized. She was just slapped by Wu Yan. You! Sylvia stared in disbelief at Wu Yan, who casually withdrew his hand as if nothing had happened. She rubbed her cheek and muttered in confusion. You slapped me? Yes, I slapped you. Wu Yan admitted frankly and looked at Sylvia with a smile. However, there was no trace of a smile in his eyes. It was chilling. What? Your Highness, are you going to punish me? Sylvia yelled at Wu Yan in a fit of rage when she heard that. What right do you have to hit me? Just because you have a disgusting head. Wu Yan didn't care about Sylvia's identity as princess at all. He didn't care about the crowd's stunned expressions. Do you know that you almost died just now? What does my death have to do with you? Sylvia's anger, resentment, and all other emotions exploded with Wu Yan's slap. What is your relationship with me? Do I need to be slapped because I'm an eyesore to you? That's right. You have nothing to do with me. So if you want to die, Please find a place with no one around and die on your own." Wu Yan laughed coldly. Let's see if the fourth princess of the Night Kingdom of Lorea overestimated herself and fell to her death while riding another dragon sounds better. Or, the fourth princess of the Night Kingdom of Lorea committed suicide because she lost to someone else and couldn't get first place sounds better. You! Sylvia's face turned ghastly pale. What? Not saying anything? Wu Yan didn't show any mercy as he looked at Sylvia's pale face. Risking your life to challenge another dragon, isn't it because you don't have the ability that others have, so you feel indignant, unwilling to admit defeat, and unwilling to see it happen? That's why your IQ dropped. You thought that if others could do it, you could also do it, so you jumped over. Isn't that right? You don't understand how I feel at all. With a pale face, Sylvia tried her best to hold back her tears as she shouted at Wu Yan. However, Wu Yan responded coldly. Indeed, I don't understand how you feel, nor do I understand what kind of obsession you have in your heart. However, I can't be like you and watch my friend die with a cold face. Friend. Sylvia was stunned. Riding another dragon won't bring you any pleasure, nor will it make you stronger. Wu Yan pointed at the pterosaur that just went berserk. If riding that little fellow can satisfy you, then I definitely won't stop you. Sylvia was speechless at Wu Yan. No matter what kind of dragon you ride, it won't bring you as much joy as watching your own dragon grow. Don't you understand? Wu Yan glanced at Sylvia before turning around. If you really want to become stronger, then Lancelot is the only dragon in your eyes. He is the one that you can rely on to become stronger. On the other hand, if what you mean by becoming stronger is nothing more than neglecting the essentials and focusing on trifles to prove that you have the talent that others have that you can have as well, then I advise you to give up early and obediently be a princess. With that, Wu Yan didn't look at Sylvia anymore and left the scene. Sylvia still stood there, covering her face as she looked at Wu Yan's back. She didn't say anything for a long time. In the student council office, Yashur looked at Wu Yan dumbly as he left, full of admiration. He's really strong. Rebecca couldn't help but smile. Her smile was strangely beautiful. After leaving everyone's sight, Wu Yan stopped and sighed. I know you're here, Corset. I'm afraid you're the only one in the academy who slapped Her Highness Lord Roland. Behind a tree on the side, Kersel walked out with a bitter smile. After being slapped by you, Her Highness will be disappointed for a long time. Her head is as hard as an ox's. Wu Yan snapped at Corset. So please keep an eye on her, don't let her go down a dead end. Thank you for your concern, Lord Roland. I'll accept it on behalf of Her Royal Highness. Corset smiled, lifted her skirt and bowed. Please continue to teach Her Highness from now on, Lord Roland. With that, Cosette turned around and ran in the direction of Sylvia, causing Wu Yan to shout in ridicule. Remember to give her benefits next time. Being a maid is a benefit in itself. With these words, Cosette disappeared from the scene. Chapter 1297. Ansari Dragon Riding Academy. 7th Dragon House. In the dragon room that belonged to Lancelot, Lancelot, covered in silver-white fur, was lying on the floor with his mouth wide open as he munched on an extra-large portion of beef placed in front of him. Judging from the speed at which he ate and the faint pleasant dragon roar, it was obvious that he was in a good mood. Sylvia, in her uniform, stood beside Lancelot, wiping its body as she watched it happily eat, but her heart was filled with bitterness. Lancelot wasn't a particularly gluttonous dragon. He rarely displayed a particularly good mood because he was able to eat good food. As Lancelot's master, Sylvia couldn't be more clear about this. However, recently, Lancelot had been in a particularly good mood every time he ate. When it was time to eat, he seemed particularly eager and impatient. When it was time to eat, he was in a very good mood. Due to his joyful mood, his performance was much better than usual when he practiced his dragon riding skills with Sylvia. All of this was due to the food that Lancelot loved so much. And this food was personally prepared by Wu Yan. Ever since he tasted Wu Yan's food, Lancelot completely fell in love with Wu Yan's cooking and displayed an unprecedented desire to pursue it. Now, Lancelot would leave the 7th Dragon's house almost every day when it was time to eat. When he returned, there would be an extra portion of delicious food in his mouth. After returning to his own dragon room, he would happily eat. Long Ding of the 7th Dragon House didn't know where Lancelot went after leaving the 7th Dragon House without permission or where the food came from. However, Lancelot didn't cause any trouble when he left. They were happy to be idle and let it go. Only Sylvia knew that ever since Lancelot tasted Wu Yan's food for the first time, every time he left the dragon house without permission, it was to look for Wu Yan. The food he brought back was also made by Wu Yan. It wasn't just Lancelot. Even Guffrin, who was tamed by Wu Yan, was the same. When it was time to eat, he would leave the dragon house without permission and look for Wu Yan to ask for food. In other words, almost 50% of Lancelot's growth during this period was due to Wu Yan's food. Sylvia's mood darkened when she thought of this. Herself. I lost to him again in another aspect. On top of that, even his fall had received his care. He had contributed to his growth as well. He was truly outstanding. Compared to him, she really was like a child. She recalled how she recklessly challenged a berserk dragon to prove that she had the ability to ride another fall and was slapped by Wu Yan. Sylvia subconsciously touched her face. It was as if it was still aching. Sylvia knew that she didn't have any talent. It wasn't that she didn't have the talent to ride another fall, it was that she didn't even have the talent to become a dragon nurturer. Loriaman had a rule that all citizens of 7 years old must go to a Bayan forest to undergo the youngling ritual and have the dragon mother appraise them to see if they had the talent to become a dragon nurturer. If they did, they would receive the dragon mother's nursery and receive the star carving. They would become a dragon nurturer. If they didn't, the dragon mother wouldn't even appear in front of them and they could only leave dejectedly. Logically speaking, Sylvia, who obtained Lancelot, should have the talent to become a dragon nurturer. However, only Sylvia knew that during the youngling ritual when she was 7 years old, she didn't get the chance to become a dragon nurturer. In fact, she didn't get chosen. The only reason she was able to obtain Lancelot and become a dragon nurturer was because someone had given her a hand. Sylvia couldn't help but recall the conversation she had with him when she was 7 years old. Why do you want to become a dragon nurturer so badly? Woohoo! Because I must have my own fall. Why? Because I want to become a great knight. Knight. But I didn't get chosen. The dragon mother didn't give me her nursery. I failed to live up to my royal father and royal sister's expectations. I can't become a great knight. Aye. Woo. Sigh. All right, stop crying. Woo. All right. Stop crying. Didn't you want a fall? I'll give you one, all right? Gee, give me one. In the dimly lit forest, he pressed a mysterious ball of light into the body of the 7-year-old Sylvia. In that instant, Sylvia felt that some sort of change seemed to have occurred in her body. Then, a star carving appeared on Sylvia's body. I have fall now? Amen. I've given you fall. So stop crying, okay? But is this okay? Well, it's useless to give it to me. I don't really need it anyway. If you need it, I'll give it to you. All right, I'm leaving. Remember, stop crying. Wait. Big brother. What's your name? Me. My name is Wu Yan. Sylvia muttered subconsciously, calling out that name that was etched in her heart. Then, she thought of her own performance, and her bright and beautiful eyes were filled with heart-wrenching gloom. She even began to mock herself. If Big Brother sees me now, he'll be very disappointed, right? As Sylvia said that, she even had an extreme thought. If he had entrusted Lancelot to someone else, then Lancelot would be better than staying by her side, right? Perhaps, he might even be stronger than when he was by my side. That might not necessarily be the case. After all, she didn't have the talent to be a dragon nurturer, did she? Just as that thought rose in her mind, a familiar voice that was also etched in her heart coldly echoed in Sylvia's heart. No matter what kind of dragon you ride, it won't be as joyful as watching your own dragon grow. Don't you understand? If you really want to become stronger, then Lancelot is the only dragon in your eyes. He's the one you need to become stronger. And if what you mean by becoming stronger is nothing more than neglecting the essentials and focusing on trifles to prove that you have the talent that others have that you can have as well, then I advise you to give up early and just be a princess obediently. The cold voice was like a bucket of cold water that poured over Sylvia's heart. She, who had almost gone to the extreme, suddenly came back to her senses. No. I can't think that way. Sylvia hurriedly shook her head and took a deep breath to get rid of the distracting thoughts in her mind. He's right. I only need Lancelot. I only need Lancelot in my eyes. He's the one I need to become stronger, not to prove that I have the talent to be a dragon nurturer. Become stronger. I have to become stronger. Sylvia's dim eyes lit up as she clenched her fists tightly. To not let down Big Brother who entrusted Lancelot to me, I have to become stronger. I have to become stronger. Kaboom! Just as Sylvia's fighting spirit was reignited, a thunderous boom came from the sky outside. The sudden sound of thunder caused Sylvia's face to turn pale with fright. Her awe-inspiring image was shattered, and she covered her ears like a timid little girl, trembling as she squatted down. Although it was hard to imagine, the famous Princess Blue Ice was indeed afraid of thunder. Roar! While Sylvia crouched down in fear, Lancelot stood up abruptly and let out a huge roar filled with enmity towards the window. It was as if he had seen a parasite. It was only then that Sylvia, who was trembling as she lifted her head to look outside the window, realized that the clear sky outside was now covered in a thick layer of ominous dark clouds. It was pitch black and hard to imagine. What is that? Looking at the sky covered by ominous dark clouds and the sticky feeling of discomfort that permeated the air like a rotten swamp, Sylvia's icy blue eyes trembled violently, and a trace of unease surfaced in her heart. Chapter 1298. The originally clear sky was instantly covered by a thick layer of dark clouds like a lake that had been filled with dirty water. The dark clouds stirred into a black whirlpool that slowly rotated. Inside, traces of red lightning surged back and forth, bringing with them frequent rumbles of thunder. In Apollo's abode, Wu Yan was reading a few scattered legends about dragons similar to the sacred dragon emperor that Cosette brought him. His hand that was flipping through the book suddenly paused and he looked out the window. Looking at the whirlpool of dark clouds and flashing red lightning, Wu Yan's frown deepened and he stood up from his bed. Something's not right. Wu Yan wasn't the only one with such thoughts. The strongest student council president of the Ansari Academy also had the same thought. The proof was Guffrin's enormous body suddenly soared into the sky under Wu Yan's gaze and stopped above the academy. Lebecca in her uniform was standing on a rotating magic formation. Her emerald eyes first glanced at the ominous clouds in the sky before looking in Wu Yan's direction. Roland. Lebecca raised her voice and shouted at Wu Yan as if she already knew that he would be standing by the window in his room. You feel it too? Lebecca. Wu Yan narrowed his eyes. He nodded and he replied. That's definitely not natural. Someone is messing with us. I think so too. Lebecca raised her head, her beautiful face suddenly becoming serious. She closed her eyes. Lebecca opened her red lips and slowly spoke. Her solemn voice echoed in the sky. In Lebecca's name? I command in the name of Randall. Present the holy knight armor you forged to me. Roar! As Lebecca's solemn voice echoed, a red light flashed in Guffrin's eyes. He opened his mouth and roared. Two magic arrays less than 10 centimeters apart rippled out from Guffrin's body and enveloped Lebecca as if they were rising into the sky. The magic formations gradually slid over Lebecca's voluptuous body, causing her to emit an intense light. Within the light, two ripples appeared. The magic formations slid over Lebecca's body and had the opposite effect. The other dissolved all of Lebecca's clothes into light. The other condensed into a set of armor that looked like a tight suit and covered her body. By the time the light dissipated, a set of sacred and alluring skin-tight armor had replaced Lebecca's original clothes, becoming her strongest weapon. Lebecca? Randall. Level 70. Guffrin. Level 70. Lebecca, who had instantly transformed into a Valkyrie. He could clearly feel the sharp aura and surging mana fluctuations coming from her body. She was just an ordinary person a second ago. Wu Yan's lips slowly curled up. I see. So this is the magic equipment of this world's sacred knight armor. Rune. Lebecca, who had no idea Wu Yan was observing her sacred knight armor, crouched down and grabbed Guffrin's fur. She called out without turning her head. I'll go over first. If you want to come over, go to the dragon house and borrow a dragon. I have a feeling things aren't as simple as they seem. After saying that, Rebecca rode Guffrin and turned into a red blur. She flew toward the center of the whirlpool of dark clouds. Borrow a dragon? Wu Yen scratched his cheeks. He had a helpless expression on his face. Looks like Rebecca has subconsciously forgotten about my own fall. But that's fine too. A black and white dragon isn't suitable for an appearance here. After saying that, Wu Yen jumped out of the window and landed on the ground. He charged forward. The strongest sacred dragon in the academy was Guffrin. No one could find an existence comparable to Guffrin. However, Guffrin wasn't the only sacred dragon in the academy. There were 4 other sacred dragons. Wu Yen didn't plan on using his familiar to impersonate Fall in a situation like this. But, if he wants to borrow a dragon, he's going to borrow as strong a dragon as he can. So, he set his sights on the other sacred dragons. The 7th dragon house was a place provided by the Ansari Academy for sacred dragons to rest. Wu Yan's target was the 7th dragon house. When Wu Yan arrived at the 7th dragon house, there was already someone there. Sylvia? Wu Yan called out in surprise when he saw Sylvia holding Lancelot's reins at the entrance of the 7th dragon house. Rune. Sylvia, who was observing the sky with a serious expression, followed the sound, and when she saw Wu Yan standing there with an astonished expression, her serious expression crumbled and turned into an unnatural one. Wu Yan had just taught her a lesson and slapped her in the face. Now that she saw Wu Yan, she felt awkward. Not just Sylvia. Even Wu Yan's expression became a bit resentful. He opened his mouth and was about to say something when his expression changed. He abruptly lifted his head and looked at the horizon. Under Wu Yan and Sylvia's watchful eyes, a magic formation of the same size as the dark cloud vortex appeared without any warning and covered the dark clouds. Shortly after, a gigantic dragon twice the size of Guffrin, with dark gray fur and bulging muscles, with a decaying aura, emerged from the magic circle and descended from the sky. Roar, a frightening roar that shook one's heart echoed through the pitch-black sky like a demon. It turned into sound waves that reverberated in the air. It even reached the ears of Wu Yan and Sylvia, who were looking up from the academy. That's... Sylvia looked at the naked giant dragon in disbelief. She couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Her delicate body trembled and her eyes were filled with fear. What is that? TCH. Wu Yan curled his lips and turned to look at Sylvia. Sylvia, ride Lancelot and bring me there. Wah! Sylvia's panic turned into fear when she heard Wu Yan's words. She shook her head with all her might without thinking. No, I don't want to. Ha! Wu Yan didn't expect to receive such an answer. He paused and became angry. Why? That kind of monster. Sylvia's shoulders trembled, the fear in her heart written all over her face. I don't want to go near it. Wu Yan clenched his fists. His eyes flashed with a cold light. I thought you were just a little stubborn. I didn't expect you to be a coward who doesn't even dare to face the enemy. It's a sin for the Loriaman royal family to have a princess like you. Wow, what did you say? Sylvia's body trembled. She was stunned on the spot. That dragon is clearly very dangerous to Ansari City. It's even destroying it. Wu Yan looked at the giant dragon that was spitting dragon breath to destroy Ansari City. His mocking voice reverberated towards Sylvia. The citizens of Ansari City are facing danger. A princess like you actually doesn't care about the safety of your own country's citizens. You plan to hide here like a coward. What an eye-opener. I. Sylvia's body trembled again and again. Her pretty face was as white as paper. Forget it. It's the same if I go alone. Wu Yan glanced at Sylvia and walked to Lancelot's side. Lend Lancelot to me. Lend Lancelot? Sylvia was stunned again. She quickly shook her head. No. How can Lancelot fight that kind of monster? He can't even compare to it in terms of size. Ha! Wu Yan laughed. His laughter was unusually sarcastic. You want to impose your own incompetence on your fall? You're really something, aren't you? No. It's not like that. Aren't you the one who knows Lancelot the best? Wu Yan coldly interrupted. In your heart, is Lancelot a holy dragon that can't even defeat that disgusting reptile? This. Seeing Sylvia's confused look, Wu Yen sighed. He turned around and patted Lancelot's head. Lancelot, since that's the case, let us show your owner just how strong you are. Roar. Lancelot roared without hesitation and obediently lay down in front of Wu Yen. Lancelot. Sylvia was stunned when she saw Lancelot's expression of submission. Now is not the time for you to be in a daze. Wu Yen grabbed Sylvia by the waist and jumped onto Lancelot's back amidst Sylvia's shriek of surprise. Come and see for yourself. See how strong Lancelot is. Roar. Lancelot let out a hot-blooded dragon roar. He kicked his four limbs and soared into the sky with a muffled sound. Chapter 1299. Roar. The roar that turned into a strong storm swept through the entire area, instantly blowing the glass and wooden tiles of all the surrounding buildings into pieces. Like garbage, the sound waves shot out like bullets, destroying all the buildings on the scene. Boom! The dark gray dragon stomped its foot on the ground. With its foot as the center, the ground cracked inch by inch, bringing with it a nauseating stench that filled the square below. What is that? Wah! Run! It wasn't until this time that the crowd in the square began to flee in panic, fleeing aimlessly into the distance. Although the security officers of Ansari State suppressed the fear in their hearts, tried to maintain order, evacuate the crowd, and seek refuge, it was still difficult to control the panic of the crowd. The huge square was like a battlefield. Countless guests rushed out of the surrounding buildings and scattered crazily with the fleeing crowd. They completely ignored a portion of the people who fell in panic. Some of them even cruelly stepped on their bodies in order to escape the scene. The plaza was already in a state of panic. Riding on a guffrin, Lebecca saw this scene as soon as she arrived. She couldn't help but grit her teeth and look forward. Her beautiful emerald-like eyes emitted a rarely seen sharpness. A ferocious flow of magic reverberated from her body and filled the entire plaza. Then, a golden magic array flashed above Lebecca's head, emitting a dense golden light. Up here! A magic spear that can kill in one hit. With a stern shout, Lebecca extended one of her hands and grabbed at the magic array above her head. She clenched her fist and the next moment, Lebecca clenched her fist. A huge black and red spear that looked like a drill appeared in her hand. It was a magic device unique to every Holy Knight's armor. If the elves' defensive barrier was spiritual equipment, and the true power of the elves lay in the angel, then the Holy Sky Dragon Knight's defensive barrier would be the Holy Knight armor, and the true power of the Holy Sky Dragon Knight lay in the Holy Knight armor. This was the intrinsic magic device of the Holy Knight armor. Its name is Kai Borgu. Lebecca opened her eyes and a sharp glint flashed through them. She grabbed the drill-like spear and tensed her body, forcefully projecting her intrinsic magic device. His name was Kai. Borgu's magic spear turned into a flash of light, accompanied by a sharp piercing sound that made people's ears hurt. It was as if it had traveled through space, and before the dark gray dragon could react, it struck its head. Bam! A dense flash of light pierced through the entire area, and the loud rumble caused the atmosphere to tremble. The giant dragon's head was easily pierced through, and it exploded into pieces, causing a burst of black smoke. It shrouded the dragon's missing head. Phew! Lebecca involuntarily let out a sigh of relief, but her expression soon changed. The black smoke slowly dissipated, exposing the ferocious and terrifying headless appearance of the giant dragon in the air. Not a single drop of blood flowed out of the wound on its neck. There were only pieces of rotten flesh. However, the piece of flesh on the decaying wound suddenly seemed to come alive. It began to squirm and quickly spread into the shape of a dragon's head. In the next second, the dragon returned to its original form. What? Witnessing this surreal scene with her own eyes, even Lebecca's expression changed abruptly, and she cried out in alarm. Roar! At this moment, the decaying dragon's ferocious eyes revealed traces of madness. It tilted its body, and the tail hanging behind it swept out like a giant whip. A sharp sound reverberated, and the tail that had turned into a black shadow swept towards Lebecca. Lebecca's eyes narrowed, and with a delicate cry, she reached out with her slender hand. Of course, Lebecca didn't want to use her own hand to receive the dragon's attack. Otherwise, even if she had the Holy Knight armor, she would be sent flying and heavily injured. After all, no matter how ugly her opponent was, it was still a dragon, and it seemed to be a holy dragon that had matured to a higher level than Guffrin. Receiving its attack with her bare hands was definitely a foolish thing to do. Thus, Lebecca mobilized the magic power of the Holy Knight armor, and through the rider's consciousness, it fused with Guffrin's magic power and instantly superimposed. Roar! Guffrin let out a roar that wasn't any weaker than the decaying dragon's roar from before. His forelimbs stretched out like Lebecca's, and the magic power in his body and Lebecca's combined turned into billowing waves. Soon after, a magic formation that was as large as Guffrin's body shook, and it blocked in front of Lebecca and Guffrin. Boom! With a loud muffled sound, the decaying dragon's tail slammed heavily into the magic array. The shockwave immediately exploded violently with the dragon's tail and the magic array as the center, causing the surrounding buildings to fall down like building blocks with irresistible force. The most fundamental difference between a Holy Sky Dragon Knight and a Dragon Knight was that the dragon's master didn't have the Holy Knight armor. It wasn't just because the Holy Knight's armor could increase the owner's combat strength. It could also increase the owner's own fall's strength. Under such circumstances, 1 + 1 was definitely more than just 2. This was the true strength of a Holy Sky Dragon Knight. Thus, even though the decaying dragon's growth rate was higher than Guffrin's, its attack was still firmly blocked. Ha! Lebecca let out another shout, and the magic formation that blocked the decaying dragon's tail madly spun, creating a powerful repulsive force. Bang! As if struck by a heavy hammer, the repulsive force fiercely passed through the dragon's tail and landed on the decaying dragon's body. Following a shockwave, the decaying dragon was forced back without any explanation. Its body tilted and heavily smashed into the ground. With a boom, the ground trembled and cracked open inch by inch. Guffrin! Lebecca had no intention of showing any mercy. Together with Guffrin, she was about to pursue the decaying dragon and destroy it once and for all. However, President Lebecca! Stop! Below the square, a sharp cry rang out, causing Lebecca to subconsciously stop her attack. She looked towards the source of the voice, and immediately, the image of a male student in academy uniform appeared before her eyes. Lebecca was shocked. Yeah, sure. President Lebecca. You can't attack directly. As Yashur ran over, he shouted his reason at the top of his lungs. Yak. Yak was sucked into that guy's body. What did you say? Lebecca cried out in shock. Roar! In the time it took to cry out, the decaying dragon on the ground suddenly raised its head and opened its toothless mouth at Lebecca and Guffrin. Magic formations filled with boundless magic power shot out and rippled upward. Danger! Yashur's expression changed greatly. Damn it! Lebecca's expression changed as well. In the next instant, layers of magic formations shot out. The ripples in the air condensed into a destructive shockwave and shot toward Lebecca, who was standing above Guffrin's head like a jet of fire. It was an offensive magic unique to the dragon race. It could also be said to be their strongest offensive magic, Dragon Breath. Lebecca clenched her teeth and extended her paladin-armored hand. Strands of magic power surged from her hand as she planned to meet the incoming dragon breath head-on. However, just as the breath of the decaying dragon was about to strike Lebecca, a searing torrent of mana of similar attributes descended from the sky without warning. Shockingly, it was also a dragon's breath. Bang! At the critical moment, the dragon breath descending from the sky clashed with the dragon breath of the decaying dragon in front of Lebecca. It was as if two waves were crashing into each other, causing the atmosphere to reverberate and mana ripples to cancel each other out. Lebecca, who was about to take the attack from the decaying dragon, and Yashur, who was running over, were startled. They looked up at the source of the descending dragon breath. A holy dragon with silvery white fur and a small but familiar body appeared in their field of vision. Two figures were standing on the back of the sacred dragon. Lebecca and Yashur were delighted. Rune! Your Highness! They were Wu Yen and Sylvia, who had arrived on Lancelot the Holy Dragon. Chapter 1300. Corpse Ash Dragon. Level 72. Wu Yen rode on Lancelot with one knee on the ground. He held the reins with one hand and carried Sylvia with the other. She didn't dare to look at the Corpse Ash Dragon. He glanced at the Corpse Ash Dragon and obtained its information through the system. Then, he looked at Lebecca with admiration in his eyes. Wu Yen didn't see the entire battle between Lebecca and the Corpse Ash Dragon. However, Wu Yen saw the scene of Lebecca suppressing Corpse Ash Dragon from afar while he was riding on Lancelot's back. Although Lebecca was able to suppress the Corpse Ash Dragon, whose level was higher than hers, not only because of Gyvlin's assistance, but also because of her powerful intrinsic magic device. The Corpse Ash Dragon's body had completely decayed, so it definitely wasn't as powerful as a level 72 Holy Dragon of the Dragon race. However, the fact that she was able to suppress the Corpse Ash Dragon in such a short time was enough to prove her strength. If Yashur hadn't shouted something at Lebecca, causing her to stop her attack, Corpse Ash Dragon would have been annihilated by now, wouldn't it? As expected of the strongest existence in the Ansari Kingdom's Dragon Riding Academy. Sighing, Wu Yen glanced at Sylvia, who still has her eyes closed. She still has a faint trace of fear on her face. He sighed. Compared to Empress Truard, Princess Blue Ice wasn't as popular, but her reputation was on par with Empress Truard. Yet, there was an absolute difference in strength between the two. Even her mental fortitude was a level lower than Princess Blue Ice. This is truly shocking. However, no matter what, Sylvia's strength as a Dragon Knight was unquestionable, and she had just been promoted to the first year of the advanced class. She was only 16 years old and had grown up in a greenhouse. Her actual combat experience was all training. She had never fought a real battle before, so he couldn't ask for too much from Sylvia. After all, not every princess is as outstanding as Sylph. Of course. If possible, Wu Yen wouldn't mind helping Sylvia out. Now, the timing isn't bad. Open your eyes. The cold words caused Sylvia's shoulders to tremble. She opened her eyes in fear and she looked at Wu Yen with a bit of fear in her eyes. She didn't even care about her shyness. She hugged Wu Yan's neck tightly and stuck to his body. Her voluptuous breasts pressed against Wu Yan's body until they were flat. However, Wu Yen didn't lose his composure. At the very least, he can't afford to be distracted. Take a good look at how weak the person you fear is and how strong Lancelot will become because of his master's strength. Wu Yen slowly closed his eyes and inserted his consciousness into Lancelot's body like the roots of a tree. It entered Lancelot's body and merged with Lancelot's consciousness, transmitting to each other. Lancelot is a divine dragon. But he's only a young divine dragon. Therefore, not only was his physique inferior to Gu Fulin's, even his strength was inferior. Of course, his level. Lancelot. Level 64. Just like the information from the system, Lancelot is only around the middle of the 7th rank. Even if Lancelot relied on the dragon race's powerful physical strength and dragon blood magic to unleash the power of a peak mid-7th order powerhouse, which was very close to a high 7th order powerhouse, he was still not a match for the 8th order Corpse Grey Dragon. Although the Corpse Grey Dragon can't unleash its full power due to the decay of its body, it's still not something a middle of the 7th rank dragon can deal with. However, the dragon riders in this world are a very special existence. They were able to combine their consciousness with the consciousness of the contracted dragon, thus causing the power that the dragon could exert to fluctuate. Excellent riders can make use of the dragon's power reasonably and send out commands through their consciousness to greatly increase the dragon's power, even surpassing the level it should be at. Like Rebecca and Gyvlin. That's it. It's the same the other way around. Weak riders can also use their weak dragon riding skills to affect the dragon's power, causing them to give the wrong command and use the wrong battle method, thus lowering the dragon's power. Wu Yen is the former. Possessing the infinite martial refinement, and having personally battled with experts on more than one occasion, if he were to fuse his consciousness with Lancelot, he would definitely be able to greatly increase Lancelot's power. He can even challenge someone of a higher rank. At this time, Wu Yen connected his consciousness with Lancelot's and conveyed his battle techniques and methods. The best way to unleash power. The fastest flight path. The most complete battle experience. And the strongest battle technique. At this moment, Wu Yen seems to have become Lancelot, controlling Lancelot's body and using endless martial refinement as the foundation to unleash extraordinary power. He opened his eyes and his lips curled into a grin. Hold on tight, don't get thrown out. Sylvia flinched when she heard this. She didn't quite understand what Wu Yen meant. But in the next second, Sylvia understood why Wu Yen said that. Roar like a war horn, Lancelot roared at the sky. The magic in his body surged out and wrapped around his body. In a way invisible to the naked eye, the magic surrounding his body condensed into the shape of a bullet with a sharp front and a cylindrical back. Whoosh, accompanied by a sharp sound, Lancelot broke through the air and his speed increased by more than 10 times as he shot out. Sylvia only felt that the blood in her body was about to be flung out. The powerful centrifugal force made her want to scream, but the moment she opened her mouth, a stream of air rushed into her mouth, causing her voice to be stuck in her throat. Her face was full of shock. Is this really Lancelot flying? This speed. Isn't it a little too scary? Don't talk, you'll bite your tongue. Tightening his arms and hugging Sylvia even tighter, Wu Yan lowered his head and glanced at the corpse-gray dragon below. A cold light flashed in his wine-red eyes. Go! Lancelot! Roar, as if he had been waiting for Wu Yan to say this, Lancelot roared. His body spun in the air and shot toward the corpse-gray dragon like an arrow. An ice-blue magic array flashed in front of him, and a scorching dragon's breath burned the air and descended violently. Roar, the corpse-gray dragon did not want to be outdone and roared as well. Magic arrays of different sizes popped out from the front of the dragon's mouth and gradually overlapped. A dragon's breath with a decaying aura shot out from it and met the scorching dragon's breath head-on. Boom! The two surging dragon breaths were like two erupting volcanoes. They collided fiercely in the air, creating a loud explosion. The collision brought about a violent shockwave and sparks, bursting into the entire arena. On the ground, rocks were cracking and buildings were collapsing. Thick smoke and dust were stirred up and spread in all directions. Roar, the corpse-gray dragon's ferocious eyes shone with a crazy light. The magic in its body flowed like water into the magic array in front of its mouth. The decaying dragon's breath was like adding oil to a fire. Its scale expanded instantly and overpowered Lancelot's dragon's breath. In terms of dragon's breath and magic, Lancelot, a holy dragon who had yet to mature, could not compete with the corpse-gray dragon, which had matured even more than Gyvlin. However, the lack of dragon's breath and magic did not mean that its strength was the same. Whoosh, with a sharp sound, a black shadow like a drill swept up the surrounding airflow and shot out from the flame-like dragon's breath like a tornado. It split the dragon's breath in half, broke through the dragon's breath in the atmosphere, and hit the corpse-gray dragon's decaying body heavily. Boom! Roar! A thunderous explosion resounded through the clouds and created a sound wave. The corpse-gray dragon roared again, but its roar was mournful. Instead of sounding mighty, it was filled with pain. Its huge body turned into an afterimage and shot backward like a marble. It smashed into a mountain not far from Ansari City. With a muffled sound and dust filling the air, the corpse-gray dragon's body was embedded in a layer of rock, forming the shape of a dragon. It was only then that the rapidly spinning drill bit stopped spinning after the dragon's breath was broken. A dragon's silhouette appeared, and it flew upward in a spiraling manner. That dragon image was Lancelot. Rebecca was stunned. Yashur was also stunned. The drill bit just now was actually formed by Lancelot's rapid rotation. Chapter 1301. Using the body as a weapon had always been a dragon's specialty. However, Rebecca and Yashur didn't think that Lancelot's method of spinning his body into a drill bit was his fighting style. No, it should be said that no dragon would want to do such a thing. It was no longer a matter of whether or not a dragon wanted to do it, it was a matter of whether or not they could do it. Even though it seemed very powerful, there was a fundamental problem. With the rotation of the dragon at such a high frequency, would the rider be able to ride the dragon stably in such a situation, let alone the feeling of the dragon itself? Naturally, the answer was no. However, Wu Yan, who was still riding steadily on Lancelot's back without a change in expression, told Rebecca and Yashur that he had done it. This was no longer something that could be described as a miraculous dragon riding skill. It was a terrifying dragon riding skill that could explain Rebecca and Yashur's current state of mind. If even Rebecca and Yashur were like this, there was no need to even mention Sylvia, who was riding on Lancelot's back. Sylvia's head was still dizzy from the extreme spinning just now, and a faint feeling of wanting to vomit continuously assaulted her mind. Sylvia resisted the urge to vomit, her heart completely enveloped by a feeling of disbelief. Was this what true power was like? Was this the level that Lancelot could reach? Was this the miracle that a rider could achieve? Was this what she was lacking in? So there was an excellent rider. Lancelot could be this strong. Sylvia's fear of the corpse-ash dragon was overshadowed by these thoughts. At this moment, Sylvia finally understood that the reason she was afraid of the corpse ash dragon was not because it was too powerful, but because its appearance was too ferocious. She was just like an ordinary girl who was afraid of it. Saying that Lancelot wasn't a match for this monster was just a cover for her cowardice. Understanding this, Sylvia's heart. She was immediately filled with disappointment and sadness. Herself. She was still a coward in the end. Humans have to constantly look forward. Just as Sylvia's heart was filled with disappointment and gloom, a familiar voice suddenly echoed in her heart, causing Sylvia's entire body to tremble. It's precisely because you're too weak that you want to become stronger. It was also because of his own weakness. That's why I want to be strong. So, if you want to become strong, you must first admit that you are too weak and want to become strong. You have to admit your weakness. Since you've made a mistake, you should bravely admit it. Isn't that the Wang family's teachings? Like the light that pointed out the path, the stern yet gentle words pierced deeply into Sylvia's heart like a sharp sword, shattering all the confusion in her heart and enlightening her. That's right. Since you've made a mistake, you should bravely admit it. Isn't that the Wang family's teachings? I was too muddle-headed. The dizziness and nausea disappeared along with the confusion in her heart, and Sylvia's icy blue eyes regained their original luster. Seeing this scene, Wu Yan smiled. His smile was very gratified. At least he didn't waste all his saliva. He raised his head and looked forward. Seeing the corpse dragon shatter the surrounding rock layer and climb out of the mountain, Wu Yan revealed a bloodthirsty smile. Since the matter with the princess was settled, there was no point in keeping this disgusting dragon alive. Lancelot! Roar as Wu Yan coldly shouted. Lancelot's eyes flashed with a bloody light. He raised his head and forcefully inhaled towards the sky with his large mouth. Streams of air that could be seen with the naked eye followed Lancelot's roar like flowing water, surging towards Lancelot's dragon head and rapidly rotating. An ice-blue magic array shook the air and suddenly expanded. Together with the swirling airflow, it condensed into a halo and covered the fluctuating magic array wheel. That's... Rebecca and Sylvia's pupils shrank at the same time. Exerting a certain frequency of vibration to cause the surrounding atmosphere to vibrate, and using the vibrating atmosphere to form an impact. Wasn't that the sword skill Wu Yan used to tame Guffrin, chaotic return to horizon dance? The corners of Wu Yan's mouth slowly curled up, and his expression turned serious. Roar, Lancelot roared fiercely, and the scorching dragon's breath once again burst out from the magic array in front of his dragon head. With an irresistible force, it rushed down toward the corpse-gray dragon. However, this dragon breath was different from the ones before. Not only did it form a high-pressure spiral of concentrated dragon breath, but there was also a dazzling halo around the spiral of concentrated dragon breath. Roar! The corpse dragon seemed to sense a strong sense of danger from the dragon breath, and its roar seemed to contain traces of fear. It hurriedly set up overlapping magic formations, and used dragon breath with a decaying aura to meet the spiraling dragon breath. Boom! A violent explosion shook heaven and earth. The two dragon breaths collided with each other in the most violent way possible, and at that moment, even space itself seemed to ripple. However, unlike the previous collision, this time, Corpse Ash Dragon did not even have the chance to replenish his mana and increase the power of his dragon breath. The spiral-shaped dragon breath with glowing edges pierced through the incoming dragon breath like an arrow piercing through cloth, shattering Corpse Ash Dragon's dragon breath. Boom! Another muffled sound rang out. The spiraling dragon breath descended from the sky, and heavily struck the corpse dragon's decaying body at close range. The chaotic mana shattered the corpse dragon's body. The corpse dragon didn't even have the chance to scream. Its entire upper body was reduced to minced meat by the spiraling dragon breath, and it was incinerated without a trace. Its attack power was comparable to an attack from Rebecca's intrinsic magic device. Lancelot, who used this attack, was only at the intermediate 7th rank. Rebecca, Sylvia, and Yashur widened their eyes in shock, and in return, Wu Yan chuckled softly. The principle behind the chaotic return to horizon dance was to apply a certain frequency of vibration to the sword, causing the surrounding atmosphere to vibrate, and using the vibrating atmosphere to form an impact to condense and compress the attack. Here, Wu Yan changed the medium of vibration from the sword to Lancelot's dragon breath, and condensed the dragon breath into a spiraling shape, causing the atmosphere to vibrate and form an impact. In that case, the dragon breath unleashed by using the principles of the chaotic return to horizon dance would be the power of Lancelot's own dragon breath combined with the power of the chaotic return to horizon dance to form a brand new dragon breath. Its name was Perforate Dragon Breath Dance. Done. Perforate Dragon Breath Dance. Sylvia muttered as if she was sleep-talking. What power? Rebecca and Yashur exchanged glances. Follow up the victory. While everyone was still immersed in the might of the Perforate Dragon Breath Dance, Wu Yen rode on Lancelot and raised his head to take a deep breath. He planned to use the Perforate Dragon Breath Dance again and directly eliminate the corpse Grey Dragon. Wait, Rune! Yashur hurriedly shouted when he saw Wu Yan's intention. You can't. Yak is in that dragon's body. You'll hurt her if you do that. Wu Yan and Sylvia were slightly shocked when they heard that. They immediately pulled on the reins to stop Lancelot's attack. Roar! The moment Lancelot stopped attacking, the corpse ash dragon, which had lost its upper body, let out a furious roar from an unknown part of its body. The flesh on its body wriggled and instantly expanded, condensing into the shape of a dragon. In just a moment, the corpse Grey Dragon returned to its original state. Before Wu Yan, Rebecca, and Sylvia could react, the corpse Grey Dragon opened its mouth and set up a dragon breath formation. It launched a violent attack at Yashur, who was still rooted to the spot after shouting. Watch out! Wu Yan, Rebecca, and Sylvia were shocked when they saw the corpse Grey Dragon's dragon breath fall on Yashur without warning. Bzzz. Suddenly, a dazzling halo flashed from Yashur's body. It shattered the dragon breath into primal magic power and scattered it all over the place. Wu Yan and the others were slightly stunned. At the same time, the halo gradually revealed its original form. It turned into a dazzling knight's armor that appeared on Yashur's body. Traces of magic power surged on it. Holy Knight's armor! The three of them couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Chapter 1302. The sudden change caused everyone present to have a dazed expression on their faces, including Yashur, who was equipped with the Saint Knight armor. This is... Yashur raised his hands and looked at the cold armor covering them. He clenched his fists and a strange power filled his body. Although Yashio had never felt such power before, he instantly understood the essence of this power. It was the magic of the Dragon Clan. In other words, the armor on his body was the genuine Holy Knight armor. I have the Holy Knight armor? I've become a Holy Dragon Knight? Less than a month ago, Yashu, who had been a dragon nurturer who hadn't even been born fall, was at a loss. Yashu seemed to have heard someone's voice and his eyes widened. When he reacted, confidence appeared on his face and he shouted in the direction of the corpse dragon. Thanks, Yak. Yak. Rebecca was surprised. Could it be that the Holy Knight armor was given to Yashu by Yak? How is that possible? Sylvia cried out in shock. To create the Holy Knight armor, one must first become a holy dragon. Is Yak a holy dragon? But she was just born. Even if she becomes a holy dragon, without a certain amount of magic, she can't create the Holy Knight armor. Yak, on the other hand, is only a baby dragon less than a month old, yet she has enough magic to create the Holy Knight armor. Wu Yan's eyes flickered. Yak, you are indeed not an ordinary dragon. Suddenly, Wu Yan felt an intense gaze on him. He narrowed his eyes. Wu Yan pulled on the reins and turned to look in the direction of the gaze. He saw the tallest clock tower in Ansari City. It was so tall that he could see the entire city. At the top of the clock tower, in front of the balcony, a tall, thin, silver-haired man wearing a mask stood there. His hair was silver, and his bangs were crimson in color. Next to the man, there was another woman with long black hair tied into a ponytail behind her head. She was a petite girl wearing revealing clothes. The source of the gaze was the silver-haired masked man. Wu Yan frowned when he saw the man and woman. A thoughtful look appeared in his eyes. Rune, Your Highness. Below him, Yashu suddenly stomped on the ground and activated the magic power of the Holy Knight armor. He shot up into the sky and turned into a blur. In the blink of an eye, he landed behind Wu Yan and Sylvia and stood on Lancelot's back. You! She looked at the person who could only shout helplessly on the ground a second ago, but at this moment, he was wearing the Holy Knight armor that even Sylvia dreamed of. Sylvia's eyes were filled with complicated emotions as she looked at Yashu, who was emitting a mighty aura. Xianxia didn't notice the complicated look in Sylvia's eyes as he stared at the corpse-gray dragon below. His first sentence was shocking. "I want to ride that dragon. Wah!" Sylvia was the first to gasp. "Ride that dragon? Are you crazy?" "No. I'm serious." Xianxia's face under the helmet revealed a solemn expression. "I can ride any dragon, and with the help of the Holy Knight armor, I might be able to make that dragon listen to me obediently. That way, not only will I be able to stop it from attacking, I might even be able to save Yak inside its body." This. Sylvia was at a loss for words for Wu Yan. Although it sounded ridiculous, it was undoubtedly the most feasible method at this stage. Moreover, Xianxia had the Holy Knight armor. Even if he wasn't careful and took the risk to ride the corpse dragon and failed, he would at least be able to save his own life. "Let's give it a try." While Sylvia's face was still filled with uncertainty, below, a strange scene unfolded. Lebecca, who was riding Guffrin and facing off against the corpse dragon, shouted, "Even if we can't ride the dragon, as long as we can merge the rider's consciousness with the dragon's, we might be able to find a way to make it stop." "Lebecca has a point." Wu Yan nodded and turned around. Before Sylvia could react, he stuffed the reins in her hands. "Sylvia, why don't you ride on Lancelot and send Xianxia over to the dragon?" Me. Sylvia panicked and became uneasy. Aye. "What are you afraid of?" Wu Yan pressed down on Sylvia's shoulder. "Didn't you see it just now? Lancelot beat it to a pulp." "But you were the one riding Lancelot." Sylvia tightened her grip on the reins and said in a low voice, I don't have such excellent dragon riding skills like you. I can't display such power." "I'm not asking you to fight, I'm just asking you to send Xianxia over." Wu Yan gripped Sylvia's shoulder and looked her in the eye. "Don't tell me that you're afraid of sending someone over?" No. Calm down." Wu Yan tightened his grip again. "I'm sure Lancelot would love for you to ride on it and settle this matter personally." Roar! Lancelot immediately let out a long howl and echoed Wu Yan's words. Sylvia was stunned for a moment before her expression settled down and she took a deep breath. "I understand." Taking Wu Yan's place and sitting on Lancelot's back, Sylvia's expression returned to her usual calm and collected self. "Although I can't do what you did, I swear in the name of the Loriaman royal family that I will abandon fear and send Xianxia to Blake. Blake, send him to that dragon and face it head-on." "That's more like it." Wu Yan and Xianxia laughed. Sylvia blushed and looked at Wu Yan suspiciously. "What about you? Look over there." Wu Yan didn't waste time and turned to look at the clock tower. Sylvia and Xianxia followed Wu Yan's gaze and looked over. Then, a man and a woman on the clock tower entered their sight. "That's suspicious." Wu Yan lowered his voice. "I suspect that they are the culprits behind the dragon's attack on Ansari City, so I want to take a look." "You alone?" Sylvia and Xianxia had grave expressions on their faces. "Will it work?" Ha! Wu Yan chuckled. "Who do you think I am?" Wu Yan jumped down from Lancelot's back and he landed firmly on the ground against the howling winds. He then dashed towards the clock tower. He's fine after jumping down from such a high place and he's not even wearing a paladin armor. Xianxia was speechless. "Rune, who is he?" I don't know." Sylvia pulled on the reins in her hand and revealed a beautiful smile. "But I'm sure he's a good person." If Wu Yan finds out that Sylvia gave him a card, he would probably reconsider pulling Sylvia in, right? On the other side, at the top of the clock tower, Lord Mikhail's. The dark-skinned petite girl stared at Lancelot who was flying toward the corpse ash dragon in the sky. Her tone turned solemn. Beside him, the masked man called Makawos looked at the sky without any change in his expression. His voice was indifferent. "Looks like we met with an unexpected accident." In his hand was a huge black sword that was more than half the size of his body. It was a giant sword that was as black as ink, with blood-like veins running through it. It gave off an ominous aura, as if it was a tainted holy sword. Upon closer inspection, one could see traces of mana fluctuating on the pitch-black greatsword. The experiment failed, Anya. Makawos watched with his own eyes as Yaxu jumped onto the corpse gray dragon's back and successfully steered the corpse gray dragon into the sky. He immediately turned around and spoke without any reluctance. "When we get back, investigate that boy and girl." "Girl?" Anya showed a doubtful expression when she heard Makawo's words. She knew the boy. He was referring to the one who successfully controlled the corpse dragon. But who was the girl? Saint Heavenly Dragon Knight Lebecca? Randall? Or the fourth princess of House Lorimon, Sylvia? Mikaos didn't answer Anya's questions. He picked up the black greatsword and walked towards the entrance of the clock tower. "Retreat." "Yes." Despite her doubts, Anya still obeyed Makawos' arrangement. However, Makawos and Anya, who were walking towards the entrance, quickly stopped in their tracks. That was because there was already a person standing at the entrance. Chapter 1303. Who is it? Looking at the figure that appeared at the entrance without the slightest warning, the pupils hidden under the mask narrowed slightly. Anya was also startled. She scuttled in front of Mikoto's like a guard, grabbing a whip and fiercely lashing it out. A sharp sound of the whip breaking through the air was heard as it lashed forward. Just by the sound, one could tell that its lethality was not low. However, it was a pity that such a powerful attack was caught by a hand in an extremely straightforward manner. That hand forcefully grabbed the whip shadow. Wah! Anya was shocked. She tried to pull her whip back, but it didn't come back at all. She couldn't believe it. Don't look at Anya's extremely petite build. She was born from a rare fighting race, Roast, Scion. Although her fighting ability could not be compared to the dragon race, it was not something that could be easily dealt with by a dragon. That was why Anya had become Mikaos' bodyguard to ensure his safety. If this happened to a sacred sky dragon knight equipped with paladin armor, Annie would not be surprised at all. However, she did not see any trace of paladin armor on the other party, not even an ordinary armor. The other party took her attack with a pure human body. Moreover, it was done very easily. This also proved that the other party's fighting ability was at least not below Annie's. "We just met and I'm already being treated so rudely." He ignored the whip that was constantly twitching as it tried to break free from his control. Wu Yen first glanced at Annie and then looked at Makovi's with a smile. "It seems that the attack of the corpse ash dragon is most likely related to you." Hearing this, Annie's heart tightened as she realized that she had done something stupid. If she had not attacked just now, the other party would not have any evidence to prove that they were suspicious even if their clothes were a bit special. Thinking of this, Annie clenched her teeth as killing intent appeared in her eyes. "Since you've discovered so many things, then, please obediently accept your fate." "So many things?" Wu Yen shook his head. No. At most, I only know that you guys are the culprits behind the corpse ash dragon's actions. I don't know anything else. If possible, I hope you can try your best to answer my questions and let me know more. Don't even think about it." Anya's free hand reached behind her back and pulled out a sharp dagger with a crisp sound. "I won't let you get close to Mikaos." "Oh, so it's called Wu Yen." Wu Yen nodded in realization, once again making Anya realize that she had done something wrong. She clenched her teeth fiercely, her eyes filled with vigilance. How loyal. Seeing Anya standing in front of Makawos with a vigilant expression, Lin Sanjiu thought to herself. Wu Yen shrugged. "You remind me of Elaine. Both of you are equally loyal. I wonder if the Mikaos you mentioned is as disgusting as Will Scott." Anya, although she didn't know who the Elaine and Will Scott that Wu Yen mentioned were, when she heard Wu Yen calling Mikaos disgusting, she was about to explode but was stopped by Mikaos. Looking past Anya's frail body, Mikaos raised his face that was covered with a cold mask and looked at Wu Yen. Who are you?" "Me." Wu Yen raised an eyebrow and looked at his Ansari Dragon Riding Academy uniform. He pretended to sigh. "As you can see, I'm just an ordinary student." "Ordinary student?" "Yes." Wu Yen smiled meaningfully. "At least for now." "For now." Mikaos lowered his head and remained silent. "Then, since you asked me a question, I'll ask you a question too." His gaze swept towards the pitch-black greatsword in Mikaos' hand. Wu Yen narrowed his eyes when he felt the magical energy and ominous aura fluctuating from it. "That great sword in your hand isn't ordinary, right?" This is the product of mechanical engineering that the Empire is proud of and the magical engineering that the dragons have been developing for a long time. In other words, it's the product of magical engineering. Miko Wise didn't hide anything and he didn't mince his words. Wu Yan frowned and his eyes flashed with apathy. Magical engineering, an academic that combines the magic of the dragons and mechanical engineering. This is the pride of the Cypheros Empire. You're from the Empire. The two strongest countries on the Uruxtran continent, the Shepron Kingdom and the Cypheros Empire, once fought a great war. Now, although the war had stopped, the Cold War between the two countries was still going on, and it had lasted for a full 50 years. Therefore, the relationship between the Shepron Kingdom and the Cypheros Empire, not to mention good, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it was bad. Under such circumstances, no one would believe that someone from the Cypheros Empire would appear in the knighthood of Lorimon without any ulterior motives. After all, although the Lorea Kingdom occupied the heart of the Uruxtran continent, it was only a small country and a vassal state. It was a vassal state that belonged to the Shepron Kingdom. In other words, the relationship between the Lorea Kingdom and the Cypheros Empire was close to being hostile. If that was the case, it would explain why the other party had sent a corpse ash dragon to attack Ansari City. To the people of the Cypheros Empire, the Lorea Kingdom was also hostile. No matter how many people died, they wouldn't feel any heartache. Naturally, no matter how many people were killed, it would be taken as a matter of course. That dragon doesn't look like an ordinary dragon. Wu Yan said as he swept his gaze towards the corpse ash dragon that was being taken away by Yashu. Not only is its body decaying, its fighting strength is weaker than a dragon of the same level. It also knows how to regenerate, it can't be killed no matter what. It can't be that it has something to do with that sword, right? This sword can use the ashes of dead dragons as a medium to allow dragons to return to this world and be controlled by the wielder to become a fighting force. Mikvas was silent for a moment before answering. You even guessed that, as expected, you're not an ordinary student. No wonder you can gather around the last descendant of the Avalon Holy Dragon royal family. Wu Yan's heart trembled. He raised his head and his gaze shot towards Mikvas like lightning. The last descendant of the Avalon Holy Dragon royal family? You said that AI is the last descendant of the Avalon Holy Dragon royal family? You actually know about the Avalon Holy Dragon royal family? Makawos's voice was filled with surprise as well. That's strange. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be anyone who knows about the existence of the Avalon Holy Dragon royal family. You seem to know a lot of things. Wu Yan's gaze towards Mikvas changed completely. It was as if he was staring at his prey. I think it's better for you to come with me and have a long talk. My apologies. Mikavez waved his hand and he tossed a black glowing object to Wu Yan. It's a gun. I don't have any intention of going with you. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, gunshots rang out in the bell tower. Wu Yan didn't expect the opponent to use a gun. His expression froze. His body tilted to the side and the black bullet scattered the afterimage he left behind. He dodged the bullet. Anya was shocked. Run. Mikvas made a prompt decision to retreat. He quickly fired at Wu Yan while retreating towards the balcony with his great sword. Trying to escape. Wu Yan's eyes flashed with a cold glint. With a leap, he dashed out like a phantom. He dodged the incoming bullets and arrived in front of Mikatos. While Mikatos's expression changed slightly, Wu Yan reached out his hand and grabbed Mikatos's hand that was holding the sword. Tise. Mikvas clenched his teeth and forcefully twisted his hand. The next moment, something that even Wu Yan didn't expect happened. With a crack sound, Makawos's hand was severed at the base, and his figure retreated explosively. Only then did Wu Yan realize that Mikvas' hand was actually a prosthetic. Wu Yan was taken aback by the sudden turn of events. In the blink of an eye, Mikavez picked up Anya's petite frame and jumped off the balcony before falling off the clock tower. Wu Yan reacted and quickly grabbed the black greatsword left behind by Mikvas. He rushed to the balcony and looked down. Unfortunately, Mikvas and Anya were long gone. Looking at the black greatsword in his hand, Wu Yan was silent. Chapter 1304. In the end, under Yashio's control, the corpse gray dragon left Ansari City and came to the sky. However, Yashio took out the intrinsic magic device of the paladin armor and slashed it in half, erasing it into nothingness. According to Yaxu, after riding the corpse grey dragon, the consciousness of the corpse grey dragon fused with him and transmitted a wish to him, hoping that Yaxu would be able to let it sleep underground again and no longer be controlled by others. In order for Yaxu to kill it, the corpse grey dragon even used its last bit of strength and promised to release Yak before Yaxu killed it. Thus, in the end, Yaxu was able to kill the corpse grey dragon without worry and save Yak from danger. It could be said that the one who saved Ansari City was Yaxu himself. However, Yaxu did not receive the support of the crowd after saving Ansari City. Instead, he was punched by Wu Yan, Lebecca, and Sylvia, causing him to fall to the ground. That was to be expected. According to the remnant consciousness of the corpse grey dragon, it should have protected Yak at the last moment before its death and returned underground. That is to say, if Yaxu didn't interfere twice, Wu Yan and Rebecca would have given up on dealing the final blow to Corpse Ash Dragon. Corpse Ash Dragon would have died a long time ago and Aiku would have been fine. In the end, because of Yashu's interference twice, things had become a lot more complicated. Naturally, everyone who had worked hard would be dissatisfied. Of course, Yaxu's interference was not completely without benefits. At the very least, Yak, the dragon girl who originally regarded Yaxu as her watchdog, finally acknowledged him. He finally acknowledged Yashu and even created a Holy Knight armor for Yashu. Unfortunately, it was not the Holy Knight armor that Yak created. The Dragon Clan had a shared inherited memory, which was the so-called Dragon Seed memory. In the dragon race, every dragon that had ever created a Holy Knight armor would store the design of their own Holy Knight armor in their Dragon Seed memory. Together with other memories, it would make it easier for the descendants of the dragon race to understand certain things. According to her, the paladin armor that Aik presented to Yashur is merely a replica of the paladin armor design left behind by her ancestors. The system also said that the Holy Knight armor was created by the holy dragons according to the data of its master's body. It was the most suitable magic equipment for its master. In other words, the Holy Knight armor Yak created was only a copy of the Holy Knight armor used by someone else. It was not suitable for Yaxu. Naturally, it could not be the same as the Holy Knight armor the holy dragons presented to their master because it was the most suitable and could unleash the most power. Yashu, who was equipped with the Holy Knight armor, could only be considered a half-baked Holy Sky Dragon Knight. Furthermore, as a copy, the Holy Knight armor had a time limit, making Yaxu even more half-baked. Not to mention, the replicas couldn't be worn by others at all. Yak had spent quite a bit of effort to pick out the parts that Yashur could equip from all the designs of the Holy Knight armor and piece them together to create a set of Holy Knight armor that was in a rush. The Holy Knight armor might not even be as good as a copy. But from another perspective, how many people in this world would have the opportunity to equip the Holy Knight armor? Even a princess like Sylvia did not have a Holy Knight armor, did she? Yaxu was able to equip the Holy Knight armor in a short time. Even if it was just a copy, pieced together from different places and had a time limit, it was enough to make people envious. Then, there was the discovery of Mikatu's. Without Yashu's interference, Wu Yan wouldn't have noticed Mikawosi's presence, allowing such a big fish to escape. Although Mikatu's still managed to escape in the end. But at least Wu Yan got to know one very important thing. Yak was the last descendant of the Holy Dragon Royal family of Avalon. With this information, Wu Yan could proceed with his first dungeon mission. After the incident of the corpse dragon attacking Ansari City came to an end, Ansari City started to clean up the mess. Fortunately, there were only injured people in this incident. No one died, which was a great fortune in the midst of misfortune. However, Ansari City still suffered quite a bit of damage. Many buildings were destroyed and a considerable number were partially destroyed. Especially the plaza that welcomed the corpse dragon, it was heavily damaged and could only be temporarily sealed. In order to restore Ansari City to its original state, the citizens will be very busy in the coming days. As for the origin of the corpse grey dragon and the behind-the-scenes incident, the mayor of Ansari City gave the reason that dragon matters should be handled by the Dragon Riding Academy, and handed over to the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy Student Council to be fully responsible for it. So, whether it was the information Wu Yan obtained from Mikatu's or the information Yaxu obtained from the corpse dragon's consciousness, all of it was collected by Lebecca. According to Lebecca, after collecting the information, she will report it to the higher-ups of knighthood. When the time comes, the Lorimon Holy Dragon Knights will take over and investigate the incident. Wu Yan snorted at Lebecca's words. No matter which world it was, organizations like the police would only rush to the scene after the incident to clean up the mess. The Lorimon Holy Dragon Knights were equivalent to the police of knighthood. They still inherited this glorious custom. How could Wu Yan not snort at them? However, this had nothing to do with Wu Yan. He already obtained the information he wanted. Although he didn't know how Mikatuz knew that Yak was the last descendant of the Holy Dragon royal family, if what Mikatuz said was true, it was clear to him which time he should return to. Wu Yan couldn't help but think that perhaps it was because Yak was the last descendant of the Holy Dragon royal family that she was born in this world as a human girl. Moreover, in less than a month after her birth, she was able to create the Holy Knight armor that only holy dragons could create. Even if it was just an imitation, it was still very impressive. After all, creating the Holy Knight armor required a lot of mana, and the prerequisite was that she was a holy dragon. Yet, Yak was able to do so. This also proved that Yak's rank was very likely Holy Dragon rank. Of course, this was what other people thought. Only Wu Yan knew that Yak was the last descendant of the Holy Dragon royal family. In terms of rank, she was much stronger than the so-called Holy Dragons. Of course, they couldn't tell at the moment. At least, Rebecca, Sylvia, Yaxu and even Yak herself couldn't tell. It was also because of this that Yak was pressed down on the sofa in the student council office. She was being sized up by the people around her. Sitting on the sofa in the student union office, Ai Ku had a fierce expression on her face. She looked around at the people who surrounded her. They looked as if they wanted to strip her naked and take a good look at her body structure. The anger in her heart continued to rise. "I say, all of you!" Raising her head, Ai Ku roared like a real dragon. "How long are you going to admire me like a work of art?" "Yak. Calm down." Yaxu chuckled as he coaxed Yak like he was serving a capricious young lady. "The president and the others just want to know how you can create the Holy Knight armor. They don't want to treat you like a work of art." "Didn't I say that I don't know about that?" Yak didn't seem to have any intention of calming down. She was still shouting loudly. "Besides, even if I created the Holy Knight armor in a hurry, there's no need to be so surprised, right?" "Perhaps there's no need to be surprised if other dragons created it," Wu Yan leisurely explained as he sipped his black tea. He was the only one who wasn't looking at Yak. "But you're just a dragon whelp that was born less than a month ago. Not only can you create the Holy Knight armor that only holy dragons can create, but you also have the ability to pay for the mana required to create the Holy Knight armor. What's there to be surprised about?" Yak didn't feel relieved. Instead, she proudly puffed out her chest and raised her head. "Who do you think I am? Do you think those normal dragons can compare to me?" Wu Yan, Rebecca, Sylvia, Yaxu and even Corset who came with Sylvia looked at each other speechlessly. Yak was smaller than any other dragon, but she was more arrogant than any other dragon. She was the only one of her kind. Chapter 1305. Looks like we won't be able to get anything out of this research. Rebecca retracted her gaze that had been sizing up Ai Ku. She raised her hands and hugged them in front of her chest. Her pair of full and round breasts suddenly became more prominent due to her unconscious actions, causing Yashu to blush. "We can only let experts research Yak." "Research?" As soon as Rebecca finished speaking, Yashu shuddered as if he heard some bad news. Yak jumped up from the sofa and shouted, "Don't even think about it. I will never let those professors do their research on me again. If anyone dares to research me again, I'll stomp them flat." Seeing Yashu and Yak's intense reaction, Wu Yan, Rebecca, Sylvia, and Cosette were stunned. Then, they remembered something. When Yak was just born, in order to figure out why a dragon like her would be born in this world as a human girl, the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy had also arranged for a doctor who had a great authority in dragon research to examine Yak. However, this doctor's research method was rather extreme. She had a strong interest in Ai Ku and even kidnapped Ai Ku in private, intending to dissect her. Fortunately, at that time, Sylvia just happened to bump into Yashur, who was jumping around anxiously because of Yak's disappearance. With Sylvia's help, Yashur finally found Yak and rescued her from the doctor's scalpel. Later, that professor didn't seem to want to give up on the opportunity to research Yak. She ran to the Ansari Dragon Academy and became Wu Yan, Yashu, and Sylvia's class teacher. While teaching, she was also eyeing Yak covetously. It was because of this that Xianxia and Yak reacted so violently. Thinking of this, Wu Yan and the girls looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Forget it, Rebecca. Wu Yan looked at Rebecca and shook his head. Since Aiku isn't willing, let's not force it. Anyway, there's no harm in this matter for us. This is a good thing for Xianxia. Just let it be. This. Rebecca pondered for a moment before nodding. Roland is right. It's not a bad thing anyway. Let's just let it be for now. Xianxia and Yak heaved a sigh of relief. Their expressions as if they had just escaped death amused everyone present. How unfortunate. Rebecca suddenly sighed regretfully. If it wasn't for the appearance of the corpse ash dragon, I wouldn't have been able to survive. I wanted to go on a date with Laurent that day. Pooh! Wu Yan, who had just sipped a mouthful of black tea, shuddered because of this sudden statement. He spat out all the tea and sprayed Xianxia, who was sitting opposite him, with an astonished expression on his face. I'm sorry. Wu Yan smiled apologetically and said, What are you talking about all of a sudden? A date. Sylvia's face slowly turned red, and her mind started to wander. This is shameless. As the student council president, how can you? Cosette looked at Sylvia in shock. Her Highness actually wavered. And not at all. That's not a shameless thing. Your Highness. Rebecca smiled and interrupted Sylvia's weak retort. The reward for winning the Aries Dragon ritual is a one-day date right. Have you all forgotten? Wu Yan and the rest were startled but soon understood. If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten. Wu Yan said, and Rebecca looked like she had suffered a blow. I didn't think. My date right would be forgotten by you. In the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy, Rebecca's popularity was at its peak. There wasn't a single student who didn't worship this powerful and beautiful goddess of their dreams. Otherwise, on the day of the Aries Dragon ritual, when Rebecca announced that the winner would get a one-day date with her, the spectators and contestants wouldn't have nearly rioted. A member of the opposite sex had forgotten about a date with Rebecca. Even if Rebecca was only pretending to be shocked, she still felt strange. On the contrary, Sylvia, Xianxia, and Yak looked at Wu Yan with praise. Not being affected by beauty, this is the attitude a true knight should have. Even President Rebecca's charm can be ignored. Laurent, you're amazing. Well, you're much better than my guard dog who only knows how to be infatuated with human females. Wu Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he heard the three of them talking about the same topic. Rebecca calmed herself down and she smiled. She whispered into Wu Yan's ear in a sweet voice. Then, when do you plan to exercise the one-day date right? Me. Wu Yan scratched his face and shrugged. I can do it any time. It depends on your mood. Then let's do it tomorrow. The corner of Rebecca's mouth curled into a happy arc. I'll look forward to it. Seeing how Wu Yan and Rebecca decided to go on a date in front of everyone, Xianxia couldn't help but feel envious. Yak snorted in disdain. Cosette maintained a smile on her face. Sylvia, on the other hand, had a bad feeling about this. Sylvia wasn't sure why that was the case. Maybe, Wu Yan is the only person who called her by her name, the only person who didn't hesitate to reprimand her when she made a mistake or was weak, and the only person who helped her out. His position in her heart has become a bit special. At that thought, Sylvia suddenly recalled something. Right. With a serious expression, Sylvia turned around and looked at Wu Yan. Speaking of the Aries Dragon ritual, I've also made a declaration to you. You won that time. You said that I have to promise you one thing. You can also mention that thing together. Speaking of which, there is indeed such a thing. Wu Yan first blinked his eyes and then nodded his head as though he was enlightened, revealing a bright smile. The next moment, Wu Yan uttered a sentence that shocked everyone in the audience. Sylvia, give me corset. The air froze. What? Xianxia opened his mouth wide. Cosette. Rebecca's expression froze. Give you? Sylvia stared blankly at Wu Yan, who is all smiles. Her petite body started trembling. She trembled from anger. Lord Roland. Cosette stuttered, Her cheeks flushed red as she took a small step back. Do you want to? Hey, are you guys thinking about the factory? Seeing everyone's expression, Wu Yan knew that they had taken his intentions in an evil direction. He grimaced and explained himself. I just want to borrow Corsette's time every morning. Every morning? However, not only did they not feel relieved, they were even more incredulous. Roland. Rebecca held her forehead and sighed. I know you guys are troubled by certain physiological phenomena in the morning, but even so, you can't let someone else solve it for you. Huh? Wu Yan is flabbergasted. Cosette is a very proper person. This time, Cosette took a few steps back as if she had met an idiot. Even a maid can't agree to Lord Roland's request. You impudent bastard! Sylvia's face was filled with anger. She clenched her fists and slowly approached Wu Yan. You're the public enemy of all women. You must be punished with the hammer of death when facing a female enemy. This is the Lorimon Wang family's rule. Stop imagining things, you horny people. Wu Yan was so angry that his hands were shaking. I just want Cosette to make breakfast for me because I like to laze in bed in the morning. What kind of setting is that? Hearing this, everyone froze again. Their expressions changed drastically and finally turned into awkwardness. So it's just breakfast. Rebecca shook her head in disappointment. I knew Lord Roland wasn't that kind of person. Sylvia turned her head away with a red face. If that's the case, please leave it to me. As if nothing had happened, Cosette wore the same smile on his face as always. I will make the best breakfast for Lord Roland. Seeing how everyone is trying to cover up their awkwardness, Wu Yan raised his head and looked at the ceiling, speechless. Chapter 1306. At night. After returning to his room, Wu Yan didn't lie down on his bed as usual. Instead, he silently closed his eyes and immersed his consciousness into his body. He activated his sensitive nerves and moved his consciousness towards a mysterious power within his body. To be more precise, he moved his consciousness towards one of the 3 mysterious powers within his body. Those are the 3 Magatama engravings. Wu Yan's consciousness gradually moved there and covered one of the Magatama engravings. His lips lightly opened. First, red jade. Activate. On Wu Yan's chest, the leftmost Magatama engraving suddenly lit up. Red jade mode. Activate. Wu Yan's command reverberated in the air. The Magatama engraving turned around and slowly sank into Wu Yan's body as if it was entering his body. Buzz. With a buzzing sound, the Magatama engravings that sank into Wu Yan's body suddenly exploded and turned into an indescribable mysterious power. It fused into every corner of Wu Yan's body. The next moment, Wu Yan's uniform turned black at a speed visible to the naked eye. Red veins crawled up the uniform and the veins spread out along with the black luster. In just a few moments, Wu Yan's uniform turned black and red. It also surged with a strong defensive power that is different from what it used to be. At this time, Wu Yan slowly opened his eyes. One of his wine-red pupils turned gold. There was a strange clock engraved on it. It looked extremely strange. Clenching his hands, Wu Yan's 1 red and 1 gold eyes flashed with a hint of discomfort. It made his movements a bit unnatural. This is Wu Yan's second time entering the red jade mode. The first time was when the Beast King was just born. It was to scout for information in the Behemoth Forest. In a battle with a long-arm ape, he had tested his skills, and this was the first time the red jade mode had shown its power. Since then, Wu Yan hasn't entered the red jade mode. Of course, this isn't the main reason why he feels uncomfortable. After all, the red jade mode is his bloodline ability. Normally, his body won't feel uncomfortable like this. What really made Wu Yan feel uncomfortable is the Ling energy within his body. Normally, it's magical power that flows in his body. Now that it's suddenly replaced with Ling energy, Wu Yan naturally felt a bit uncomfortable. But it only took a short while. When he completely adapted to the Ling energy within his body, Wu Yan raised his head. The golden eye of the clock flashed with strange waves. Emperor of Kaving, Zafkiel. The space behind him rotated and twisted as if a pen was drawing something on it. It drew a circle with wheels. Then, a huge clock with illusory wheels rotating around it slowly vibrated out of the space, causing ripples. Dungeon World. Star Carvings Dragon Knight. Dungeon Mission. Acquire. Mission 1. Enter the Red Jade mode of the character Tokisaki Kurumi, and use the ability of the Angel, Emperor of Carving, Zafkiel. Use the Bullet of 12, Yod Bet. Return to the Infant Ritual in the Abayan Forest when the Mother of Dragons placed the last descendant of the Holy Dragon royal family in the Abayan Forest. Obtain a drop of the first blood of the last descendant of the Holy Dragon royal family before he was born. Mission reward: 10,000 equipment points, item points, ability points, and summoning points. Mission 2. Not activated. Mission 3. Not activated. After confirming his Mission 1, he recalled the time he got from Yashu about the immature ritual. With a shake of his hand, a long and a short musket appeared in his hand out of nowhere. He gripped both muskets in his hand. Taking a deep breath, Wu Yan slowly mobilized all the Reiki in his body and infused it into the musket. Let's begin. After saying that, Wu Yan pointed the short and long muskets at the Roman numeral 12, on the Emperor of Carving, Zafkiel, behind him. Emperor of Carving, Zafkiel. Dash Bullet of 12, Yod Bet. 12 Yod Bet. Behind him. The Emperor of Carving, Zafkiel. S dial shook violently and a shocking Reiki burst out. It instantly filled the entire room and stirred up a turbulent atmosphere. A black and red stream of Reiki spiraled up from the Roman numeral 12 and flowed into the short musket that was pointed at it. Wu Yan could clearly feel a very powerful Reiki rushing back and forth in the gun like a bomb, trying to escape from the gun and explode. Going back in time sounded like a very powerful ability, but going back to the past meant that there was a possibility of changing history. That was something that the world did not allow. Now, Wu Yan was basically trying to break the operation of the world. How could such an ability not cause any abnormalities? Wu Yan could feel that if he didn't try his best to suppress the rampaging spirit power within the pistol, the spirit power would have already escaped from the gun and exploded like a real bomb, turning the surroundings into ashes. Last time, how much pressure did Kurumi endure to send him back in time? While desperately trying to control the Reiki in the gun, he thought of this question. In the next second, Wu Yan did not waste any more time. He pointed the gun at himself and pulled the trigger. Bang! Gunshots rang out and the pitch-black bullet entered Wu Yan's body at 0 distance. Wu Yan's body started twisting as if he was sucked into a whirlpool. In the end, he disappeared from the room. Abayan Forest. This was a very special forest. It wasn't because there were some precious treasures inside, nor was it because there was some evil being sealed inside. The reason why Abayan Forest was so special and was regarded as a special place by the Knights of Lorea, and even the entire Aruxtran continent, was because the origin of the dragons resided in the forest. The Mother of Dragons. Since the dragons were no longer self-sufficient in their supply of star essence, the dragons who were once on the brink of extinction developed the virtuous dragon magic Abayan, fundamentally refurbishing the dragon's ecosystem. The Mother of Dragons took on the task of reproducing the next generation, and in the future, the dragons would no longer have any gender distinction, nor would they have the ability to reproduce. In other words, the Mother of Dragons was the mother of the dragons. The Mother of Dragons resides in the forest of Abayan. At the entrance of Abayan Forest, there were rows of buildings that seemed to have been left behind from ancient times. They were scattered in an orderly manner. Inside, there was a long-established holy hall. That was the shrine of the Abayan Monastery. Within the Abayan Monastery, there was a group known as the Abayan Forest Monastery Knights. They were a group sent by the Knights of Lorimon to guard Abayan Forest. In the Knights of Lorimon, all citizens of 7 years old had to go to Abayan Forest within a month to undergo the youngling ritual. As for the Abayan Forest Order of Knights, it was to unify the children who went to Abayan Forest to undergo the youngling ritual. They were to be managed in batches and choose a day for the children whose birthdays were close to each other to enter Abayan Forest to undergo the youngling ritual. During the period when the children were about to undergo the youngling ritual, the Abayan Forest Monastery Knights would be in charge of taking care of the children and providing them with food and shelter. They would also record the children who successfully became dragon breeders and let the country send them to the Dragon Breeders Academy to study. Convoy after convoy headed towards Abayan Forest from different directions and stopped at the Abayan Monastery. The children who were about to undergo the youngling ceremony were all handed over to the Abayan Forest Monastery Knights and entered the monastery to undergo standardized management. Among them, a black-haired, red-eyed child was also taken over by the members of the Abayan Forest Order of Knights. He was sent to the monastery to temporarily stay there and await the arrangements for the youngling ceremony. If one looked closely, they would notice that unlike the other children whose eyes were full of mischief and quick-wittedness, this black-haired, red-eyed child only had wisdom in his eyes. Chapter 1307. Children, remember to follow the monks who are leading the way. Don't go anywhere else, okay? In Abayan Abbey, a kind nun who was about 40 years old was talking to those kids behind the leading nuns in a gentle yet strict tone. She was very familiar with leading the kids at present, making them obedient and not disgusted with her. Walking in the corridor of Abayan Abbey, those young monks and nuns who were not involved in the work were glancing at the kids with full of curiosity. Alim walking in the corridor of Abayan Abbey, those young monks and nuns who were not involved in the work were glancing at the kids curiously. It was apparent that they were just probationary members of the Abayan Forest Monastery Knights, and not members of the order. Even though the Abayan Forest Knights of the Abayan Forest Monastery had the name of a knight order, none of them had the aura of a knight. Instead, they dressed up like monks and nuns and didn't call themselves knights to the outside world. Instead, they referred to themselves as monks. After all, no matter how strong the members of the Abayan Forest Monastery Knights were, they were still formed in the name of Cultivation. The knights here didn't require their members to be qualified knights. Instead, they required them to have a kind heart. It was also because of this that the Abayan Forest Ascetic Knights became the protector of the sacred land of Abayan Forest, which had to deal with children all day long. Without a doubt, the Abayan Forest Monastery Knights were the most suitable guardians. Amidst the noisy group of children who obediently followed behind the cultivators who led the way, Wu Yan was there as well. Moreover, he was there openly. At this moment, Wu Yan's figure had completely transformed into a 7-year-old child. He was going to participate in the youngling ritual, and came to the Abayan Forest 9 years ago. Originally, when he used the bullet of 12, Yod. When the power of the bullet of 12, Yod, returned, Wu Yan wanted to enter the Abayan Forest directly. He wanted to find the Mother of Dragons. He wanted to obtain the blood of Yak before she was entrusted to him and complete his first mission. But after thinking about it, Wu Yan had to give up on that idea. According to the knighthood of Lorimon, the children who went to the Abayan Forest for the youngling ritual would be arranged by the Abayan Forest Monastery Knights. They would enter the Abayan Forest in batches. They would search for the Mother of Dragons. However, although they said they were looking for the Mother of Dragons, no one knew where she was. Because, after entering the Abayan Forest, the youngling ritual would begin. The Mother of Dragons could use her special ability to test whether the children in the Abayan Forest had the talent to become a dragon nurturer. If they did, the Mother of Dragons would appear in front of them and bestow them a dragon's child. The children who didn't have the talent to become dragon nurturers could only wander around Abayan Forest with nothing to show for it. After that, they would be escorted out by the Abayan Forest's Forest Ascetic Knights. If Wu Yan entered the Abayan Forest with his original appearance, he might not even see the face of the Mother of Dragons. He would exhaust the spiritual power that supported the time reversal and return to the future world. Instead of that, he might as well pretend to be a kid who came here for the youngling ritual and enter the Abayan Forest to wait for the Mother of Dragon to come to him. Wouldn't that be better? As for whether he had the talent to become a dragon nurturer, Wu Yan didn't doubt it at all. He didn't think that as a true ancestor, he would lose to a group of ordinary children. Therefore, as soon as Wu Yan arrived, he immediately extracted some magical power from the star carving that sealed his power and used an illusionary spell to turn his body back to his 7-year-old appearance. He blended into the group of children who came for the youngling ritual and entered the Abayan Forest under the arrangement of the Abayan Forest Monastery Knights. Looking around at the children following behind the monk who led the way, looking at the trainees and nuns who were pointing at them, Wu Yan sighed. He felt extremely uncomfortable in his heart. No matter what, he couldn't get used to a 20-something-year-old uncle blended in with a group of 7-year-old children and being treated as a piece of art. It's a good thing that Wu Yan chose to mix in with this group of kids for the youngling ritual. Otherwise, he would be worried that he would run out of bullet 12, Yod. During the process of pretending to be a youngster, the power of the bet returned with no gains at all. Under the guidance of the monk, The group of children passed through the corridors of the monastery and arrived at the entrance of a Bayan forest. Arriving here, the cultivators who led the way let the children stand where they were, and they dispersed on their own. But not long after, a very approachable old man with a bald head, a long white beard, and a black cloak, who looked like an ancient magician, appeared in front of all the children. "Hello, children!" The old man had a peaceful expression on his face as he spoke to the children in a hearty voice that did not match his appearance at all. "I'm the leader of the Abbey Enforced Monastery Knights. Kargas. Just call me Grandpa Kargas." Si, Grandpa. Okay. Upon hearing that, the group of children immediately dragged out their accents in a lively and polite manner. They greeted Kargas in a tone similar to how they greeted teacher in class, causing Kargas to laugh out loud. "Very good. Very polite. I believe that all of you will be able to successfully become a youngling and become a glorious dragon breeder." Upon hearing Kargas's words, the children revealed an excited expression. Even though they could not understand the importance of glory and the feeling in their hearts at their age, they would still feel happy when they were praised by others. "Grandpa Kargas has something to say to all of you here. All of you must remember it well." When Kargas reached this point, he withdrew his smile. His expression was still as peaceful as before, but there was a sense of seriousness in it. It caused the group of children to subconsciously quiet down and widen their eyes. After a while, the Holy Land, a Bayan forest, will be opened. All of you will be allowed to enter together and undergo the youngling ritual. Kargas pointed at the dense forest behind him. "Over there, all of you will be able to do your own activities for a day. Nobody will accompany you in." The group of children was stunned for a moment before they began to clamor. Uneasiness was written all over their faces. This was only natural. Who would not be afraid to let a group of children who had just reached the age of 7 move around alone in a forest? "Children, all of you don't have to worry. All of you will not be in danger in the Abayan forest. The Dragon Mother will protect all of you," Kargas said in a humble tone, finally calming the group of children down. Upon seeing this, Kargas continued to explain. "In the forest, all of you must rely on your own strength to find the Dragon Mother. If you can find it, then all of you will become a dragon breeder." Kargas did not mention that the Dragon Mother would appear in front of those who only had the talent of dragon breeder. Instead, he gave such an ambiguous explanation and continued to explain. "Also remember, all of you must return to the entrance of the forest when the sun goes down regardless of whether you have obtained a youngling or not. If all of you have not returned by the time the sun goes down, then the knights will send someone to look for all of you. So, if you don't want to spend the night with the bugs, remember to return to the entrance of the forest, okay?" Yes. It was unknown whether or not they had understood, but the children once again dragged out their words and replied. Only then did Kargas nod his head in satisfaction. He turned his head and looked at the surrounding cultivators. "Bring them into the Holy Land." "Yes." Different from the children's response, the monks came to the front of the children again and led them to the entrance of a Bayan forest. Then, they let the children enter a Bayan forest by themselves. Looking up at the Abayan forest that was getting closer and closer to him, Wu Yan's wine-red eyes shone brightly. The corner of his mouth slowly rose. Chapter 1308. Abayan Forest. The cool air reverberated through the entire forest, causing the hot summer temperature to continuously drop. In the forest, huge trees that could be described as tall and mighty towered into the clouds, covering most of the light from the sky and bringing with it a thick humid air. The smell of trees mixed with the smell of wet soil permeated the air. It smelled unusually pungent. Some small insects were flying around in the forest, and some unknown insects would sometimes fall from the sky without any warning. The chirping of birds could be heard frequently, and the pungent smell in the air was gently drifting around. Logically speaking, the rancid smell that only existed in the forest was absent here. Although the smell that permeated the air was pungent, it was very refreshing. Judging from this point alone, Abayan forest was different from other forests. Disregarding everything else, although this forest appeared somewhat gloomy due to the dim light, the air seemed to ripple with a sacred aura that could dispel some of the fear in people's hearts, so that people would not be afraid to even walk into the depths of the forest. Perhaps the reason why the Abayan forest was called the Holy Land was because of the holy aura it exuded. Wu Yan didn't know if it's because the Dragon Mother is resting here that the entire forest is filled with this holy aura. But he has to admit that this holy aura is very useful. Without it, the children who were going through the infant ritual wouldn't even dare to walk around. They would just stay in place and cry. Walking in the forest where there was little light, Wu Yan observed his surroundings while focusing on the depths of the forest. He tried his best to act like a 7-year-old kid while silently waiting for the arrival of Dragon Mother. When Wu Yan first entered a Bayan forest, he was still with the other children. Yashu, who didn't know him, was one of them. However, Wu Yan didn't come to a Bayan forest to get his hatchlings. He came to a Bayan forest to find Dragon Mother. Plus, he wasn't a real child, so he needed to be with others. As soon as he entered a Bayan forest, he left the other children behind and walked into the depths of the forest alone. Raising his head, he looked at the top of the forest. The dense foliage was like a shadow that covered the sky, blocking the sunlight that was pouring down from the sky. Not allowing them to move forward, strands of sparse light seeped through the gaps between the leaves, illuminating the ground full of dead leaves and soil. It also illuminated Wu Yan's face. Wu Yan recollected his thoughts and he continued walking in the forest. He only hoped the Mother of Dragons would appear before him as soon as possible. After all, he had a limited amount of time in this world. Not only did he need to meet the Mother of Dragons, but he also needed to negotiate with her and get her to agree to let him take the blood of Yak. In order to prolong his time in this world, Wu Yan even drained all of his spirit energy in the red jade mode. If it was a real elf, they would die if their spirit energy was drained. Wu Yan drained him of all his spiritual energy. The moment he arrived at this time, he deactivated red jade mode. It's as if he's running out of time. He could only use it again after 24 hours. Only now did Wu Yan know that when he used up all of his spirit energy in the red jade mode, the duration of the red jade mode would be reset to 0. Wu Yan couldn't help but feel lucky. He didn't want to use the red jade mode to fight others. If he were to recklessly use his red jade mode's power before the time limit was up, he would run out of energy and the red jade mode would be cancelled. At that time, he would be in trouble. Ding! Just as Wu Yan was rejoicing over the fact that he discovered another limitation of ruby mode, a melodious voice echoed in his ears. Wu Yan stopped in his tracks and froze on the spot. Ding! Her melodious voice echoed in the forest. This time, Wu Yan could clearly feel a strange wave of energy rippling around him. The source of the sound was none other than this ripple that carried a pleasant timbre. This sound. Wu Yan came back to his senses and thought of a possibility. His face lit up. Buzz! It was also at this moment that a blinding light flashed, enveloping the entire forest within their field of vision. Wu Yan reflexively closed his eyes and quickly opened them. The next moment, he was stunned. Because the scene in front of Wu Yan was no longer a dense forest, but a cave-like place. The top was covered by rock, and there were cold rock walls all around. Spheres that provided light to the dark cavern floated back and forth. It was an extremely strange scene, but Wu Yan felt that it was natural. This place is... Wu Yan frowned slightly and looked forward. There, a clear flowing lake flickered with a bright arc of light. It was so clear that one could see the bottom. On the opposite shore of the lake, there was a magnificent building that looked like an ancient temple. The foundation was built with square stones, and there were countless cylinders engraved with complicated patterns in the temple. One could even clearly see that inside the temple, there was a large mural on the wall. As for the content of the mural, Wu Yan could not see it clearly from his angle. After taking in everything in the cavern, Wu Yan immediately had a thought. The Mother of Dragons had appeared. Ding! Just as this thought popped up in his mind, the clear and melodious voice reverberated through the air again, creating a clear ripple in the air. Whoosh! A gust of wind suddenly appeared here, like a shockwave. It swept up and rushed toward Wu Yan. Wu Yan's expression froze, and he raised a hand to block the wind pressure. However, just as the wind was still whistling, an air-piercing sound that caused the atmosphere to tremble was also heard. That sound was like a huge creature flapping its wings. After a long time, the sound of flapping wings and the whistling of the wind gradually subsided, and Wu Yan's vision was restored. Then Wu Yan saw. In the temple-like building on the opposite side of the lake, a dragon appeared. It was a huge dragon that was much taller than all the dragons Wu Yan had seen so far. However, such a huge body did not have a trace of ferocious and terrifying aura. Instead, it was surrounded by a mysterious mist, very elegant and sacred. The dragon had 2 ivory horns on its head. It had green hair and white fur. Its wings were like the wings of a cicada, emitting green light. Its long neck had a dazzling light, as beautiful as a gem. Roar! As if it felt Wu Yan's gaze, the dragon slowly raised its huge dragon head, and a dragon roar that caused the ground to tremble resounded through the entire space, turning into a sound wave that shook the heaven and earth. Based on this power alone, Wu Yan believed that this dragon, without a doubt, is the mother of dragons. Thinking of this, Wu Yan was delighted. Unfortunately, before he could react, the mother of dragons' huge body immediately emitted a dazzling white light and wrapped Wu Yan's body. A stunned expression appeared on Wu Yan's face, and he felt a force that did not belong to him invading his body. Then, an aura full of life silently appeared in his body. Feeling the sudden life force in his body, Wu Yan thought of something and hurriedly wanted to say something, but a scorching feeling slowly emerged on the back of his hand, accompanied by a dragon head engraving that was surrounded by a ring in the middle. That is the star engraving. Wu Yan is becoming a real dragon cultivator. Buzz. Suddenly, a bloody mist burst out from Wu Yan's body that was covered in white light, and the light that covered the surface of his body was scattered away like rotten wood. The explosion of the bloody mist caused the life force that invaded Wu Yan's body to let out a cry full of fear, as if it had encountered something terrifying. With a turn of its head, it drilled out of Wu Yan's body, turned into a ball of light, and landed on his palm, and began to tremble. Suddenly, Wu Yan was stunned. The mother of dragons was also stunned. Chapter 1309. The blood mist that permeated his body slowly dissipated like evaporating steam as if it had never appeared before. It retracted back into Wu Yan's body. If it wasn't for the sphere that was full of life that was trembling in Wu Yan's hand, perhaps some people would think that the scene just now was just an illusion. As the blood mist dissipated, the entire space suddenly fell into an unusually dignified silence. Wu Yan held the sphere that seemed to have a life of its own. As if he thought of something, he shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He sighed and broke the silence around him. In front of him, in the temple, the indomitable mother of dragons tightly stared at Wu Yan. Her eyes were full of uncertainty. After a while, a burst of green light flashed from her body. When the light dissipated, the indomitable giant dragon had disappeared and was replaced by a woman. It was a beautiful woman with long green hair that reached her waist. Her body carried a dreamy soft green light as if she walked out of a dream. She was about 25 years old. She looked unusually young. Her body reverberated with a noble and elegant aura like a lady from a noble family. She could not help but attract people. She wore a dress that looked like a priest of a temple, similar to a dress. The skirt reached her ankles, faintly making people feel a touch of tranquility. It was worth mentioning that the woman had 2 horns on her head. 2 dragon horns. Furthermore, there were countless branches growing out of each dragon horn. It was like a crown. Not only did it not destroy the woman's beauty, but it also added a lot of charm. Looking at the beautiful woman who suddenly appeared, Wu Yan was slightly startled and hesitated for a moment. Lin Mingya asked with uncertainty, "You are the mother of dragons?" The woman should be the mother of dragons. She raised her head and looked straight ahead with her clear emerald eyes. She cast her gaze on Wu Yan and nodded. Then, a voice that clearly belonged to a young girl, but full of vicissitudes of life, echoed from the mother of dragons' slightly opened red lips. "Why did the baby I gave you seem to be rejected by your body and was pushed out?" Yes. The life that just appeared in Wu Yan's body was now lying in Wu Yan's hand trembling. It was the baby dragon that the mother of dragons entrusted to him. In other words, the sphere in Wu Yan's hand was equivalent to a living dragon egg waiting to be hatched. Feeling the life aura from the sphere that was doing subtle movements in his hand, Wu Yan, who already faintly knew what it was, now that he got the mother of dragons' affirmation, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Although I don't quite understand the principle, the reason. It should be because those restless fellows in my body can't tolerate such a weak thing existing in the same body as them." Restless fellows? The eyes of the dragon mother narrowed slightly. She pondered for a moment before she calmly opened her mouth. "You, who are you?" "Me. Wu Yan raised an eyebrow and he grinned. I'm just an ordinary child in the Knight's Kingdom of Loriman. No. You're not from the Kingdom of Knights. Upon hearing Wu Yan's answer, the Mother of Dragons replied indifferently, startling Wu Yan. Due to the fact that the dragon tribe is facing extinction, we dragons can only sign a contract with humans. We can obtain star essence from humans and survive. The Mother of Dragons said in a ruthless tone that was cruel to the dragon tribe. However, not all humans can be kind to the dragon tribe and gain the trust of the dragon tribe. Therefore, when I decided to let the dragon tribe rely on humans to survive, I chose the Kingdom of Knights. I chose to focus on the path of knighthood and establish the Loriman knighthood as a clan that lives together with my dragon clan. It's also because of this reason that I can obtain the information of everyone in the knighthood through the virtuous dragon magic, Abayan. It's also through this that I can find out who has the talent to become a dragon breeder and obtain a dragon's partner. Dragon Mother looked at Wu Yan with an indifferent expression as she affirmed Wu Yan. Therefore, I can be sure that you're not from the Kingdom of Knights. Upon hearing this, Wu Yan's heart sank as he stared at the Mother of Dragons. Since you can obtain the information of everyone in the Kingdom of Knights and you're sure that I'm not from there, why did you choose to entrust your young to me? Wu Yan asked in a deep voice as he raised the sphere that was emitting life energy in his hand. According to what you said, people who aren't from the Kingdom of Knights shouldn't be able to obtain your entrustment and become a dragon breeder, right? That's not the case. The Mother of Dragons shook her head gently. With the magic of my dragon tribe, I can more or less obtain some information on the Uruxtran continent. However, due to the close relationship with the Kingdom of Knights, the information I obtain is more detailed. It's not that I didn't entrust my young to someone outside of the Kingdom of Knights. Not long ago, I made an exception and let someone from the Kingdom of Shepron become a dragon breeder, because I wanted to see something from her. But, I can't get any information from you. Mother Dragon was silent for a while, and then her voice sounded with a little seriousness. It's as if you don't belong to this world. Wu Yan raised his head abruptly. His wine-red pupils shone brightly as a strong suspicion rose in his heart. He realized that he seemed to have underestimated the Mother of Dragons, who could only be the center of the dragon tribe's reproduction system. Putting aside how powerful she was, just her wisdom and analytical ability alone made her worthy of being the mother of the dragon tribe. Suppressing the suspicion in his heart, Wu Yan closed his eyes. When he opened them again, they had returned to normal. You said that you can't get any information from me? Wu Yan looked at Dragon Mother with a smile that didn't look like a smile on his face. In other words, you don't even know my identity and you're already planning to entrust your young to me. It's because I can't see through you that I've decided to entrust my young to you. The Mother of Dragons remained silent for a long time before replying. After all, it won't be long before the dragon tribe faces the fate of extinction. What? Wu Yan was shocked. Extinction? The dragon tribe faces extinction? Isn't this joke a little too much? Although the dragon tribe is powerful and their lifespan is incomparable to the average human, there will still be an end. The Mother of Dragons spoke as if it had nothing to do with her. Same for me. This time it was Wu Yan's turn to be silent. The dragon tribe's ecosystem has been fully updated. The Mother of Dragons would be responsible for the reproduction of the next generation, and entrust them to the humans to sign a contract with them to obtain star essence. Other than the Mother of Dragons, the other dragons no longer have a gender and no longer have the ability to reproduce. Once the Mother of Dragons' lifespan is exhausted and ushered in the end of her life, the dragon tribe will no longer be able to replenish themselves with the new generation. It's only a matter of time before they face extinction. That's what the Mother of Dragons wanted to express. The purpose of the virtuous dragon magic Abayan is to link the dragon tribe and the human tribe together so that the dragon tribe can continue to live. But in the end, it's just a measure to prolong their lives. From beginning to end, the Mother of Dragons used an indifferent tone to narrate these things. I can't see through you. I don't know if letting you become a dragon breeder will bring about a good ending or a bad ending. But for the dragon tribe that is on the verge of extinction, even if the ending is bad, it will only bring forward what should have happened. If it's a good ending, perhaps it will bring the dragon tribe a ray of hope. The Mother of Dragons looked deeply at Wu Yan. That's why I chose to entrust the youngling to you. I planned to gamble on you. Unfortunately, in the end, something unexpected happened. You. Who are you? After asking the same question again, the surrounding atmosphere fell silent again. However, the heavy feeling in the air was much heavier, making people feel a little suffocated. Looking at the calming youngling in his hand, Wu Yan took a deep breath and looked forward. As you said, I'm just a passerby who doesn't belong to this world. Passerby? This time, I have something to ask of you. As if to interrupt the Mother of Dragons' thoughts, Wu Yan's voice rang out. I hope you can give me some blood of the last descendant of the Avalon Holy Dragon royal family. Wang! Just as he finished speaking, the Mother of Dragons in the temple in front of her released a terrifying aura. His eyes were already filled with enmity. Chapter 13:10. The terrifying aura that surged from the Mother of Dragons turned into a wave of air that reverberated, causing ripples to appear in the surrounding space. Wu Yan narrowed his eyes as he was extremely surprised. When the Mother of Dragons mentioned the survival of the Dragon Clan, she spoke with an indifferent attitude. She did not seem the slightest bit surprised that her clan was about to come to an end. Her expression did not even change. But now, he had only slightly expressed his desire for some blood of the last descendant of the Avalon Holy Dragon royal family. The Mother of Dragons, who had been indifferent from the start, actually had such a huge reaction. Even the aura that surged from her body was not a sign that she was about to use her power, but it was all hostility. Yes, the aura that surged from the Mother of Dragons was made up of pure hostility. Could it be that he had unintentionally offended the Mother of Dragons in some way? While Wu Yan was thinking about this, Dragon Mother's cold voice entered his ears. You're right. You're right. You can go back. With an unquestionable tone, the Mother of Dragons said coldly. There are still some children undergoing the youngling ritual, waiting for me to give them youngling. Our conversation ends here. Hearing the Mother of Dragons' words, Wu Yan's eyes narrowed slightly. Can I know the reason? I don't know where you found out that I had already given birth to the last descendant of the Avalon Holy Dragon royal family, and was about to let her be born. But since you came for her, then this reason is enough for me to treat you as an enemy of the Dragon Clan. The Mother of Dragons' voice was getting colder and colder. Leave now. I can pretend that nothing happened. You were so calm when talking about the survival of the Dragon Clan, but when talking about the last descendant of the Avalon Holy Dragon royal family, you showed such a strong hostility. Seeing that the Mother of Dragons had begun to order him to leave, Wu Yan was baffled and his brows gradually furrowed. It seems that in your heart, the importance of the last descendant of the Avalon Holy Dragon royal family seems to be much more important than the survival of the Dragon Clan itself. Hearing that, the Mother of Dragons stared closely at Wu Yan and immediately closed her eyes. Because the key to the survival of the Dragon Clan depends on the last descendant of the Avalon Holy Dragon royal family. Wu Yan's heart tightened. In his mind, Ku's appearance could not help but slowly appear. Until now, he still hadn't figured out why Ku was born in this world in human form. Was it because Yak was the last descendant of the Avalon Holy Dragon royal family that she descended into this world in human form? The answer. Although he didn't know what exactly was going on, after combining it with the words of the Mother of Dragons, Wu Yan had a feint of the Holy Dragon royal family. The reason why Ku was born into this world in human form was to use her identity as a dragon to mate with a human male and produce offspring, thus preserving the dragon bloodline that was on the verge of extinction. Humans had an abundance of star sprites. Through the union with humans, the half-human half-dragon offspring might be recognized by the planet and regain the right to make the star sprite self-sufficient. That's hard to say. Thinking of this possibility, coupled with the Mother of Dragons' words that the key to the survival of the Dragon Clan depends on the last descendant of the Avalon Holy Dragon royal family, Wu Yan was even more certain of the guess in his heart. If that's the case, then it's no wonder the Mother of Dragons would suddenly have such a strong hostility towards him. After all, it's not an exaggeration to say that Ku is the last hope of the Dragon Clan. Based on this situation, it's undoubtedly impossible to get the Mother of Dragons to give him the blood of the last descendant of the Avalon Holy Dragon royal family. However, from what the Mother of Dragons just said, Wu Yan found a chance to get her to agree. Immediately, Wu Yan's furrowed brows gradually loosened and a relaxed expression appeared on his face. I just want to get some blood of the last descendant of the Avalon Holy Dragon royal family. This shouldn't be a request that can harm her, right? Go back. The Mother of Dragons' expression was still cold and did not waver at all. This made Wu Yan feel helpless from the bottom of his heart. If that's the case, of course, I won't accept the blood of the Avalon Holy Dragon royal family for no reason. I'm willing to pay a price. Go back. This time, the Mother of Dragons' voice carried a hint of anger. No matter what price you pay, it can't compare to the importance of that child. Is that so? Wu Yan's expression was calm and the corner of his mouth suddenly lifted. Then what if I say I have a way to extend your life and let you live for a while longer? Wah! The Mother of Dragons' expression changed drastically. Seeing this, Wu Yan did not waste any time and directly reached out his hand and pointed at the void in front of him. Immediately, a green gem appeared in his hand without any warning and was exposed in this space. It's a thumb-sized tear-shaped green gem. Breath of Time. Can only be used on living organisms. An item born from soil that is still in good condition after a long period of time. Chance of birth is 1%. User can obtain the life force contained within and double their remaining lifespan without any side effects. Cost: 15,000 item points. Its name is Breath of Time. Glancing at the tear-shaped green gem floating above his other hand, Wu Yan turned his eyes to the Mother of Dragons. Its function is to increase the user's remaining lifespan and double the user's remaining lifespan. It should be a very useful item for you, right? You! The Mother of Dragons' gaze swept across the Breath of Time and cast on Wu Yan. Finally, a trace of emotion appeared in her eyes. I've never heard of such a treasure in this world. Where did you get such a treasure from? The Mother of Dragons did not say that Wu Yan was lying to her. Instead, she asked such a question. That's because the rich life force from the Breath of Time made the Mother of Dragons' life that was faintly nearing its end show signs of revitalization. The Mother of Dragons could clearly feel that her body was yearning for that green tear-shaped gem. This made the Mother of Dragons very shocked. Didn't I just say it? I'm a traveler that doesn't belong to this world. Wu Yan showed a meaningful expression. It doesn't exist in this world, but it doesn't mean it doesn't exist in other worlds. Other worlds. The Mother of Dragons was at a loss. I'll repeat myself. I only want to obtain some blood of the last descendant of the Avalon Holy Dragon royal family. I have no other intentions. Wu Yan used a slightly sincere tone. Although I can't explain to you why I need the blood of the last descendant of the Avalon Holy Dragon royal family, I can assure you that I won't use it to harm anyone. So, if it's possible, I want you to agree. This. The Mother of Dragons, who was cold and emotionless just now and insisted on not compromising with Wu Yan, finally hesitated. If just giving up some blood of the last descendant of the Avalon Holy Dragon royal family could double her remaining lifespan, then the dragon's lifespan would also be doubled. This was undoubtedly a deal that made the Mother of Dragons very tempted. However, the Mother of Dragons was afraid that Wu Yan would do something that would harm the last descendant of the Avalon Holy Dragon royal family. At that time, unless she could continue to live, the future of the Dragon Clan would be destroyed in her own hands. So, even if she was tempted, the Mother of Dragons could not help but hesitate. To me, there's no benefit in letting the Dragon Clan be destroyed. Wu Yan sighed. Perhaps in the future, when the last descendant of the Avalon Holy Dragon royal family is born, I can still help her. If you can't even agree to this, then I really can't find any other reason to persuade you. I'm just a traveler in this world, the decision is up to you. An uncontrollable ripple appeared in the clear emerald eyes. The Mother of Dragons once again looked at the Breath of Time in Wu Yan's hand. A look of struggle appeared on her face. Wu Yan did not speak anymore, nor would he urge her. He stood quietly on the spot, holding the Breath of Time in one hand and the baby sphere in the other, waiting for the Mother of Dragons to speak. The space gradually turned into a dead silence. All right. After an unknown amount of time, the Mother of Dragons finally sighed as if she had given up. She looked at Wu Yan's eyes with her cold face again. I agree. The corner of Wu Yan's mouth slowly lifted. Chapter 13:11. So this is the last descendant of Avalon's Holy Dragon royal family? In the temple, Wu Yan stood not far from the Mother of Dragons. He raised his eyes and looked at the glowing sphere floating in front of him. His wine-red eyes showed a hint of surprise. Just like how the Mother of Dragons wanted to entrust her offspring to Without the control of the mother of dragons and the human body, the appearance of a dragon's offspring was like a glowing sphere. However, the sphere floating in front of Wu Yan's eyes was incomparable to the one lying in Wu Yan's hand. Their appearance was almost the same. They both looked like glowing spheres without any sense of substance. It was as if the sphere was formed by the light source itself. It even gave a feeling that it was impossible to touch. However, the sphere in Wu Yan's hand was only about the size of his palm. The sphere floating in front of him was bigger than his current height of 7 years old. It had a diameter of 1 meter. It was like a small sun. Even though it wasn't born yet, a rather strong mana was already fluctuating around the sphere. He believed that when the sphere turned into a complete life form, its mana would be even stronger. It was only now that Wu Yan finally understood why Yak, who was born less than a month ago, had enough mana to make the Holy Knight armor. Yak's potential wasn't something an ordinary dragon could compare to. No wonder that little girl is so arrogant. Without thinking, Wu Yan directly expressed his inner thoughts. Looks like she does have the capital to be arrogant. The mother of dragons frowned when she heard Wu Yan's words. Little girl? Well, don't mind it. Realizing that he spilled the beans, Wu Yan bitterly laughed out loud. Seeing that Wu Yan didn't seem to have the intention to explain, the mother of dragons opened her mouth. She seemed to want to ask something, but in the end, she gave up and took a step back. You said that you have a way to obtain the blood of dragons when they are still in their infancy state. Then I'll leave it to you, she said as she spoke. The mother of dragons also nailed her gaze on Wu Yan like a steel nail. Her eyes were filled with unprecedented seriousness and vigilance. As the emotions in the dragon mother's heart changed, a strange ripple appeared in the surrounding space. Although Lin Li could not sense a drop of mana fluctuation from it, he could still feel it. Although there wasn't any mana fluctuations, Wu Yan felt like he was being stared at by many pairs of eyes. Even his skin was prickling. This space was directly constructed using the magic of the Dragon Clan. It didn't really exist in the world. It could be considered as a space of consciousness, or an illusion space. What was the use of this space? Wu Yan wasn't Mother of Dragons? Dragon Mother of Dragons was definitely able to monitor his movements from all aspects. To the Mother of Dragons, or rather to the dragon race, the last descendant of the Avalon Holy Dragon royal family was too important. She couldn't afford to be careless. Wu Yan could understand why the Mother of Dragons was so vigilant. He also didn't mind. He just walked forward and slowly extended his hand. The surrounding air seemed to have become sticky with Wu Yan's movements. His skin that was getting more and more painful from being stared at was also transmitting a message. However, Wu Yan turned a blind eye to all of this and put his hand on top of the glowing sphere. System. Closing his eyes and sinking his consciousness into his mind, Wu Yan silently issued an order to the system. Blood extraction. Beep. Blood extraction in progress. Extraction commencing. The system's notification tone flashed and disappeared, leaving an inexplicable echo in Wu Yan's mind. In the next second, a strange fluctuation was guided from Wu Yan's hand into the glowing sphere and quickly took effect. Ding! Blood extraction successful. Obtained a drop of Avalon Holy Dragon Emperor's original blood. Avalon Holy Dragon Emperor's original blood. Special item. The most original blood extracted from the last descendant of the Avalon Holy Dragon Emperor before he was born. Due to the extraction by the system, it has a magical effect. If consumed by a vampire who relies on blood as their foundation, it can strengthen the vampire's ability. If consumed by a vampire's true ancestor, it can raise its level by 1. Note, due to the extraction by the system, it can only be effective if consumed by the system's user. The effective range is before level 90. Once the user reaches level 89, the consumption will be ineffective. Ding! Dungeon Quest 1 completed. Obtained 10,000 equipment points, item points, ability points, and summoning points. At the same time that the blood extraction was successful, the system's notification that the Dungeon Quest 1 was completed also rang and echoed in Wu Yan's mind. However, Wu Yan's thoughts were no longer on the system's notification, but on the Avalon Holy Dragon Emperor's original blood feedback. Special item? Magical effect? Vampire's true ancestor consumed it and raised its level by 1? His calm heart suddenly trembled and stirred up shocking waves. Wu Yan's consciousness confirmed the information about the Avalon Holy Dragon Emperor's original blood, over and over again. His heart was filled with disbelief. He was the vampire's true ancestor. In other words, if he consumed the Avalon Holy Dragon Emperor's original blood, his level would be raised by 1, and it would be effective until he reached level 90. His heart trembled fiercely. The disbelief in Wu Yan's heart gradually faded and was replaced by indescribable ecstasy. Wu Yan made a prompt decision and ordered in his mind again. System extract blood. As soon as his voice fell, several notifications echoed one after another. Ding! Blood extraction successful. Obtained a drop of Avalon Holy Dragon Emperor's original blood. Ding! Blood extraction successful. Obtained a drop of Avalon Holy Dragon Emperor's original blood. Ding! Blood extraction successful. Obtained a drop of Avalon Holy Dragon Emperor's original blood. Ding! Blood extraction successful. Obtained a drop of Avalon Holy Dragon Emperor's original blood. 4 notifications sounded in succession, raising the excitement in Wu Yan's heart to a peak. It was not until the 4th system notification sounded that Wu Yan came back to his senses and hurriedly stopped extracting the blood, his heart blooming with joy. A total of 5 drops of Avalon Holy Dragon Emperor's original blood could raise Wu Yan's level by 5. Of course, when Wu Yan reaches level 89, consuming the original blood of the Avalon Saint Dragon Emperor will no longer be effective, so he can only consume 4 drops. But that would also raise his level to level 89. Level 89. That was the peak of Tier 9. 1 more level and he would be a demigod. Thinking of this, Wu Yan's heart could not remain calm. With great difficulty, he suppressed his ecstasy, slowly opened his eyes, and retracted his hand from the sphere. All right. Returning his calm gaze to the vigilant mother of dragon, Wu Yan nodded gratefully. Thank you. It's only a transaction. Seeing Wu Yan let go of the sphere, the mother of dragons secretly sighed in relief and said indifferently, Since the transaction is complete, then please leave. As if not wanting Wu Yan to come closer, the mother of dragon waved her hand forcefully. The surrounding air that had become viscous suddenly wrapped around Wu Yan's body and flashed with a dazzling light. As if repelling something, Wu Yan was sent out. Seeing Wu Yan disappear, the mother of dragon reached out her hand and stroked the huge sphere, and checked it over and over again. Only when she did not find anything out of the ordinary did she let out a big sigh of relief. Fortunately, this mysterious person's words were true. The vigilance and seriousness in the mother of dragon's green eyes gradually faded. Even though Wu Yan had already left, the mother of dragons still maintained her vigilance. Only when she confirmed that there was nothing out of the ordinary did she recover. It could be seen how nervous the mother of dragon was. If it wasn't for the fact that the breath of time was a rare treasure for the dragons, the mother of dragons would never risk exposing the last descendant of the Avalon Holy Dragon royal family to others before she was even born. However, I didn't think that the last descendant of the Avalon Holy Dragon royal family would appear again. Looks like in order to not increase the number of accidents, I can't continue to keep her. The mother of dragon raised her head and looked in a certain direction. Fortunately, a child with a holy grail appeared in the youngling ritual this time. Although it wasn't the initial choice, it's still a choice. Chapter 13:12. Abian Forest. In the sky, strange-looking wild birds flew across the sky with the same strange cries. The surroundings were filled with cicada-like cries. The sunlight gradually transitioned from an intense golden color to a somewhat dusky sunset. The shadows of the trees gradually elongated, and the color of the forest was gradually dyed with the overly sorrowful color of the setting sun. In the dim forest without any human presence, only the sounds of birds, beasts, and insects, Wu Yan stood there quietly as if he was asleep. He breathed rhythmically. Until a certain moment, Wu Yan, who seemed to be asleep, suddenly opened his eyes. His breathing quickened as if he had a nightmare. This place. Exhaling softly, Wu Yan looked around. Already back? Looking up at the setting sun, Wu Yan's lips slowly curled up. His trip back in time this time had not been in vain. Not only did he complete the first dungeon mission, but he also gained a lot. Before coming here, Wu Yan did not expect that he would be able to obtain an opportunity to level up here. With the newborn blood of the Avalon Saint Dragon Emperor, he could reach level 89, the pinnacle of rank 9, and have the qualifications to reach the demigod realm. Once he achieved the demigod body, he would be qualified to be called a true powerhouse, right? Thinking of this, Wu Yan felt a burst of joy. System. You're a good person. Wu Yan sent a card to the system without a care in the world. With a happy mood, he didn't leave the forest. He stood there and waited for time reversal to run out so he could return to the original timeline. Woo! At this moment, a sound like someone crying suddenly entered Wu Yan's ears. Wu Yan was a little surprised. Woo! Woo! The crying sound became clearer and clearer. This time, Wu Yan could clearly distinguish the owner of the sound seemed to be a girl. A girl. Crying. Is it a child participating in the newborn ritual? Wu Yan frowned. Looking at the source of the sound, he hesitated for a moment. Then he stepped forward and walked in the direction of the crying sound. Dense trees surrounded him. In front of him was a messy grassland. Wu Yan walked forward. Pushing aside the grass blocking the way, he walked towards the crying sound that was getting clearer and clearer until he pushed aside the last bush. After walking into an open space, the owner of the crying voice entered his field of vision and entered his eyes. It was a girl with short blonde hair, about 7 or 8 years old. Her dazzling blonde hair shone brightly under the sunlight. The girl was wearing an expensive dress, which looked very out of place in the desolate forest. She was holding a stuffed doll in one hand, which looked like a cartoon dragon. Her other hand was placed under her eyes, and she was wiping some sparkling liquid. Those were the tears that fell from his eyes. Looking at the small girl's body that had already accumulated a rather large wetland, it was obvious that she had been crying for quite some time already. Seeing this, Wu Yan rubbed his forehead with a headache. He pushed aside the grass and walked in front of the little girl. After hesitating for a moment, he lowered his voice. Girl, what's wrong? Why are you crying here? Seemingly startled by the sudden voice, the girl quickly raised her head, revealing a tear-stained face. It made Wu Yan hold his breath. It was because the tear-stained face that appeared in front of him, although extremely young and tender, was also very beautiful. However, the icy blue eyes that came into view were filled with tears. The rims of the eyes were red and there were already signs of swelling. You! Who are you? The little girl was stunned when she saw Wu Yan appear in front of her. She quickly wiped her tears, wrinkled her nose, and imitated an adult's tone. Outsiders are not allowed to enter during the childbirth ritual. Big brother, why are you here? Big brother. Hearing the girl's words, Wu Yan was stunned for a moment. Only then did he realize that he had returned to his original size. It seems that the illusion technique's effect has disappeared. The childbirth ritual is going on here. If you're not here, please leave quickly. The girl saw that Wu Yan didn't answer her question and didn't get angry. She lowered her head and said in a low voice, I still have to continue looking for the mother of dragons. After saying that, the girl turned around and wanted to go deeper into the forest. Seeing this, Wu Yan quickly said, The sun is setting. The sun is about to set, and the youngling ritual is about to end. Even if you continue walking, you won't be able to find the mother of dragons. Of course not. The girl turned around and shouted at Wu Yan in an agitated manner. As long as the sun hasn't set, I will have a chance to find the mother of dragons, get a baby, and become a dragon breeder. The girl's excited shout scared Wu Yan. Seeing the tears that she had just stopped rolling down her cheeks again, Wu Yan scratched his cheeks and asked her suspiciously, Why are you so obsessed with becoming a dragon breeder? Because. The girl's pair of bright eyes were finally filled with tears again. Because. I have to have my own fall. This. Wu Yan didn't understand. Why is that? Because. The girl's pretty face was filled with tears. At this moment, the girl's voice was filled with determination. I want to be a great knight. Knight. Wu Yan paused and smiled bitterly. Knight. That's right. The girl clenched her fists but immediately lowered her head with a pale face. But the youngling ceremony is about to end. The mother of dragons didn't entrust her youngling to me. I've already failed the selection. I've failed to live up to the expectations of my royal father and royal sisters. I can't become a great knight anymore. Oh. The girl couldn't help but feel sad. Tears rolled down her face and Wu Yan's hair went numb from crying. Ah. Okay, don't cry. Woo-woo. However, the wound in the girl's heart was completely touched by Wu Yan. She couldn't stop her tears. Scratching his ears and cheeks, he paced back and forth on the spot. Listening to the girl's cries, his heart felt like it's being squeezed by a hand. He desperately thought of words to comfort her. Suddenly, Wu Yan seemed to have thought of something. With a flip of his hand, a glowing ball appeared in his hand. That was the youngling that the mother of dragons wanted to give him. Okay, don't cry. Wu Yan walked in front of the girl. He squatted down. Didn't you want fall? I'll give you one, okay? Give me one? Maintaining her crying posture, the girl was stunned on the spot. Wu Yan immediately grabbed the ball in his hand and pressed it on the girl's chest. Wang! The ball suddenly emitted a strong light and entered the girl's body. Oh! The girl's clothes fell apart with a bang, revealing her white body. A strange force acted on the girl's body, causing her to let out a muffled groan. Then, a star carving slowly appeared on the girl's chest and imprinted itself into her body. At this moment, the girl felt something seemed to have changed in her body. Feeling the change clearly, the girl's eyes violently fluctuated. As if she was sleep-talking, she murmured, I have fall? Wu Yan showed a big smile. I'll give you fall, so don't cry anymore, okay? But. Although the girl did not understand what had happened, she knew that it was this gentle big brother before her who had given her the fall she had always dreamed of. Is this okay? Well, it's useless to give it to me anyway. I don't really need it. If you need it, I'll give it to you. Wu Yan waved his hand carelessly, but his eyes suddenly focused. He could feel a strange pulling sensation tugging at his body. This was the sign of his return. Wu Yan immediately stood up. Okay, I'm leaving. Remember not to cry anymore. With that, Wu Yan turned around and walked into the nearby bushes. Wait. The girl hurriedly chased after him. Big brother, what's your name? Me. Wu Yan turned around with a smile in his eyes. I'm Wu Yan. Wu Yan. The girl repeated the name, memorizing it in her heart. Seeing Wu Yan turn around again, she quickly ran after him. Big brother Wu Yan. Wait. The girl grabbed Wu Yan's clothes, making Wu Yan slightly anxious. He didn't want anyone to see him mysteriously disappear. What's wrong? This is for you. The girl solemnly raised the stuffed doll in her hand. I know I owe Big Brother a great favor, but at least, please accept this. This. Wu Yan hesitated, but when he felt the pulling force getting stronger, he stopped thinking. I understand, then I'll accept it. After taking the stuffed doll, Wu Yan turned around and rushed into the bushes. Hurry up and get out of the forest. Just as he said that, Wu Yan dashed into the bushes and disappeared from the spot in the next second. The girl stared blankly in the direction Wu Yan disappeared, her hand on the star carving. Wu Yan. Chapter 13:13. Ansari Dragon Academy, Apollyon. In the room, the originally silent space suddenly twisted, causing ripples to appear in the calm space. The ripples spread out and covered a corner of the room. Then it twisted and spun like a black hole. Not long after, a figure appeared from the twisted space. As if it was repelled by something, it appeared in the room. Phew! Wiping the sweat off his forehead, he exhaled lightly. He looked at the dragon-shaped plushie in his hand and bitterly laughed. I almost disappeared in front of that little girl. That was close. The bitter smile disappeared and turned into a joyful smile. Thinking about the rewards he got from returning to the past, Wu Yan couldn't help but feel excited. After leaving this world, I'll go all out to reach the peak of rank 9. After making up his mind, Wu Yan clicked on the system tab with one of his hands. Character: Wu Yan. Equipment points: 31100. Item points: 150000. Ability points: 21,000. Summoning points: 51,000. Level: 85. Dungeon World: Star Carvings Dragon Knight Dungeon Mission. Acquire. Mission 1. Enter Tokisaki Kurumi's Red Jade mode and use the ability of the angel, Zafkiel, to use the bullet of 12, Yod Bet. When the Mother of Dragons placed the last descendant of the Avalon Holy Dragon royal family in the Abayan Forest, she would obtain a drop of the first blood of the last descendant of the Avalon Holy Dragon royal family before she was born and placed in the Abayan Forest. Mission reward: 10,000 equipment points, item points, ability points, summoning points, completed. Mission 2. Obtain a drop of infant blood of the last descendant of the Holy Dragon royal family. Mission reward: 30,000 equipment points, item points, ability points, summoning points. Mission 3. Not yet activated. Looking at the dungeon Mission 2 on the system list, Wu Yan blinked and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Obtain a drop of infant blood of the last descendant of the Holy Dragon royal family? So it's asking me to obtain a drop of Aiko's blood? Isn't this giving me free points? Dungeon Mission 1 wasted so much time. Dungeon Mission 2 is much easier and the reward is better than Dungeon Mission 1. The young blood of the last descendant of Avalon's Holy Dragon royal family in their infancy? Wu Yan's heart surged when he thought about the effect of the infant blood of the Holy Dragon royal family. I wonder if the infant's blood has such a miraculous effect. If I can level up when I reach level 89, then I'll be a true demigod. Dungeon Mission, Dungeon, Dungeon Mission, Dungeon Dungeon, Dungeon, Dungeon Mission, Dungeon Dungeon, Dungeon Mission, Dungeon Mission Dungeon, 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 Dungeon Dragon, Dungeon, Dungeon Dragon, Dungeon. This time, Wu Yan was worried. He didn't reject the girl's request because he was in a hurry and accepted the Dungeon Dragon. But Wu Yan is a man. What's the use of holding a child's toy? Could it be the same as the girl? Hold it in your arms and walk around the school? That would definitely be a hotter topic than when I got the title of Horseman of the Gods. Lost it? That won't do. It's still a token of her goodwill. Sigh. Wu Yan sighed and scratched his head. He walked over to the bed and placed the stuffed dragon doll at the head of the bed. Lying on the bed and looking at the dragon-shaped plushie at the head of the bed, Wu Yan's expression turned sullen. People who don't know might think I'm pregnant with a girl. That definitely won't be cute. With that thought in mind, Wu Yan closed his eyes and fell into a dream. Vaguely, Wu Yan felt like his body is being pulled up by a pair of hands and he's floating around in the air. Along with this, there's a series of rustling noises and a pleasant voice. This one doesn't seem right. This one doesn't seem right either. This one isn't bad. But isn't it too gorgeous? Wu Yan's head buzzed as if a fly is buzzing around his ears. It's so annoying that he couldn't take it anymore and he slowly drove away his drowsiness. He opened his eyes. Dazzling sunlight attacked Wu Yan's eyes, dispelling the last trace of sleepiness in Wu Yan. Wu Yan opened his eyes, then a purple light flashed into his eyes. This made him widen his eyes in shock. Lord Lune, you're awake? He saw Cosette standing in front of Wu Yan with an undisguised smile on her face. Her purple eyes met with Wu Yan's, which made her look extremely youthful and beautiful. Any normal boy would be tempted by such a pretty maid. But Wu Yan wouldn't. It's not that Wu Yan wasn't a normal boy, but the situation at this time was too strange. Wu Yan left his bed and stood upright in front of Cosette. Cosette raised her small face and smiled at him, but her hands were on his body. She took off all his clothes in an extremely fierce way. Aware of what he was facing, Wu Yan suddenly felt a chill down his spine. He didn't care how he got out of bed and practiced the skill of sleeping while standing. He quickly raised his hands like he was surrendering. His face was stiff. Cosette. Cosette smiled at him while taking off his clothes. Wu Yan's face was full of anxiety. If you want, you can tell me, I won't mind. You don't have to do it in this way. You think too much. Before Wu Yan could finish his words, Cosette interrupted Wu Yan with a smile. I'm just helping Lord Lune change his clothes. Change my clothes? Wu Yan was stunned for a moment. He found that the bed where he was supposed to be lying was now full of various styles of clothes. This. Wu Yan opened his mouth wide. Where did I get these clothes? I don't remember having so many clothes. I bought these on the street when I was bored. Originally, I wanted to let Her Royal Highness use them when she needs to dress up as a man. But now Lord Rune has taken advantage of them. Why? Why did you give me these clothes? Could it be that Lord Lune has forgotten that today is your date with Lady Lebecca? Hearing Corsette's words, Wu Yan reacted abruptly. That seems to be the case. So, in order to prevent Lord Lune from being too abrupt, I took the initiative to bring these clothes. I also took the initiative to let Lord Lune get out of bed unconsciously and helped Lord Lune change into these clothes. You seem to have said something very important. Wu Yan's mouth twitched when he saw Corsette's unchanging smile. Getting out of bed unconsciously. How did you do it? Being too formal will make a man's charm plummet. Corsette smiled meaningfully. As a maid, how can I not master some special skills? In this era, maids are scary. Lord Lune, I'm sorry. Don't be shy, I'm not praising you. Wu Yan said weakly. Speaking of which, why are you here? Why did you help me change into these clothes? Did Lord Lune forget? Corsette blushed. She held her small face with both hands and bashfully pinched it. From today onwards, Corsette will be Lord Lune's maid. Although it's only in the morning. I only asked you to make breakfast for me. Wu Yan weakly defended himself, but he was stopped by Corsette's smiling eyes. Lord Lune, are you dissatisfied with my service? Seeing Corsette's smiling face, Wu Yan felt a chill in his heart. He quickly smiled awkwardly. How could that be? That's good. With a smile that did not change from the beginning to the end, Cosette stretched out his hand. Then, in order to not keep Lady Lebecca waiting, let's hurry up and get changed. Seeing Corsette slowly approaching him like she's having some fun, Wu Yan suddenly felt like asking her to come over was the worst decision he's ever made since he came to this world. Chapter 13-14. 13-14. For the rest of my life. I dedicate this chapter to all the girls. Congratulations to Jianghu for becoming the head of this book. Many thanks to 06066060 for the 8,888 renminbi tip. Thank you to book friend 1408182221169994 and Jianghu for the tip. Behemoth Forest, Camp. I'm full. Wu Yan quickly cleaned up the food in front of him. He stood up and ran out of the tent. I have something to do. I need to go out for a bit. Wait. Chuju and Mikoto called out. Unfortunately, Wu Yan already ran out of the tent and disappeared from their sight. They were disappointed. Master. Shido. On the other side, Astria and Toka, who had been eating the most, didn't seem to be able to reduce the amount of food in front of them. Their expressions were downcast. It wasn't just Hinajuku, Mikoto, Astria, and Toka. Almost every girl in the tent had a gloomy expression on their faces. Well, they can't be blamed for it. Wu Yan has been behaving like this for a while now. He's been behaving strangely. In the past, if there's nothing going on, Wu Yan wouldn't wake up until the sun shines on his butt. But lately, not only has he stopped sleeping in, he's also waking up earlier than anyone else. At night. With Wu Yan's moral integrity, if he doesn't drag one or a few girls home to roll in the sheets with him, he won't be able to sleep peacefully. Even if he can't get anyone to roll in the sheets with him at night, he will stick to the girls like sticky candy until they are willing or throw a tantrum. Only then will he leave. But now, Wu Yan would sleep like a log in his tent at night. Even if the girls came to him and tried to seduce him, he wouldn't sleep. He would use the excuse of being too tired. Hugging the naked bodies of the young girls, he fell asleep without doing anything. He was more of a gentleman than a gentleman, almost becoming Lu Xiaohui. Also, today, Wu Yan left early and returned late every day. It was the same in the morning. After finishing his breakfast, he couldn't wait to go out. Then, he would come back in the middle of the night with a tired face and lie down in the tent. Abnormal. This is too abnormal. I think so. It's not that simple. In the silent tent, Shokuhu Misaki calmly opened her mouth. No matter what, his behavior is too abnormal. It's suspicious. You're right. Kotori stopped eating her lollipop. She was in deep thought. This doesn't seem like Oniai-san. Did something happen? It was rare for Kurumi to be so serious. Given my husband's personality, if something were to happen, it's very likely that he would hide it from us and bear it alone. Master. Ikaros raised her beautiful face. Her eyes were full of worry. Isn't that too despicable? Mikoto slammed the table and stood up after hearing Kurumi's words. Our lives are intertwined. We're a community with a shared destiny. If he still wants to bear everything alone, I won't forgive him. It's still too early to tell, Hinajuku hurriedly said upon seeing Mikoto's agitated expression. This is just our guess. Maybe Yen Yen was delayed by something else. That's hard to say. I think so too. Shiro, who was sitting beside Flandre-chan, raised her hand with a cautious expression. I think Oniai-san must have his reasons. Even if that's the case, it's not impossible for him to negotiate with us. Frenda pulled the beret on her head and said with a lack of interest. Even if Misako is right, we're a community with a shared destiny. Is there anything he needs to hide from us? That bastard. That bastard. He doesn't care about us at all. Kinuhata Sai crossed her arms and snorted. That's why I hate male chauvinism. He thinks that standing in front of women is the right thing to do. What a bastard. Everyone has their own secrets. Takitsubu Riku shook her head and said to Kinuhata Sai. Kinuhata, do you dare say that you're not hiding anything from him? Of course. Of course. Kinuhata Sai wanted to insist but she quickly deflated. Of course not. Is Oniai-san not in love with Flan and the sisters anymore? Flandre-chan laid her head on the table. She looked like she was about to cry. Oniai-san must have found someone cuter than Flan and the sisters and fell in love with her. He doesn't like us anymore. Once these words were spoken, the entire tent suddenly became silent. Soon after, the surrounding temperature continued to drop at a rate of 1 degree per second. No. No way. Astria smiled awkwardly. Master. Can't be that kind of person, right? However, none of the girls answered Astria's question with a dark expression. Astria shushed them and kept quiet. Shido. Toka said anxiously. Could it be that Shido doesn't like me anymore? Is that why he doesn't want to be with me? Looks like I can't sit back and do nothing anymore. Kotori stood up and looked at Ikaros with a cruel smile. Oniai-san shouldn't be too far away. Ikaros, can you scan Oniai-san's location? A glint of data flashed in Ikaros's eyes as she nodded. Master's location has been confirmed. Current coordinates: Behemoth Forest. Let's go. Mikoto and Chuju stood up with a cold smile on their faces. Let's see if he has fallen for some vixen or not. And so, the girls marched towards Behemoth Forest. Master's location has been confirmed. Ikaros pointed at an empty space in front of them. Over there. Slowly approach him. Shokuhu Misaki ordered. Remember, don't let him see you. The group of young girls all nodded obediently. They tiptoed closer to the open space and hid in the bushes. Gently pushing aside a corner of the grass, he let his vision shoot into the open space. When the scene in the open space was imprinted in the eyes of all the girls, all of them were stunned. The scene of an affair they expected didn't happen. Instead, they saw something different. It was an unbelievable scene. This was because the girls saw a cake in the middle of the empty space. It was a huge cake. It was 3 to 4 meters in diameter. It was a huge cake that was more than 2 meters tall. Around the cake, Wu Yan was holding some utensils. While baking some small cakes, he added them to the big cake to increase the surface area of the big cake. This is... The girls looked at each other in dismay. What's going on? Who is it? The moment the girls made a move, Wu Yan noticed them. Who's there? It's us. Looking at Wu Yan's cold expression, the girls quickly came out from the bushes. Wu Yan was stunned and he exclaimed in surprise. Why are you here? It's all because of you. Hinajika's eyes drifted away embarrassedly, but soon her face tensed up again. What are you doing here? This. Wu Yan hesitated for a bit before bitterly laughing out loud when he saw the dissatisfied looks on the girls' faces. So we were exposed in the end? This cake. The girls came closer and their gazes shifted to the cake. What the hell is going on? You've been busy helping your sisters build the base recently. You haven't had time to rest. Wu Yan sighed helplessly. As for me, I'm not very good at this aspect. I can only throw everything to you guys. Looking at how busy you guys are every day, I don't know what to do. In the end, I can only think of this way to express my feelings. Wu Yan picked up a cream drawing tool used for writing and added 4 words on the cake. One life. Looking at the 4 words on the cake, the girls were stunned. Then, the expressions on their faces started to melt. A lifetime. That's the feeling Wu Yan wanted to express. Looking at the man whose face is covered in cream but still writing those words with a serious expression, the hearts of the young girls melted. Yan. Mikoto's tea-colored eyes started to water up, her expression turning into one of guilt. At the side, the other girls' expressions were more or less filled with guilt. It turned out that they suspected the reason why their other half, who was having an affair with another woman, left early and returned home late every day, no longer slept in, and came back at night with a tired face, was because he wanted to make this cake to express his feelings for them. Everything was for them. But they suspected that he was doing something bad. How disappointing. At the thought of this, the expressions of the girls were filled with sadness and guilt. Hey, what's wrong with you guys? Looking at how downcast the girls are, Wu Yan approached them with a nervous expression and asked anxiously. Did I do something wrong? No. You didn't do anything wrong. Seeing how uneasy Wu Yan is because of them, the girls felt even more guilty. The next moment, all of the girls threw themselves at Wu Yan. In the empty space, the young girls replied in unison, resounding through the air. We also want to be with you for the rest of our lives. Wu Yan's expression softened when he heard this. The air was filled with warmth. Chapter 13-15. Ansari State, St. Dalam Square. This is a very special square. Because, in the center of the square, there is a stone statue. That is the stone statue of the first Night King of the Lorraine State, also known as the Holy Statue. It is one of the historical sites in Ansari State. Whether it is a local or a foreigner, if there is a place in Ansari State that must be visited, it must be the Holy Statue, which is St. Dalam Square. Because of this, St. Dalam Square is not only the place with the most tourists during the day, it is also a meeting place for many people who live in Ansari State. And of course this includes Wu Yan. In the end, I still came early? At the foot of the holy statue in St. Dalam Square, Wu Yan, who is wearing casual clothes and a jacket, looked at the sky and he couldn't help but grumble. That guy Corset, why does he look more excited than me, rushing me out in such a hurry? There is still an hour before the appointed time. How could Becca come so early? As the #1 celebrity in the Ansari State Dragon Riding Academy, and the idol of all the boys and girls in Ansari State, to Becca, dating with Wu Yan might just be a routine. Although it didn't sound very nice, this date was still a reward for the winner of the Aries Dragon Rite. It couldn't be considered a real date, and Becca was only fulfilling her promise. She was definitely carrying out this date with a vague attitude. Therefore, with Becca's character, even if she won't be late, she shouldn't be too early, at least not as early as an hour in the morning. Wu Yan thought so. But in the next moment, the scene that appeared in front of Wu Yan mercilessly shattered this thought in his heart. Nobody knows when it started. The entire St. Dalam Square was silent. The scene that was still a bit noisy a second ago. At this moment, all the voices seemed to be extinguished by something. They were cut off in the air. Every man, woman, old, young, and young at the scene. All of them seemed to be holding their breaths. They didn't even dare to make a sound. All of them turned their gazes towards one direction. Their eyes flashed with a somewhat dull look. Wu Yan followed everyone's line of sight and looked ahead. He was also stunned by what he saw. That was because, in that direction, a young girl was walking into the plaza with extremely elegant and noble steps. Looking at the young lady who was slowly walking towards the center of the field, everyone's eyes lit up at the same time. That is breathtaking. Under the sunlight, the young girl was wearing a pure white blouse. It was very crisp and neat. It set off her voluptuous and explosive chest. Both sides of her chest spread down in an extremely seductive trajectory, drawing out slender curves. Her lower body was a pure black miniskirt, matched with knee-length stockings and knee-length boots. If you really take action, maybe Corset won't refuse you. You're not sure. How is that possible? Wu Yan's first reaction was to laugh. It's a very funny laugh. I've only known Corset for less than a month. The chances of us meeting are even rarer. How could Corset? Is that so? Rebecca interrupted Wu Yan. Her eyes contained a different kind of emotion. But we've only known each other for less than a month. Haven't we already progressed to the level of a date? This is the reward for the Ares Temple's dragon sacrifice. Wu Yan sighed. If I held a bouquet of flowers like those people who wanted to pursue you, shouting President Rebecca, I love you, and, please go on a date with me, at the same time, would you agree? Rebecca muttered to herself, her expression serious as she pondered. After a while, she raised her head and revealed a flower-like smile. If it's you, Rune, I'll definitely agree. Ha! Wu Yan's face froze up. He couldn't believe what he just heard. He looked at Rebecca with a suspicious look. Are you sure? I'm sure. Rebecca nodded heavily. She looked at Wu Yan's face with an inexplicable tone. She spoke in a serious tone. After all, you're the first person to talk to me normally as a man and as a woman. What do you mean? Wu Yan furrowed his brows when he saw Rebecca's strange behavior. The way you look at women. You make it sound like other men don't look at you the way they look at women. Them. Rebecca's expression turned bitter. Instead of saying that I'm looking at a woman, it's better to say that I'm looking at the most reliable student council president and the Saint Dragon Knight. Oh? Wu Yan narrowed his eyes and he rapped her on the head with his knuckles. You! Rebecca held her head in pain. She looked at Wu Yan in shock. She didn't expect him to treat her like this. Let me use your words. You're underestimating yourself too much. Wu Yan pursed his lips. Even if you disregard your identity as the student council president and the sacred sky dragon knight, you're still a beautiful woman. Wu Yan pointed at the passers-by. Their gazes are the evidence. Rebecca couldn't help but look around. Immediately, she caught sight of the stunned and envious expressions of the passers-by. Due to her disguise, the passers-by didn't know this beautiful girl was the student council president. As Wu Yan said, their gazes were the most direct evidence of Rebecca's identity as a woman. Rebecca's eyes flickered, she smiled. Her smile was extremely beautiful. Chapter 13-16. Ansari City. City District. Wow, what a beautiful girl. Where is that girl from? I've never seen her before. Is there such a beautiful girl in Ansari City? Who is that man beside her? He can't be that beauty's lover, right? That beauty is holding his hand. They must be lovers. Damn it, I'm so envious. That man. On the streets of the city district, the passers-by all stopped in their tracks, attracted by Rebecca's heaven-shaking beauty. They widened their eyes. They looked at Rebecca in awe while pointing at her in excitement. However, when they noticed Wu Yan walking next to Rebecca and Rebecca holding onto his arm, their enthusiasm dissipated like a splash of cold water. They started pointing at Wu Yan and started gossiping. Of course, unlike Rebecca, Wu Yan only attracted negative envy and jealousy. Wu Yan grimaced as he looked at Rebecca, who is leaning on him intimately. She hooked her arm around his and she leaned on him with a smile on her face. She's one step away from leaning into his embrace. His bitterness deepened. It was bitter to say it. Wu Yan, on the other hand, felt troubled and puzzled. Naturally, he was annoyed by Rebecca's intimate actions. His hand had completely sunk into the other party's voluptuous breasts. Feeling that amazingly soft touch, while the fire in his heart continued to burn, his absent-mindedness affected his state of mind. Even his steps became light as a feather. He almost made a fool out of himself. What he didn't understand was Rebecca's attitude. Ever since the conversation in St. Lam Square, Rebecca suddenly became incomparably passionate, like a lover who was passionately in love. Not only did she insist on holding his hand, she also ignored the scrutinizing and unbridled gazes of the surrounding people. This made Wu Yan very confused. The rumored strongest student council president of Ansari City's Dragon Riding Academy. She was usually upright and awe-inspiring, in addition to her awe-inspiring performance and extremely beautiful appearance. Once she released her passion, even Wu Yan almost couldn't take it. It was no wonder that Wu Yan didn't understand. After all, it was the first time he saw Rebecca like this. He couldn't help but reach out his hand. As Rebecca stared blankly at him, he touched her forehead and then touched his own as he muttered to himself, "That's right, master. I don't have a fever." As soon as he said that, with a slap, a weak yet powerful hand mercilessly slapped Wu Yan's shoulder, making him cry out in pain. He looked at Rebecca, causing her to look unhappily. "Do you know that your behavior just now was very rude?" Sorry. Wu Yan rubbed his shoulder and smiled apologetically. "I just didn't expect, Rebecca, you would be so passionate when you're on a date. When you're on a date, you must use a different way to interact with the opposite sex. That's the easiest way to arouse the resonance between both parties and show the warmth of your feelings." Rebecca's lips slowly curled up. "This is common knowledge for dating." "That's right." Wu Yan scratched his face. "It's not a problem for normal lovers or opposite sex who have feelings for each other to do this, but are we lovers or opposite sex who have feelings for each other?" His wine-red eyes met Rebecca's green eyes. Wu Yan said half-jokingly, "If you're so passionate, I'll misunderstand that you're interested in me." Oh. Hearing Wu Yan's words, Rebecca revealed a mischievous expression. "Can't I be interested in you? I think you're hinting that you're very easy to capture." Wu Yan rolled his eyes. "We've only known each other for less than a month and you're already interested in me?" "Less than a month." Rebecca was silent for a moment before she suddenly said, "Speaking of which, it's quite unbelievable." Wu Yan looked at Rebecca with a confused look. "What do you mean?" "You're clearly a suspicious person with an unknown identity and origin. You were coincidentally discovered by me when the star spirit went berserk less than a month ago. Yet now, I'm on a date with such a suspicious person." Rebecca looked at Wu Yan with strange emotions in her eyes. "Isn't this unbelievable enough?" Wu Yan paused for a bit. He also fell silent for a moment before asking, "You know I'm a suspicious person. Then, why are you trying to get closer to me like a moth drawn to a flame?" A moth drawn to a flame. Rebecca froze for a moment before smiling bitterly. "That's quite an apt description." "Isn't it?" Wu Yan lowered his voice and said indifferently, "After all, I might be someone from the Cypheros Empire. I might also be someone who wants to harm the Ansari Dragon Academy, or even the Lorium Knighthood. I might also be a spy from another faction who infiltrated the Ansari Dragon Academy to obtain information. Who knows?" "No. You can't be someone from another country." Rebecca shook her head. "You have star carving and fall. You are a dragon breeder, which means that you are from the kingdom of knights of Lorimon. The mother of dragons will not entrust her offspring to anyone other than the kingdom of knights. There are exceptions to everything. As far as I know, the mother of dragons once made an exception and allowed someone from the Sheplon kingdom to have her offspring and become a dragon breeder." Wu Yan refuted, but Rebecca shook her head again. "That's because that person was from the Sheplon kingdom, and the knighthood of Lorea is a vassal of the Sheplon kingdom. That's why there was an exception. Besides, even if there was an exception, the mother of dragons wouldn't entrust her offspring to someone who would harm the knighthood. What if I'm not a dragon breeder?" Wu Yan self-destructed in a shocking manner. "My star carving might be a disguise, And you've never seen my fall before, have you? This time, Rebecca fell silent. Even if that's the case, I still pulled closer to you like a moth drawn to a flame, just like you said. Rebecca said resolutely after a while. Perhaps this is irrational, but I do believe you subconsciously. Perhaps this is a woman's intuition? Wu Yan didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. That's not something that the highly capable student council president would say. Isn't that why I said it's inconceivable? Rebecca smiled and lifted her head. The sunlight shone on her face, making her as beautiful as a goddess. There are indeed many mysterious things about you, but they're far from suspicious. One day, I will uncover all these mysteries and you'll have no more secrets from me. Wu Yan looked at Rebecca in astonishment. Rebecca responded with her usual confident smile. Wu Yan chuckled helplessly. Is this a declaration of love? It can be considered a declaration of challenge. Wu Yan and Rebecca smiled at each other. They ignored the gazes of the passers-by and intimately stuck to each other, beginning a true date. Ansari State Dragon Riding Academy, Epona. Under the setting sun, Wu Yan sent Rebecca to the entrance of Epona Lodge. He looked at the incomparably beautiful girl standing in front of him and sighed. I say it's a date, but I'm not familiar with Ansari City at all. I just want you to take me shopping and familiarize me with the roads. Then I'll treat it as a prelude to our next date. Rebecca didn't mind making such a declaration. She walked up to Wu Yan with a grin on her face. She stood on her tiptoes, and before Wu Yan could react, she placed her lips on Wu Yan's cheek and she kissed him with a soft chirp. Wu Yan's eyes widened when he felt the fragrance and touch on his cheek. A farewell kiss is the perfect ending to a date. This is common knowledge when dating. Rebecca leisurely said after a light kiss. She then turned around and walked into the dormitory with a smile. Wu Yan rubbed his cheeks. He looked at Rebecca's cheerful back and he couldn't help but reply to her. Remember to kiss me next time. That will depend on your performance. A confident smile appeared on Rebecca's face. She recovered her usual heroic demeanor and walked into the dormitory. Today was destined to be a beautiful day. Chapter 13-17. Ansari State Dragon Riding Academy. Due to the Corpse Ash Dragon's attack, Ansari Dragon Riding Academy suspended classes for quite some time. Today, although the reconstruction of Ansari City was still ongoing, the impact of the attack on the people of Ansari City had mostly subsided. Therefore, the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy was also preparing to open today. Early in the morning, the students of Ansari Dragon Riding Academy gathered in a spacious auditorium. They lined up in an orderly manner and quietly waited for this little ceremony that resembled a school opening ceremony to begin. Of course, although it was described as a school opening ceremony, the students didn't think it would be boring. Because, at this very moment, the one standing in the middle of the stage is the most popular goddess of the Ansari University's Dragon Riding Academy. This time, our Ansari Dragon Riding Academy Student Council has recruited 4 new student council members. On the high platform of the auditorium, Rebecca wore her usual confident smile as she leisurely spoke to all the students in a dignified and loud voice. Next, let me introduce the new members of the student council. Rebecca moved away from the stage where the microphone was placed and turned to the side. She extended her hand to the screen next to the stage. First, the student council's disciplinary committee member, Sylvia Loren. Sylvia Loren. Yes. Following a stern response, all the students began to hold their breaths. They couldn't help but look to the side. There Sylvia, with her long blonde hair swinging, walked up to the podium with clear footsteps. Her face was full of coldness. Looking at Sylvia, who was standing on the podium, the students snorted in disdain. After all, Sylvia was famous for being unreasonable and arrogant. Even if she was extremely beautiful, she didn't want to arouse dissatisfaction from others. It was also very easy. Although it was a little hard to believe, this incomparably beautiful princess was indeed not very popular. She was not even close to anyone. However, Sylvia's subsequent performance caused all of the students' jaws to drop. I am the disciplinary committee member, Sylvia Loren. Loren. She had a solemn expression on her face. However, Sylvia's voice was no longer as cold and emotionless as before. Instead, it was much gentler. There were even beautiful ripples in her eyes. As a junior, I know that there are still many areas where I am immature, but I will do my best to assist the student union in its work. Maintain the discipline of the academy. With that, the corners of Sylvia's mouth slowly curled up. She took a step back, bent her waist, and gave a noble salute. From now on, please give me your guidance. Looking at Sylvia, who was standing on the stage and bowing to them, looking very elegant and courteous, the students were speechless. There was complete silence as the students looked at each other in dismay. Although he didn't know what had happened, the overbearing arrogance and unreasonable aura that he had always seen from Sylvia had completely disappeared. Now, the person who appeared in front of everyone was no longer the unreasonable Sylvia, who only wanted to study. Instead, she was a noble, humble, and elegant beauty of the academy. In the next moment, the entire hall was filled with applause. It seemed that even Sylvia herself was shocked by the loud applause. Her refined and courteous temperament instantly disappeared, and a panicked expression appeared on her originally solemn face. Ever since she entered the academy, due to her status and grades, Sylvia had gone on stage many times. However, every time she went on stage to give a speech, the atmosphere was heavy and cold. This was the first time she was so popular. Sylvia, who didn't expect it to be like this, was filled with panic. She awkwardly bowed again and ran out, returning to the backstage. And this performance was welcomed by a certain person's joyful and mocking words. Not bad this time. Hearing this voice, Sylvia suddenly felt angry. She raised her head and hatefully looked at Wu Yan, who had a detestable smile on his face, and angrily said, "It's all because of you. You said you didn't like the way I spoke in the past. You made me spend so much effort to study the etiquette of speaking. In the end, I became a laughingstock." "What are you talking about?" Wu Yan rolled his eyes at the angry Sylvia. "This applause represents the students' welcome to you. Who knows how many times better than before, but you still aren't satisfied." "Roland is right, Your Highness." Yashur also spoke up. "Her Highness is so much better now compared to before." Sylvia couldn't help but blush when she heard this, and she turned her face away. It's nothing." Looking at Sylvia's blushing face, Yashur couldn't help but laugh, but soon he couldn't laugh anymore. Next, the Academy's #1 problematic student, General Affairs Yashur? Blake. The entire hall went silent once more. Seeing this, Yashur's face turned bitter. "Compared to Sylvia, you're not that popular." Wu Yan playfully patted Yashur's shoulder. "Well, since Sylvia has turned over a new leaf, you won't be too bad either. Don't worry and go up. Can you not say I've turned over a new leaf? You're making it sound like I was a horrible person in the past." Sylvia voiced her opinion, but Wu Yan ignored it. However, Wu Yan's words gave Yashur a boost of confidence. He nodded firmly and walked up to the stage. But if one looked closely, one would notice that Yashur's face still carried a hint of nervousness. Is he all right?" Sylvia sighed. "He looks really nervous." "Do you think everyone is like you? Majestic and has nothing to do with nervousness?" Wu Yan pursed his lips. For a commoner who has never shown his face in public, being able to go up on stage is already something worthy of praise. "Don't make it sound like I'm different. I get nervous too. It's just that I've been through a lot of situations like this ever since I was little, so I don't have stage fright on the surface." Sylvia looked at Wu Yan in dissatisfaction. "Besides, you don't look nervous either, do you?" Me." Wu Yan was taken aback. He shrugged his shoulders. "Even though we're on different sides, I've been through plenty of situations like this as well. Rather than saying that I'm not nervous, it's more accurate to say that I'm used to it." "You've been through plenty of situations." Sylvia looked at Wu Yan with a frown. "Do all guards have to go in and out of those situations?" "Yeah." "I'm talking about the past, not the present. Who told you that I used to be a guard?" Wu Yan raised an eyebrow and said with a half-smile. "Who knows, I might even be the fiancé of a princess." "Is that so?" Sylvia turned her head away. She didn't listen to Wu Yan. Wu Yan sighed helplessly. He wasn't lying. Even though they're not in this world, Sylph is still a princess and he is indeed her fiancé. Next up, let's welcome the genius dragon rider, the one who has never lost a single battle since he entered the school. He is known as the Divine Rider and is now the assistant of the student council. Randall. Unknowingly, Yashur had also returned to the backstage and ended his speech. Rebecca made an introduction with slightly clearer words than before, causing a burst of applause in the auditorium. Compared to Sylvia and Yashur, Wu Yan is much more popular. I am Randall, the assistant of the student council. Randall. Standing on the podium, Wu Yan had a calm expression on his face. Originally, the student union didn't have the position of assistant, but since the vice president and secretary of the student union were often absent for no reason, the president created the position of assistant. I will take over the vice president and secretary's work and be responsible for assisting the president. If there's anything you need my help with, feel free to look for me. I will be more than happy to do so. As soon as he finished speaking, the students immediately clapped and cheered. Rebecca and Sylvia clapped their hands when they saw Wu Yan standing on the stage with a carefree expression on his face. They revealed heart-wrenching smiles. Chapter 13-18. Ansari Dragon Riding Academy, Student Council Office. Then, Rebecca looked at the people around her. It's a bit late, but let me say something. Welcome to the Student Council. Thank you, President. Sylvia and Yashur nodded and Rebecca shook her head. No, I should be the one thanking you. Rebecca sighed. On the surface, the student union sounds very glorious, but in fact, there is a shortage of internal staff. The vice president and the secretary are absent all year round, so the entire student union has long shown signs of not being able to operate properly. The fact that all of you can join the student union has allowed me to catch my breath. Guild leader, you mustn't say that. Yashur was flattered and shook his head. If a problematic student like me can help a little, I definitely won't refuse. Me too. Sylvia nodded solemnly. I've always thought that I can do what others can do with a little effort. But now, I've completely realized that there are still many areas where my ability is lacking. Take the corpse dragon incident for example. At that time, I couldn't even help at all. Princess, what are you saying? Yashur looked at Sylvia in shock. If it wasn't for Princess and Lancelot's help, I wouldn't have been able to defeat the corpse grey dragon alone. However, Yashur's comforting words were met with Sylvia's sharp gaze. You bastard! Don't you know what you've done? Looking at Sylvia's somewhat angry expression, Yashur was stunned on the spot. Even if it's just a rushed holy knight armor, you're still wearing it. Sylvia clenched her teeth, unwilling to give up. In other words, you were a true sacred sky dragon knight back then. Hearing this, Yashur opened his mouth and finally realized what kind of level he had reached at that time. Sacred Sky Dragon Knight. Not only was it the symbol of the highest level of power in Lorraine, it was also a symbol of high status. In Lorraine, no matter what kind of person they were, even if they were a commoner or a slave, once they became a Sacred Sky Dragon Knight, their status would be comparable to nobles. Sylvia was right. Even if it was a half-baked paladin armor, Yashur was still equipped with it. Then, he was a genuine Saint Heavenly Dragon Knight. You have the ability to ride any dragon and walk in front of everyone to become a Sacred Sky Dragon Knight. Do you know that I can't even get these things even if I wanted them? Sylvia's face was filled with anger. Since you have such outstanding talent, you should keep learning and make full use of your talent. Otherwise, how can a person like me, who has no talent and doesn't even know where to start working hard, feel satisfied? That. Yashur raised his hand tremblingly. I don't think Princess has no talent. Sylvia glared fiercely at Yashur, who immediately shut up. In short, you can't be as sloppy as you used to be. He's been labeled as a problematic student. Sylvia sternly said to Yashur, even if it's for the sake of the student council's image, you have to produce results that everyone recognizes. Sylvia is right. Yashur. Wu Yan, who was sipping his tea, looked at Yashur. I know you don't have much self-awareness right now. After all, Your fall wasn't even born not long ago. Now that you've suddenly become a noble-like holy dragon knight, you definitely can't get used to it. However, you've indeed reached the top in one step. You can't act recklessly and recklessly like before. Just like last time when you interfered in the battle with the corpse grey dragon. Let's not mention that time Rebecca was almost hurt. Yashio lowered his head. His expression more or less filled with guilt. I'm sorry. I know you're worried about Yak, but there are more solutions in that situation. Wu Yan patted Yashua's shoulder. Like Sylvia said, she has her shortcomings and so do you. You have to train yourselves in the student council from now on. While you make up for your shortcomings, you have to make use of your strengths as well. Wu Yan glanced at Sylvia when he said this. Don't use your lack of talent as an excuse when you can't do something. Everyone has their own strengths. I hope you can understand this. Sylvia and Yashua's expressions instantly turned serious as they responded. Yes. Rebecca couldn't help but smile when she saw how easily Wu Yan stirred up Sylvia and Yashua's conviction. I'm relieved to see you like this. I hope you'll take care of me in the coming days, Roland, Yashua, and your highness. I will do my best. Sylvia stared at Rebecca with determination in her eyes. But President, I didn't come to the student council just to do my part. I also came to train myself. So, at least in the student council, please don't treat me as the princess of the royal family of knights. In the future, President, please call me by my name. This. Leska hesitated for a moment, but when she saw the stubbornness in Sylvia's eyes, she nodded with a smile. Okay, I understand. Rebecca picked up the teacup on the table and raised it. Then let me replace wine with tea to welcome you all once again. Welcome to the student council. Cheers. Cheers. Wu Yan, Sylvia, and Yashu also raised their teacups and clinked them against Rebecca's teacup. Amidst the crisp sounds, the 4 people present drank up the black tea in their teacups at the same time, celebrating the formation of the new student union. Okay, the welcome ceremony will end here. If there's a chance in the future, I'll make it up to you all. Placing the teacup on the table, Rebecca withdrew her smile. Next, I have something important to tell you all. Sylvia and Yashua shivered when they saw Rebecca's smile disappear. Even Wu Yan narrowed his eyes. For Rebecca to treat it so seriously, it must not be a small matter. It's actually like this. Rebecca bit her thumbnail and revealed a serious expression. I've already reported the corpse dragon's attack on Ansari City to the royal family of knights. Hearing this, everyone's expression froze. Wu Yan frowned and glanced at Rebecca. Did the Lorimon Wang family or the Lorimon Holy Dragon Knights do something? That is indeed the case. Rebecca bitterly smiled. In order to further understand the cause of the corpse ash dragon's attack, investigate the truth behind it, and collect information, the Lorimon Wang family will personally visit Ansari City on the grounds of expressing sympathy for the people. The royal family of Lorimon will personally come. Yashua was shocked. The royal family? Wu Yan looked at Sylvia. Sylvia shook her head, indicating that she didn't know either. The royal family of Lorimon is coming. In other words, someone related to Sylvia is coming. Who could it be? At that thought, Sylvia suddenly had a bad premonition. At the same time, Rebecca glanced at Sylvia. It is said that the one who came to Ansari City this time is the first princess of the Knight's Kingdom of Lorraine, Veronica. Veronica Lorimon. Sylvia's pupils shrunk to the size of a needle. The royal family of Lorimon? Wu Yan flinched. Yashio gasped as well. The royal family of Lorimon? Isn't that? That's right. Rebecca nodded. The person coming is Sylvia's sister. No, however, as soon as Rebecca finished speaking, Sylvia suddenly let out a sorrowful cry, and her face instantly paled. What's wrong? Rebecca was shocked. Wu Yan and Yashua were the same. The pale-faced Sylvia hugged her head and squatted on the ground, trembling as if the end of the world had arrived. Everyone looked at each other. For a moment, the entire place fell into a deathly silence. Chapter 13-19. Night. The sky was dotted with stars. It looked like the Milky Way was streaking across the horizon, Apollo's house. Wu Yan was lying on his bed in a room. He looked at the cold ceiling. After a while, he raised his hand. On that hand, a strange drop of blood was floating above his hand in an extremely strange manner, drifting up and down. Young blood of the Avalon Saint Dragon Emperor, special item. A special blood extracted from the last descendant of the Avalon Saint Dragon Emperor when he was young. Due to the extraction by the system, it has a magical effect. If consumed by a vampire who relies on blood as their foundation, it can strengthen the vampire's ability. If consumed by a vampire's true ancestor, it can raise the level of the vampire by 1 level. Note, due to the extraction by the system, it can only be effective if consumed by the system's user. The effective range is before level 90. When the user reaches level 89, the consumption will be ineffective. This drop of blood is the one Wu Yan obtained from AI Ku. It is also the prerequisite for Wu Yan to complete the second dungeon quest. The extraction process was very smooth. At least, it was much smoother than when he asked the Dragon Mother for a drop of blood. Wu Yan only used a table of delicious dishes to make AI Ku happy. She agreed to Wu Yan's request for a drop of blood and let Wu Yan extract it from her body. Wu Yan's second dungeon quest was successfully completed. Character: Wu Yan. Equipment points: 61100. Item points: 180000. Ability points: 51,000. Summoning points: 81,000. Level: 85. Dungeon World: Star Carvings Dragon Knight Dungeon Quest. Acquire. Quest 1. Enter Tokisaki Kurumi's Red Jade mode. Using the ability of the angel, the Zafkiel, he used the bullet of 12, Yod, the Zafkiel. Bet. When the Mother of Dragons placed the last descendant of the Avalon Holy Dragon royal family in the Abayan Forest, she obtained a drop of the original blood of the last descendant of the Avalon Holy Dragon royal family before he was born and placed in the Abayan Forest. Quest reward: 10,000 equipment points, item points, ability points, summoning points, completed. Mission 2. Obtain a drop of infant blood from the last descendant of Avalon's Holy Dragon royal family. Quest reward: 30,000 equipment points, item points, ability points, summoning points, completed. Mission 3. Obtain a drop of awakening blood from the last descendant of Avalon's Holy Dragon royal family. Quest reward: 50,000 equipment points, item points, ability points, summoning points. At present, there was only one instance dungeon quest left to complete Wu Yan's quest in this world. Then, he would be able to move about freely in this world. The third instance dungeon quest still required Wu Yan to obtain blood from the last descendant of Avalon's Holy Dragon royal family, which was Yak. However, unlike the previous two instances, this instance dungeon quest required Wu Yan to obtain a drop of blood from Yak when she enters the awakening period. However, when is Yak's awakening period? When is this awakening period? Wu Yan had no idea at all. Therefore, this instance dungeon quest could only be temporarily put aside and be dealt with in the future. However, Wu Yan had to continue paying attention to Yak. Although he didn't know when Yak would enter the so-called awakening period, Wu Yan could only wait. Looking at the drop of Avalon's Holy Dragon royal family's infant blood floating in his palm, Wu Yan sighed. There were two reasons for the sigh. Firstly, it was a pity that the effect of the Holy Dragon royal family's infant blood was the same as the original blood of Avalon's Holy Dragon royal family. After all, Wu Yan was hoping that this drop of blood would have the effect of allowing him to enter the demigod rank. Now it seems that entering the demigod rank was not as easy as he thought. Therefore, Wu Yan sighed. Secondly, he was confused about what happened during the day and sighed. Putting away the drop of Avalon's Holy Dragon royal family's infant blood, Wu Yan put his hands behind his head and looked at the ceiling. In his mind, Sylvia's face, which had turned pale due to excessive fear, appeared. When she heard that her sister was about to come to Ansari City, Sylvia was not happy at all. Instead, she was terrified. Isn't this a little too suspicious? Sylvia's reaction really puzzled Wu Yan. If Sylvia's expression was hatred, it was disgust. Then, Wu Yan wouldn't be surprised at all. After all, the Wangs were always scheming against each other due to their background and environment. There was also the heir to the throne and other factors that made the relationship between the Wangs not harmonious even if they were siblings. That had been played out many times in TV dramas. Because of this, Sylvia and Veronica's relationship was not good. Wu Yan could understand. However, Sylvia's reaction wasn't hatred or disgust. It was fear. And it was extreme fear. This puzzled Wu Yan. Could it be that Veronica had done something to Sylvia? Thinking until here, Wu Yan couldn't help but sigh again and murmur. What the hell is going on? Why don't I answer for Lord Rune? A cold voice suddenly sounded in the room, making Wu Yan's whole body tremble, and he reflexively jumped up from the bed. Next, Wu Yan saw Cosette standing beside the bed in her usual court-made uniform, looking at him with a mischievous expression. Wu Yan bitterly chuckled in response. He didn't seem to be in a good mood. Cosette, please, next time use a normal way to appear, okay? Then I won't be able to come in. This is the boys' dormitory. Cosette winked mischievously and a playful expression appeared on her face. I saw that Lord Rune seemed to be troubled. That's why I came to care about him. Isn't Lord Rune happy? The one who should be troubled is your master, who should be hiding in the quilt and trembling right now, right? Wu Yan laid back down on the bed. Cosette sat on the edge of the bed without any hesitation. She looked at Wu Yan with a half-smile. Lord Rune really cares about Her Royal Highness. Now, do maids gossip too? I'm just curious about Lord Rune's feelings. Then it's called gossip. So be it. Cosette smiled indifferently, but soon after, he let out a sigh. Actually, the reason why Her Royal Highness behaved that way is all because of Her Royal Highness Veronica. Wu Yan immediately turned his eyes to Cosette. Her Royal Highness Veronica once failed in the infant ceremony. Cosette's face became expressionless. In order to make up for her shortcoming of not being able to become a dragon breeder, Her Highness Veronica has been training herself since she was young and developed a combative personality. However, because Her Highness Veronica has great expectations for Her Highness Princess, in order to prevent Her Highness Princess from becoming weak when she fails to be selected, Her Highness Veronica has done a lot of training for Her Highness Princess when Her Highness was still young. Training? Wu Yan's mouth twitched. You're not going to say that it's because Sylvia was trained by Veronica, that's why she was afraid of Veronica and reacted that way, right? Lord Rune underestimated Her Royal Highness Veronica's training. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's cruel. Cosette became serious. Not only did Her Royal Highness Veronica had to push her into the lake, but she also had to go to dangerous cliffs to retrieve specific items. She even had to go to a well-known haunted forest to train her courage while trying to survive. Wu Yan's heart twitched when he heard that. By the way, I was the one who pretended to be a ghost in the forest. Wu Yan almost fell to the ground. That's why Her Royal Highness Veronica is traumatized by Her Royal Highness Veronica. Cosette didn't realize that she was also responsible and sighed. That's why Her Royal Highness Veronica acted that way. Really? I don't know what to say. Wu Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he shook his head. Cosette suddenly leaned forward and gently kissed Wu Yan's cheek. Wu Yan's mouth opened into an O shape. This is the benefit Lord Rune requested. Cosette winked mischievously and whispered. If possible, Lord Rune, I hope you can help Her Royal Highness Veronica like last time. Wu Yan looked at Cosette in a daze and couldn't help but laugh. If you kiss the other side, then I'll agree. Lord Rune, you really don't know how to take advantage of others. Cosette was also startled. Then with a wry smile, he moved his face closer to her once again. Chapter 1320. Ansari Dragon Riding Academy, Epona House. On the top floor of Epona House, Sylvia was wearing a white revealing nightgown that barely covered half of her breasts and only reached her thighs. She was lying on her bed with a pair of ice blue eyes that were filled with disappointment. Today, all the students of the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy got a holiday. Because the first princess of Lorea Knight's kingdom, Veronica Loriaman, would be visiting Ansari City today. Veronica Lorea Knight. This is a rather legendary figure. As the princess of the Night Kingdom of Lorea, in theory, she was the first in line to inherit the throne of the Night Kingdom of Lorea. However, this princess did not hide in a greenhouse all day long, enjoying the flattery of others and living a luxurious life like other princesses. Instead, she chose to become a brave and skilled female general on the battlefield. In the past, Veronica personally led the army and intervened in the disputes all over the Aruxtran continent. The number of times she went to the battlefield and quelled the flames of war was not few. It is said that when she went to war for the first time, she was only 12 years old. Although she wasn't able to become a dragon nurturer during the youngling ritual, Veronica chose to train her body, hone her sword skills, and become a general on the battlefield. Moreover, her performance was extremely heroic, and could even be described as brave and ferocious. It is said that, whenever Veronica waved the sword in her hand on the battlefield, there would be 3 heads flying in the sky at the same time. Is this true or not? No one has ever seen it with their own eyes. Even those who have seen it with their own eyes did not stand up for this matter. However, Veronica is indeed a brave and good fighter. Until now, she has never lost a battle and has never lost a battle. Her talent in military can be said to be number 1 in the entire Lorea Knight's kingdom. The sword skills that she has honed over the years can be said to be invincible. There is even a rumor that Veronica once used the sword in her hand to repel a winged lizard. Winged lizard. That is a ferocious large lizard. It is a close relative of the dragon race's earth dragon. In terms of combat strength, some weak dragons may not be its match. Veronica is not a Holy Sky Dragon Knight that can equip the Holy Knight armor. She is not even a dragon cultivator, yet she can do this. How strong is her combat strength? One can only imagine. And these are the achievements that Veronica had when she was in her teens. Now Veronica's fame is still the same, but her combat strength is definitely much higher. Such a brave female warrior made the citizens of Lorea Knight's kingdom admire Veronica. Her position in the hearts of the citizens Knight's kingdom's people's heart is far from Sylvia, who was still a student, can compare to her. People even thought Veronica's eyes. It was because the Mother of Dragons felt that Veronica's eyes were too scary when she was only 7 years old. Of course, there was no way to verify this. The famous Veronica was known as the Iron Blood Valkyrie. It refers to her powerful combat strength and ruthless mentality on the battlefield. Plus, she is the princess of the royal family. Such an existence is about to come to Ansari City. The upper echelons of Ansari City have already prepared a welcoming ceremony. Naturally, the Ansari Dragon Academy's board of directors, student council, and various high-ranking officials are also included. Under such circumstances, the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy was also on holiday. Now, the relevant personnel of the academy should be there to welcome Veronica's arrival. Sylvia, on the other hand, was still in her pajamas and lying on her bed. Her heart was struggling to the extreme. Logically speaking, as Veronica's sister, the 4th princess of the royal family, and the student council's disciplinary committee member, Sylvia must be there no matter what. But the fear of Veronica in her heart overcame her reason. Sylvia can only lie on her bed, struggling in her heart and feeling disheartened by her current state. In the end, am I still a coward? Sylvia laughed self-deprecatingly, her hand involuntarily touching the star carving on her chest. This star carving, and even Lancelot, were given to Sylvia by someone else. Originally, Sylvia should have failed in the youngling ceremony. But in the end, she met a benefactor and received his help to obtain a youngling, becoming a dragon cultivator. Sylvia doesn't know why that big brother of hers also had a youngling that only the Mother of Dragons can entrust to him, and even gave it to her. But when Sylvia expressed her gratitude to him, she already made a decision in her heart. She won't let him down. But now, such a cowardly person like her would only stain the big brother who had bestowed her with such a great favor. Sylvia can even imagine the disappointment on his face when he sees her current state. This made Sylvia's heart tighten. No! Sylvia clenched her teeth and sat up. At least, I have to face it bravely. That's right. Sylvia's voice suddenly rang out in the originally empty room, causing the resolute expression on Sylvia's face to collapse. She held back her tears and covered her eyes in fear. What are you doing? Then, a speechless voice entered Sylvia's ears. Only then did Sylvia realize how familiar that voice was. She raised her head and looked at the source of the voice. In the next moment, Sylvia saw Wu Yan is standing beside her with a helpless expression on his face. You! Sylvia was stunned. Why are you here? Nothing. It's nothing. Wu Yan crossed his arms and looked down at Sylvia. I'm just here to see how the great 4th princess is a coward. Sylvia raised an eyebrow but quickly deflated. After all, what Wu Yan said was the truth. I don't want to teach you a lesson anymore. Wu Yan closed his eyes. I just want to ask you, are you really willing to live under Veronica's shadow for the rest of your life? Sylvia opened her mouth and wanted to refute, but when she remembered what Veronica did to her, her voice seemed to be stuck in her throat and she couldn't force it out. Didn't you already decide to train yourself after joining the student council? Wu Yan looked at Sylvia with disdain, causing Sylvia's heart to skip a beat. She felt a faint sense of fear. This wasn't the first time Wu Yan taught Sylvia a lesson. Every time, he hit the bullseye and Sylvia was convinced in the end. That's why even though Sylvia didn't say it out loud, she was still afraid of Wu Yan. This kind of fear was different from the fear she felt towards Veronica. If Veronica was the devil to Sylvia, then Wu Yan was her teacher. When a teacher is teaching a student a lesson, the student would naturally feel more or less afraid. In the past, you were unreasonable and loved to go down a dead end. I also taught you a lesson. Now you have changed very well. In the speech in the auditorium, you won the recognition of everyone for the first time. You are no longer alone. With the student union and us by your side, what do you have to be afraid of? Wu Yan relaxed his tone. Have you forgotten about the corpse dragon incident? Didn't that prove that the thing you fear in your heart is nothing more than that? Sister Veronica is different, Sylvia weakly retorted, but Wu Yan's expression turned cold and she closed her eyes in fear. You also said that Lancelot was no match for the corpse ash dragon the last time he faced it. What happened? Sylvia remained silent. Looking at Sylvia's silence, Wu Yan sighed and extended his hand towards Sylvia. Here you go. Wu Yan said to Sylvia, who is still in a daze. Hold it. No matter what happens, I'll protect you. Then, you don't have to be afraid anymore, right? Sylvia's eyes shone with a strange light. She looked at the hand in front of her and blushed slightly. She hesitated for a moment before finally putting her hand on his. Wu Yan chuckled. It was a very seductive laugh. But, can you please change your clothes first? Sylvia blinked her eyes in confusion. Only then did she realize that she was still wearing her revealing pajamas. Other than her upper body being slightly exposed, her entire pair of voluptuous breasts that should be exposed were completely exposed. Her underwear was also exposed. Yuwa, the next moment, the room was filled with sorrowful cries. Chapter 1321. Ansari Dragon Riding Academy. The first school building. Today, Princess Veronica, who had come to Ansari City to express her condolences, would use this place as her first stop on her visit to Ansari City. Early in the morning, led by the mayor of Ansari and the dean of the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy, there were more than 20 important figures from the city council, the academy council, and the student union as well as the upper echelons. They formed a welcoming group and lined up in front of the first school building entrance, waiting for Veronica's arrival. Among these people, Yashur and Yak, who were members of the student council, were also present. The student council president, Lebecca, stood at the very front and was even in front of the mayor of Ansari City and the dean of the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy. Like the leader of the welcoming party, she stood with her head held high and her chest puffed out. Her body emitted a radiance that made people not dare to look straight at her. It could be said that this welcoming party of about 20 people had gathered the most representative figures of the entire Ansari state. Who knows how many years it had been since the Ansari city had set up such a welcoming party to welcome the guest. However, since the other party is the first princess of Lorium and knighthood, it is not too much to have such a grand occasion. However, it is obvious that this is the first time Yashur has participated in such a gathering of important figures. His face was filled with nervousness that was difficult to dispel, and his forehead was covered with a small amount of sweat. It made him feel like the temperature around him had risen a lot. In order to divert his attention, Yashur could only take a deep breath. Taking advantage of the fact that Veronica has yet to arrive, he talked to Yak, who was much calmer than him. Yak, are you really going to welcome Princess Veronica as a member of the welcoming party? What? Yak glanced at Yashur. Her attitude was as bad as always. Do you have a problem with that? And no. Yashur quickly shook his head. But haven't you always looked down on humans? Why would you want to welcome Princess Veronica? Humph. Yak snorted. She put her hands on her hips. Since you are all participating, as a member of the holy and noble dragon clan, isn't it shameful to be left behind by you? What kind of reasoning is that? Yashur couldn't help but sweat. However, with the bombardment of Yak's bandit theory, the tension in Yashur's heart eased a lot. He looked around and furrowed his brows. By the way, even Yak is here. Was it really okay if the princess didn't come? Upon hearing Yashur's words, Lebecca smiled bitterly without turning her head. You saw how scared she was before. We can't force her to participate, can we? That's true. Yashur also showed a helpless expression. It's just that I keep feeling that this is very inappropriate. After all, the one who came is my own sister. You don't have to worry about that. Corset, who had appeared behind Lebecca and Yashu at some point in time, ignored their shocked expressions. He smiled faintly. Her Highness will definitely come. Corset. Seeing Corset's mysterious smile, Lebecca became uncertain. Are you confident? Of course. Cosette said meaningfully. I have a trump card too. Trump card? Lebecca and Yashur both flinched. If he shows up, Her Highness the Princess will definitely come. Cosette could not help but touch his lips as he muttered. Otherwise my payment will be in vain. Him? They didn't hear the rest of Corset's words. Yashur scratched his head, clearly not understanding who this him was. Lebecca, on the other hand, seemed to have thought of something. She looked around and smiled helplessly. I see, I almost forgot that he isn't here yet. Yashur and Yak looked at each other when they saw that Lebecca seemed to have realized something. Just as they were about to ask, a voice interrupted them. He's here. At the same time, everyone present could feel that the surrounding light was gradually dimming. A huge shadow covered the sunlight that was pouring down from the sky and descended upon this world. Everyone hurriedly raised their heads and looked towards the sky. Soon after, their eyes widened in succession. At the end of the azure sky, a huge shadow that seemed to be able to blot out the sun slowly appeared and imprinted itself into everyone's eyes. It's a warship in the sky. A dragon-shaped warship in the sky. It looked like a holy dragon that had evolved from an earth dragon, a pterosaur, and a water dragon. However, it was at least 100 times larger than the largest dragon in the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy, Gufrin. It was not an exaggeration to say that it could blot out the sun in Lebecca and the others' field of vision. The warship in the sky was a silver-white color that flickered with a silver luster, like cold steel. It was surrounded by bright red lines and covered with white armor. Its appearance was extremely magnificent, and around the space warship were clearly visible cannons, making its magnificent appearance full of deterrence. At this time, at the rear engine of the dragon-shaped warship, a huge magic array was replacing the function of the engine. It was constantly emitting different kinds of magic fluctuations, allowing the entire warship to fly forward stably. Clearly, it's because of it that this huge thing can fly in the sky. Around the dragon-shaped space battleship, there were several dragons that seemed to be acting as guards surrounding it. On top of the dragons, there were riders wearing armor with knight swords at their waists. Those dragons are all holy dragons. That also meant that those who rode the holy dragon were at least dragon knights. No way, right? Looking at the heaven-devouring mechanical dragons and the luxurious dragon knights in the sky, Yashur's face was filled with shock. Even Yak was stunned on the spot, unable to react. As for those big shots in Ansari City and Ansari Dragon Riding Academy, after they reacted, they seemed to know something and began to make a racket. It's appeared. That's Her Highness Princess Veronica's warship, right? It's just like a warship made by the Sepharos Empire. Although I've heard of it, I didn't expect our Loria Kingdom of Knights to be able to make something like that. That's too admirable. That's Her Highness Princess Veronica's warship. Seeing that Yashur and Yak still haven't recovered from their shock, Lebecca said in a deep voice. Magic warship. Sylvanus. Sire. The news. Yashu and Yak mumbled and finally came back to their senses. In the sky, Sylvanus began to descend slowly under the guidance of the leading Dragon Knight team. Like a gliding dragon, he landed steadily on the open space at the front entrance of the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy's first schoolhouse and instantly occupied the entire open space. The dragon knights who were acting as guards also landed on the ground on their respective sacred dragons and maintained their initial formation. The riders dismounted from their mounts, raised the knight swords at their waists, and stood quietly like a ceremonial army. The murderous aura emanating from their bodies made everyone hold their breaths. In particular, among the numerous dragon knights, there was a handsome rider leading them. He was also equipped with a set of armor that fluctuated with magic power. Holy Knight armor. That's a holy sky dragon knight. Lebecca stood there solemnly. Her Highness Princess Veronica has arrived. Almost at the same time as Lebecca's voice sounded, Sylvanus's cabin door slowly opened with a pleasant sliding sound. Under everyone's gaze, a silhouette appeared at that spot. Kacha! 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 The iron boots clashed with the ground, creating a clear and crisp sound of footsteps that traveled into everyone's ears. Behind Sylvanus's cabin door, a figure was slowly exposed in the air with the sound of iron boots hitting the ground that could make one's heart beat in sync with it. It was only now that everyone saw the true appearance of the rumored iron-blooded Valkyrie. Her dazzling blonde hair flickered under the sunlight, like a golden waterfall falling down vertically, reflecting each other's brilliance together with her fair skin. Exposed armor covered her body. It looked like a school swimsuit made of armor. She had a cape on her back and iron boots that reached her thighs. Her shoulders, arms, and waist were all covered in armor. But the key point was her eyes. They were extremely sharp, like an eagle gazing at its prey from the sky. Chapter 13:22. Looking at Veronica, who was standing at the entrance of the Sylvanus battleship and gradually walking down the ladder, the members of the welcoming group, including Yaxu and Yak, didn't dare to breathe too loudly. Wearing armor, Veronica, who was walking down with a clanging sound, emitted a terrifying pressure. Her gaze was as sharp as a blade, seemingly able to see through everything in her sight. In addition to her reputation for being decisive in killing, her boldness was not something Sylvia could compare to. Only when she reached the ground did Veronica raise her head, revealing her eagle-like sharp sword eyes. Her mighty and loud voice reverberated. "Thank you for welcoming me. Thank you for your hard work." While speaking, Veronica raised her hand and made a gesture of dispensing with formalities. This gesture caused the cloak on her body to flip up, revealing her heavy and dazzling armor. At this moment, Yashu, Yak and the others discovered. Veronica's hand, which was hidden under the cloak, was holding a huge great sword. It was this great sword that caused Veronica's title of Iron Blood Valkyrie to resound throughout the Knight's Kingdom of Lorraine. While everyone present was shocked by Veronica's oppressive aura, there were two people who remained calm throughout the whole process. One was Lebecca. The other was Cosette. As if wanting to break the heavy silence, Lebecca stood up. She respectfully placed her hand in front of her chest and performed a noble salute. "Long time no see, Your Highness Princess Veronica." Veronica shifted her sharp gaze away from the surrounding people and looked at Lebecca. She raised her eyebrows. "Isn't this Lebecca?" "Yes. Yes." Under Veronica's sharp gaze, Lebecca calmly revealed a smile. "Lebecca? Randall represents the people of Ansari City to thank Your Highness Princess Veronica for personally coming to visit. This is only a small matter. For something like this to happen in the territory of the Knight's Kingdom, I am also worried." Veronica waved her arm and then closely looked at Lebecca. "I did not expect this. Until now, you are still wasting your time in this kind of academy." She was different from Sylvia, who was still a student. Veronica was the real princess who held the real power. Due to her reputation for bravery and battle prowess, as well as her unparalleled martial skills, the country's most glorious and prestigious Lorimon Holy Dragon Knights were directly under Veronica's command. Even the guards who came with Veronica to Ansari City were members of Lorimon's Holy Dragon Knights. As for the Holy Sky Dragon Knight wearing the Holy Knight armor, the Holy Sky Dragon Knight, he was the captain of Veronica's personal guard. In the entire Lorimon's Holy Dragon Knights, only 10% of the members were Holy Dragon Knights. There was only one Holy Heavenly Dragon Knight by Veronica's side. One could imagine how precious a Holy Heavenly Dragon Knight was. Lebecca was a Saint Heavenly Dragon Knight. Not only was she at the most youthful and beautiful stage of her life, her strength was not below the captain of the personal guard. Veronica, who advocated martial arts, naturally couldn't bear to see such a precious battle force with talent and strength wasted in the academy. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that she was wasting her time. With your strength, you won't be able to learn anything in this academy. You are qualified to be the teacher of any dragon cultivator or dragon knight. Yet, you are still playing the game of being a student? Veronica said with a bold and sincere tone. You should join my Loriaman's Holy Dragon Knights as soon as possible. Don't waste your strength and talent. Thank you for your appreciation, Princess Veronica. Rebecca smiled elegantly. Her smile disintegrated Veronica's boldness. But I just want to enjoy my life as a student. About joining the Holy Dragon Knights, let's talk about it later. You, really? Even though Veronica expected this response from Rebecca, she still felt helpless. Forget it. Anyway, you're already in the 3rd year of the advanced course. You'll graduate soon. I can still afford to wait. When the time comes, don't run away anymore. You have to give me a definite answer. And you? Veronica suddenly turned around. Her gaze shot to a corner like an arrow. It landed on Cosette, who was wearing a palace-maid uniform with a leisurely smile on her face. You should be tired of playing house as a maid, Cosette. Veronica looked straight at Cosette. Many people looked at each other in confusion. They could understand why Veronica valued Rebecca. After all, Rebecca was a rare holy heavenly dragon knight. She was very precious. But what was the matter with this maid? An outstanding talent like you can help me even more than Rebecca. Veronica ignored the stunned expressions of the people around her and said matter-of-factly. Someone like you is actually willing to be a maid. I am more confused than Rebecca, who wants to continue being a student. The Shirley family was originally a maid family. In a more natural manner than Rebecca, Cosette respectfully lifted the corner of her skirt and bowed to Veronica. And the person I serve has already been decided. Veronica frowned and snorted when she heard Cosette's words, which were tantamount to rejection. Both of you are like this. I really don't understand why you don't put your talents to good use. Especially you, Cosette. I don't even know what's so attractive about the so-called girl that you're serving. About that? Cosette blinked his eyes and said meaningfully, I believe your Highness Veronica should know better than me. Humph. Veronica turned her head and remained silent. At the side, Yashur looked at Veronica confronting Cosette, and a trace of admiration finally emerged in his heart. Although he didn't understand what was so special about Cosette, he was sure that Cosette wasn't an ordinary maid. The person you serve? Aiku tilted her head in confusion. She ignored everyone at the scene and her voice echoed clearly in the air. The person she serves. Is it Sylvia or Rohan? Yak. Yak. Yak ignored everyone's words. Yashur was so scared that he almost peed his pants. He quickly covered Yak's mouth and blocked her words. Rohan. Veronica was startled. She looked at Cosette in surprise. Could it be that other than serving Sylvia, you've served other people as well? Yak. Cosette immediately closed his eyes, lowered his head, and remained silent, tacitly agreeing to it. Interesting. Veronica didn't feel discouraged. Instead, she showed an interested expression. You've rejected countless invitations from royalty and even me since you were young. You only have eyes for Sylvia. Now you're serving someone else. How interesting. Then where is he? Veronica began to look around. Let me see what kind of ability someone who can subdue even you has. He. Cosette showed a complicated expression. She opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but another voice interrupted her. Royal sister. His trembling voice echoed in the air, instantly attracting the attention of everyone present. Sylvia, in her uniform, stood at the entrance of the first school dormitory. She walked over with trembling steps and a stiff expression on her pretty face. Beside Sylvia was Wu Yan, who was also in uniform. He looked at Cosette and winked. Cosette couldn't help but smile. Sylvia. Veronica narrowed her eyes when she saw Sylvia appear in front of her. Her sharp eyes were filled with killing intent. Sylvia was shocked and couldn't help but take a step back. Veronica's gaze sharpened when she saw Sylvia's pathetic performance in front of everyone. She suddenly raised the great sword in her hand and mercilessly slashed at Sylvia amidst the horrified expressions of the bystanders. Sylvia's pupils constricted. Just as she was about to scream, a figure appeared in her vision and stood in front of her. Veronica stared blankly at the figure that suddenly appeared in front of Sylvia. Her great sword abruptly stopped in its tracks. However, the moment Veronica's great sword stopped, another long sword shot through the air and stabbed at Wu Yan. With a sonic boom, it passed through the fragments of the knight's sword and heavily smashed towards the captain who was holding the broken sword. Although the opponent didn't kill him with his second attack, he didn't show any mercy either. Then, Wu Yan doesn't need to show any mercy. Seeing the sonic boom and the heavy fist smashing towards his head, the captain had goosebumps all over his body. His pupils shrunk and his heart was filled with disbelief. His attack, which had been infused with magic, was actually shattered by the opponent's punch together with his weapon. How is this possible? Not only is the opponent a student, he's also not a Saint Sky Dragon Knight. He doesn't have a Saint Knight armor and his attack doesn't carry any magic. The huge fist continued to enlarge in the captain's eyes. The captain also knew that now wasn't the time to think about this. He quickly turned his head to the side. Who? The fist that came out of the broken pieces of the knight's sword brushed past the captain's shoulder and past his ear. The fierce wind from the fist made the captain's face burn with pain. This stinging pain stimulated the anger in the captain's heart at the same time. I can't even deal with a student? With this thought in mind, the captain tightened his grip on his sword and swung his body. He used the broken sword in his hand as a club and fiercely smashed it towards Wu Yan. Seeing the opponent's reaction, Wu Yan was slightly surprised, but he still turned his body to the side and clenched his other hand into a fist. Facing the hilt of the broken sword falling from the sky, he met it head-on without any explanation. Boom! A shock wave swept out from between the fist and the hilt of the broken sword, swaying in the air. However, without the knight's sword, the captain who was skilled in sword skills was no match for Wu Yan, who had a strong body and battle techniques. With a pang, the broken sword in the captain's hand was smashed into pieces. The fierce shockwave passed through the captain's arm and surged into his body. Humph! The guard captain groaned. His body was pushed back by the impact and landed on the ground not far away. He took a few steps back awkwardly. He only stopped after the impact was neutralized by the Holy Knight armor on his body. He looked up at Wu Yan, who is still standing in front of Sylvia. The captain had a serious expression on his face. Rebecca, Sylvia, Veronica, Cosette, Yashur, Yak, and the others were also more and more shocked. In just a short period of time, before anyone could even stop them, the two people who were in conflict had engaged in such a soul-stirring close combat. Although they didn't have time to stop it, they saw the two collide. That short confrontation just now could be said to be extremely dangerous. If one of them was careless, one would have a hole in his body and the other would have been punched by the other. In the end, it would have ended with one of them being injured. Such a dangerous battle had ended in a short period of time with both sides evenly matched. One could imagine just how dangerous it was. At this thought, everyone looked at Wu Yan in disbelief. They didn't think that a student would be able to fight a Saint Sky Dragon Knight equipped with the Saint Knight armor. It was simply inconceivable. After all, compared to Rebecca, this guard captain had been on the battlefield more than once, and he had killed more than once. The other party's strength might be on par with Rebecca's, but in a true battle, the experienced captain of the personal guard would definitely be the one to obtain victory at the cost of some injuries. Wu Yan, on the other hand, managed to fight to a standstill in this short exchange. Although the captain of the personal guards didn't use his intrinsic magic device in this battle, the uniformed student didn't have a weapon in his hand either. He didn't even have a Holy Knight's armor. He was completely relying on his body to fight. Terrifying. Extremely terrifying. Even Rebecca, Cosette, Yashur, and Yak, who were familiar with Wu Yan, couldn't help but be shocked by Wu Yan's combat prowess. Amazing! Yashur muttered absent-mindedly. Too amazing. That guy, is he really human? AI Ku was also on the verge of going crazy. With that kind of physical ability, he can't be of the same race as me, right? Roland. Roland. Rebecca couldn't help but laugh. As expected, there are still many secrets. Lord Roland. Cosette slowly recovered and smiled. As expected of my trump card. That student. On the side, Veronica, who could also fight without the Saint Knight armor, looked at Wu Yan with a different gaze. Very strong. He might be stronger than Cosette and me. Roland. Sylvia's icy blue eyes were filled with ripples. Wu Yan, he's fighting for her sake. No matter what happens, I will protect you. Sylvia couldn't hide her emotions when she recalled what Wu Yan said to her in the room. He really is protecting me. Protecting me like a coward who doesn't even dare to face my royal sister. Looking at Wu Yan's back, Sylvia suddenly felt like she saw the back of the big brother who left during the youth ceremony when she was 7 years old. Ripples spread through her heart and didn't calm down for a long time. Chapter 13:24. Everyone was silent. The guard captain looked ahead and Wu Yan met his gaze as well. Their eyes met in an instant. However, Wu Yan's eyes flashed with a glint of light while the captain had a serious expression on his face. Gul Yan? Mark Gaia. Level 70. Level 70? Early level 8? Wu Yan's expression turned more serious. Currently, all of Wu Yan's abilities have been sealed. All that's left is his physical prowess and infinite arms refinement. The amount of power he can use right now is around the level of a tier 8. If he really fought with the captain of the personal guards called Gul Yan, he would probably still be evenly matched like before. Of course, once the battle starts, every factor will become the key to victory. Wu Yan has the body of a true ancestor. Even if he doesn't have the immortal body, he still has a lot of stamina left in him. In an evenly matched fight like this, he is sure to emerge victorious. Moreover, Wu Yan can remove the seal on his body at any time. When the time comes, dealing with someone who just entered level 8 will be a piece of cake. Even if he doesn't completely remove the seal, he only needs to extract a bit of mana from the seal, use a spell, or use a superpower. Winning against Gul Yan is just a matter of time. Therefore, there is no need to worry too much. Gul Yan. At most, it will make Wu Yan, who has his power sealed, get serious. Unfortunately, the other party doesn't think so. You. Gul Yan looked at Wu Yan with an emotionless pair of eyes as he questioned him in a cold tone. Who are you? Me. Wu Yan grinned. He tossed the sword shard in his hand that he smashed into the ground. As you can see, I am just a student. Is that so? Gul Yan nodded indifferently. Soon after, his eyes turned cold once again. However, no matter who you are, I will not allow you to offend Her Highness Veronica. Finished. Gul Yan reached out his hand. Above. A magic formation rippled. Devil sword of swift wind and swift thunder as Gul Yan spoke. Dazzling lights radiated from the magic array. Cracks spread across the magic array, making it look like a spiderweb. It spread out. Seeing this, the surrounding people were shocked. Gul Yan. He finally decided to use the inherent magic equipment of the Holy Knight armor. Wu Yan narrowed his eyes and sneered. He waved his hand. The fragment of the knight's sword in his hand shot out violently, hitting the knight's sword at the waist of one of Veronica's personal guards. Pa! The guard didn't even have time to react. The knight's sword flew out of the scabbard and flew towards Wu Yan. Wu Yan held it in his hand. With a slight tilt of his body, the knight's sword in his hand suddenly vibrated, creating a circle of ripples. Wherever the ripples passed, the atmosphere gradually rotated and strangely jumped away. The surging airflow condensed on the knight's sword and formed a halo. The air current swirled around Wu Yan's sword as if they have a mind of their own. As the air current swirled around Wu Yan's sword glowed brighter and brighter. Everyone around him had a look of shock on their faces. That's a pure sword skill? Veronica's eyes widened in shock. That man has such a miraculous sword skill? Veronica called Wu Yan a man instead of a student. Is he going to use that move? Lebecca and Corset raised their hands to block the strong wind caused by the rapid flow of air. Their expressions were grave. A sense of crisis emerged in Gul Yan's heart. This time, he realized it too. He underestimated this student who dared to face him head-on. Putting away the contempt in his heart, Gul Yan mobilized all the magic power of the Holy Knight armor on his body, and gathered it all into the intrinsic magic device that was about to condense. Wu Yan's lips curled into a smile. He also accelerated the airflow around him to increase the power of chaotic return to horizon dance. The surging magic power and the turbulent airflow worked together in this space, forming a dense air force. Whether it was the welcoming party or the personal guards, they all retreated step by step with faces full of horror. Wu Yan and Gul Yan narrowed their eyes at the same time. Just as one of them was about to unleash a sure kill skill, while the other was about to take out his intrinsic magic device and unleash his full power, Veronica stopped watching. With a leap, Veronica arrived between Wu Yan and Gul Yan. She opened her palms and faced the two who are going all out with their palms. All of you stop. Wu Yan and Gul Yan were shocked when they saw Veronica jumping out of nowhere. They quickly cancelled their attacks and calmed down their magic power and the turbulence around them. Roland. Rebecca and the others sighed in relief. Sylvia ran to Wu Yan's side and looked at him. Are you all right? I'm fine. Wu Yan shook his head and told Sylvia not to worry before looking at Veronica. Unexpectedly, Veronica also looked at him with an interested expression on her face. What's your name? Roland? Randall. Wu Yan hesitated for a moment before giving an answer. He glanced at Rebecca and smiled mischievously. Rebecca? Lord Randall's guard? Rebecca smiled bitterly when she heard that. Rebecca's guard? Veronica paused and Wu Yan shrugged. Well, I'm on leave now. I'm temporarily acting as the cowardly princess's guard. Sylvia lowered her head in shame when she heard the words cowardly princess. Is that so? Veronica took a deep look at Sylvia before turning to Gul Yan. Gul Yan, you can leave for now. Your Highness Veronica? Gul Yan frowned. But, this Roland? Randall just offended you. It's not considered offending. Veronica waved her hand nonchalantly. Didn't you hear him say he's the cowardly princess's guard? He only intervened because I attacked Sylvia. Not only can we not blame him, we have to reward him for his loyalty. Gul Yan's frown deepened. But, what? Veronica's sharp eyes were filled with an unquestionable determination. You have a problem with that? No, I've offended you. Gul Yan's heart clenched. He quickly bowed and apologized before leaving. However, before he left, Gul Yan took a deep look at Wu Yan. I didn't expect such a surprise in Ansari City. Veronica looked at Wu Yan. She glanced at the star carving on the back of Wu Yan's hand before asking. You're a dragon cultivator, right? Wu Yan nodded. Veronica's lips slowly curled up. A dragon cultivator actually managed to train your body to such a degree. You're not bad. Do you want to join my Lorimon Holy Dragon Knights? Everyone was shocked when they heard Veronica's words. Join Lorimon Holy Dragon Knights? That was the glory that everyone yearned for even in their dreams. Even Wu Yan was stunned by the sudden invitation. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I'm sorry, Your Highness Veronica. I don't have any plans to leave the academy yet. Rejected? The surrounding people widened their eyes once again. Veronica's smile disappeared. Her face was filled with dissatisfaction. Why do all of you want to stay in such a greenhouse? Is this place that good? With that, Veronica looked at Rebecca. Rebecca, your guard has such abilities. Don't you want him to reach a higher level? Rebecca smiled helplessly. She whispered something into Veronica's ear. Veronica's eyes lit up. Then let's talk inside. Veronica glanced at the surroundings, looked at Gul Yan, and then pointed at the stunned Yashur. Gul Yan, capture that brat for me. Yes, Your Highness. Without the slightest hesitation, Gul Yan leaped out and grabbed Yashio, placing him on his shoulder. What are you doing? Only then did Yashio react, and he hurriedly struggled. Go in. Ignoring Yashur's struggle, Veronica left all the people in the welcoming group and personal guards present and walked towards the school building. Wu Yan, Sylvia, Rebecca, Cosette, and the others exchanged glances with each other. They didn't know what to say. Her Royal Highness the First Princess is truly capable of doing things her own way. Chapter 1325. Ansari State Dragon Riding Academy, the first school building, with Veronica at the front, Jurlian, who was carrying the struggling Yashur, stood at the back. Wu Yan, Lebecca, Sylvia, Corset and the others followed behind Veronica. The 7 of them walked through the hallway of the first school building and headed towards the guest room. Along the way, except for Gul Yen, the rest of Veronica's personal guards dispersed silently. They must have gone to check if there were any suspicious people in the school and secretly protected Veronica. After all, unlike Sylvia, Veronica had been on the battlefield for a long time. Her illustrious achievements had brought about the hatred of her enemies. Countless people wanted to get rid of Veronica as soon as possible. Therefore, Veronica's safety couldn't be taken lightly. Because, if they were not careful, this princess with the title of Iron Blood Valkyrie would lose her life. Losing such a valiant Valkyrie like Veronica would be a huge loss to the entire Knight's Kingdom of Lorimon. It could even cause unrest in the kingdom. Although she was unwilling to admit it, Sylvia did vaguely mention to Wu Yen that the current Lorimon Knight's Kingdom of Lorimon was a good-for-nothing. There was nothing outstanding about him. Other than being born in the royal family and having the royal bloodline, the Night King was useless. The princess had already passed away many years ago. The second and third princesses also lacked interest in the kingdom due to their own personalities and hobbies. They were not even in Lorimon Knight's kingdom. Sylvia, the fourth princess, was only a student. She could not share the burden of the kingdom's affairs. Under such circumstances, it could be said that, right now, the entire Knight's Kingdom of Lorimon was supported by Veronica alone. One could imagine what would happen to Lorimon Knight's kingdom if Veronica were to die. In the kingdom, Veronica's importance could be said to be the greatest, even above the Night King. It was also because of this that Lorimon's Holy Dragon Knights became Veronica's direct knights. Her personal guards were also carefully selected from Lorimon's Holy Dragon Knights. From a certain perspective, Gul Yen acting rashly because of Wu Yan's rebuttal was not only a display of Gul Yen's loyalty to Veronica, it also proved that Veronica's authority could not be undermined. It was obviously not Veronica's first visit to the Ansari Dragon Academy. Although they were guests, Veronica took the lead and led everyone to the door of the reception room. She pushed the door open and walked in. Because the Ansari State Dragon Riding Academy was a dragon cultivator academy, status was very special. Naturally, many royal family and nobles from home and country and abroad would come to visit here to visit. Because of this reason, the guest room in the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy could only be described with the word, gorgeous. It was much more luxurious than Sylvia's royal room. Veronica boldly walked to the sofa and lifted her cloak. She waved her, she waving her, she wa. Tie that boy to chair. Yes. Gul Yen answered expressionlessly. Ignoring the struggling Yashur, he threw him to a chair nearby and tied him up. You! What are you trying to do? Yashu wanted to cry but had no tears. He used up all his strength. He tried to resist with all his might. Unfortunately, for Gul Yen, who had been through hundreds of battles and was equipped with Holy Knight armor, this resistance was basically nothing. Hey, you guys! What are you trying to do to my watchdog? Almost at the same time that Yashur was tied to the chair, Yak rushed in while gasping for breath. Like an angry cat, she glared fiercely at Gul Yen, and the hair all over her body stood up. Yak! Seeing Yak rush in and care about him, Yashur was moved. But in the next moment, Yashur's emotions disappeared because of Yak's words. Even if you want to make a move on him, you have to get my permission first. You only need to say a word and I will give it to you. What are you doing here? To give me the final blow. Yashur's face was full of tears. Seeing Yashio and Yak starting to quarrel in front of Veronica, Gul Yen's cold face wrinkled deeper and deeper. But since Veronica herself didn't say anything, he didn't do anything either. Sigh. Wu Yen shook his head helplessly. Without asking for Veronica's permission, he sat down under Gul Yen and Veronica's gaze and waved at Corset. Corset, black tea. Yes. Corset answered naturally. With her usual playful smile, she began to make black tea. This scene is actually not very strange. Since Corset was in charge of Wu Yan's breakfast, almost every morning Wu Yan would ask for a cup of black tea. Corset didn't refuse, so over time, she got used to it. However, Veronica was stunned when she saw this scene, which had become a part of her nature. You! Veronica's hawk-like sharp eyes shifted to Wu Yan. Don't tell me the other person Corset is serving is you. Corset's hand paused in the middle of making black tea. Wu Yan also frowned in confusion. It's too much to say that she served me. Corset only took care of me for a short period of time. Is that so? Veronica gave Corset a meaningful look. Then, she looked at Wu Yan and nodded. She didn't ask any further questions. Sylvia. Yes. Yes. Sylvia's delicate body trembled violently as she stuttered in response. Veronica narrowed her eyes and sneered. I have already read the report of the corpse dragon attack. Sylvia, don't you have anything to say to me? I. Sylvia's breathing became a little hurried. It seemed like her fear of Veronica wasn't just a little bit big. Veronica didn't seem to expect Sylvia to answer, so she continued with her own explanation. When the corpse ash dragon first appeared, Lebecca was the first to stand up and protect the Ansari kingdom from being destroyed by the corpse ash dragon. The mysterious holy dragon knight that appeared later also dealt with the corpse ash dragon almost perfectly and dispersed it. During this process, there were witnesses who saw Lancelot taking over Lebecca and suppressing the corpse ash dragon with his amazing dragon riding skills. He almost defeated it with his own hands. From this point alone, as Lancelot's master Sylvia, you are indeed worthy of praise. But Sylvia. Just as Sylvia was about to step forward to explain, Veronica interrupted her with a cold voice and said, Don't worry about it. I don't believe you have such ability. Sylvia choked on her words. Her delicate body trembled and her eyes dimmed. You. Seeing that Veronica had actually denied the ability of his own sister, Yashur's heart was burning with rage. He wanted to flare up, but Gul Yen, who was by the side, was staring at him coldly, causing him to not dare to move. Wu Yen looked at this scene indifferently. He didn't say anything. He accepted the black tea from the silent Corset. While drinking, he tapped the table rhythmically. Compared to believing you can defeat the corpse dragon with your own strength, I'd rather believe someone else is riding your fall. Veronica said coldly. Don't tell me there's someone who can ride someone else's fall and use Lancelot to suppress the corpse dragon. And you're just watching helplessly from the side, aren't you? Sylvia's pretty face instantly turned pale. She was right. Veronica was right about everything. Looks like I was right. Veronica didn't hide her disappointment. Even if you have the title of Dragon Knight, you're still a coward. You've ruined the reputation of the royal family of knights. Veronica's words pierced Sylvia's heart like a sharp arrow. Her knees went weak and she wanted to kneel on the spot. However, a nonchalant voice reverberated in Sylvia's ears. If you can't even take the insults, how will you mature? Sylvia's heart skipped a beat. She used all her strength to support her body and stood on the spot with great difficulty. Wu Yen, the initiator, couldn't help but smile. Veronica's eyes also flashed with subtle praise. Chapter 13:26. Well, it's not like you haven't improved at all. Veronica looked at Sylvia, who was biting her lips to prevent her legs from falling to the ground. She retracted the praise in her eyes and looked at Wu Yen. Your words are quite effective as a guardian. I'm just talking to myself. I won't flatter her just because she's a princess. Wu Yen looked at Veronica with a faint smile. So, if you want to recruit me, you better think it through. Even if you're the Iron Valkyrie, if you make a mistake, I'll still slap you. Ha 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 ha. Gul Yen's eyes were filled with murderous intent, while Veronica laughed out loud. I'll be happy if that's the case. Very good. I lack people like you by my side. How about it? You really won't consider joining me? Well, we'll see. Wu Yen felt a headache coming on when he saw Veronica not only wasn't angry, but she also seemed to be more interested in him. All right, let's stop here. Veronica stopped laughing and crossed her legs. She looked around at everyone with a sharp gaze that was full of oppression. I'm sure all of you know what I'm doing. I didn't come to Ansari just to express my condolences. Lebecca, who had been quietly watching the development of the situation, lifted her head. So, you're here to investigate the truth behind the corpse dragon incident? Yes. Veronica's eyes flashed with a sharp light. It's as the report said. The corpse dragon is an academic system that combines magicite and engineering. In other words, magicite engineering is a product made from the ashes of a dead dragon, right? Yes. Rebecca nodded. She glanced at Yashu, who was silently asking Yak for help but was ignored by Yak. In the corpse ash dragon incident, Yashur obtained the Holy Knight armor that Yak presented to him. With his special talent, he was able to ride the corpse ash dragon and connected his consciousness with the corpse ash dragon. That was how he obtained the information about the corpse ash dragon. The information explained the origin of the corpse ash dragon. Special talent? Veronica turned to look at Yashu. Does this nobody who doesn't seem to have any special talents? He can ride any dragon. Rebecca answered. It's the same for Loon. Both he and Yashur have the special ability to ride other people's dragons. Oh. Veronica's eyes lit up. He slowly smiled. I guessed it right. There really are people in this world who can ride other people's dragons. Then, who was the one who rode Lancelot and suppressed the corpse grey dragon? It's Luo Wang. Rebecca also laughed. Loon is known as the horseman of the Protoss in the academy. His dragon riding skills are unparalleled in the world. In this world, no one can surpass him purely in dragon riding skills. Gul Yen glanced at Wu Yen when he heard Rebecca. Veronica pursed her lips. To be able to fight evenly with Gul Yen with a mortal body, and to have extraordinary sword skills, it's not too surprising that he can have such achievements in the dragon riding technique. However, I feel like it's a waste to keep you in the academy. The last sentence was obviously directed at Wu Yen. In return, Wu Yen gave her a non-committal look. Veronica felt a little bored. In that case, the identity of the mastermind behind this attack should be obvious, right? If I'm not mistaken. Rebecca narrowed her eyes. Magical engineering has always been the pride of the Sepharo's empire. So, the mastermind behind the corpse grey dragon incident. It's very likely the Imperial Army. As Rebecca spoke, the atmosphere in the guest room turned heavy. After all, the Sepharo's empire and the Shepron kingdom were in a state of truce. Now that the empire had attacked a vassal state of the Shepron kingdom, it was very likely that the two countries would go to war again. On the day of the corpse grey dragon incident, Loon discovered a suspicious person who claimed to be from the empire. He took the item used to create and control the corpse grey dragon from the other party. Rebecca revealed another shocking piece of information, causing a bloody smile to appear on Veronica's face. In other words, we have evidence of the Empire's people attacking an important city within our borders? Yes. Rebecca's eyes lit up. Thanks to this, we can use it to our advantage and demand an explanation from the Empire. No matter what the outcome is, it will be beneficial for us. Very good. Veronica's face lit up with satisfaction. However, Wu Yen, who had been drinking his black tea, poured a bucket of cold water on her. The result of this will definitely be a split in the end. Veronica, Rebecca, Sylvia, Corset, Yashur, Yak, and Jirian were all stunned. Break up. Veronica frowned. What do you mean? I do have the item that the Empire's people used to create and control the corpse grey dragon. Wu Yen put down the teacup in his hand and asked. But who among us can prove this point? Everyone was startled and seemed to have understood something. Wu Yen shrugged. That's right. In the end, that sword still belongs to someone else. We have no way of controlling it at all. Even if we can prove that it's a product of the Empire's magical engineering, we won't be able to use its effects. The Empire can easily cover it up by saying that the Knight's Kingdom somehow got their hands on something that belongs to the Empire and insult them. Also, don't forget that the corpse grey dragon is still a dragon. Wu Yen looked at everyone who was in deep thought. Everyone in the world knows that the Lorimon knighthood is the dragon-breeding nation. The Mother of Dragons loves the knighthood so much that she only gave the knighthood the right to control dragons. But now, a dragon is causing trouble in the dragon-breeding nation. No matter how you look at it, it seems that the knighthood did something wrong and made the dragon go crazy. The Empire doesn't have the right to become the dragon-breeding kingdom. They don't have the ability to control any dragons. Wu Yan shook his head. Therefore, even if you say that the Empire controlled a dead dragon to cause trouble in the Knighthood Kingdom, no one will believe you. This. Everyone looked at each other and laughed bitterly. I have to say, what you said makes a lot of sense. Veronica snorted unwillingly. Looks like we can only continue investigating this attack and see if we can find any evidence. Veronica looked at Wu Yan after she said that. Then where's the sword? It's still in my hands. Wu Yan gritted his teeth. I've tried all sorts of methods, but I still can't find a way to revive a dead dragon. If you have an expert over there, I'll give this sword to you. If you can find a way to control it, then the people of the Empire will have nothing to say, right? All right. Then it's settled. Veronica nodded decisively and stood up. I've rushed all the way to Ansari. I should go take a bath. Veronica looked at Rebecca and Sylvia. Rebecca, Sylvia, you two come as well. Yes. Why yes? The two were startled at first, then one nodded in agreement while the other trembled in fear. Oh right. Veronica looked at Wu Yan. You come with me. Cough, cough, cough. Wu Yan coughed the tea back into the teacup. Cosette started patting him on the back in a panic. He looked at Veronica with a shocked expression. What did you just say? What? You don't even dare to take a bath with me? Veronica said with a matter-of-fact expression. If that's the case, my evaluation of you will have to be lowered. Don't dare. Wu Yan raised an eyebrow. It doesn't look like I'm at a disadvantage, does it? Why wouldn't I dare? All right then. That's it then. Veronica was as decisive as ever. She waved at Gulyen as she walked out. Gulyen, take that kid to the training ground for a bit. Even if it's a rushed paladin armor and there's a time limit, it's still a valuable asset. Yes. Yes, my ass. Seeing that Gulyen had agreed, Yashu grew agitated. What do you think? Gulyen ignored Yashu and carried him outside. Yashu yelled and chased after him. Wu Yan pursed his lips and stood up with a sigh. Rebecca and Sylvia followed behind Wu Yan. Their expressions were unnatural and their heartbeats quickened. After all, they're going to take a bath together. You're tuning in to the Wisdom Diary YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.